Streaming, I presume. It says no data. All right. Now it says excellent. Okay, we'll find out if the image comes up, at which point then we go to the channel and see if it clicks. At which point we search for echo. Okay, we have echo. Upvote. Everybody upvote. Image comes up. This is a very small action for yourself, and it's life and death to Team Dietrich. With that, we go to call. We click on to infinite call, and we go audio. All right. There we are. Let's see who we call. It's always a miracle that I get here in time at all. Okay, now we are hoping Aristides responds. Looking forward to that response, of course. Dear Aristides, my main man, how are you?
Well,
I
am all right.
Excellent. Okay.
How are you today?
Well, I'll explain everything privately. Of course, it was far more the challenge than you even realized at the time. All right, to everyone, we have suffered another cyber assault, and we barely survived. And aside from that, there were multiple. We had a blackout. And it was a nightmare. Holly KEIFER has joined us early, and then has left. Okay, but you're welcome to come back as soon as possible, Holly. And as for everyone else, we look forward to their joining. We're hoping that we get conversation till I get going, because it was obviously a hell of a challenge before I left for the weekend. It was a very important weekend in the sense of the holidays that are honored and respected. And remind me to explain that to our listeners soon enough, dear Aristides. In interim, I hope that you're ready to do a little bit of the blurb, well, all the blurb, and
Yeah.
take your time with it, hold the stage, and I'm going to take advantage of that time to try and gather my thoughts, breathe, meditate, gather my thoughts to really just cut loose tonight. Hope everybody appreciates how I look while rocking a wig in the thumbnail photograph that's embedded in thumbnail of live stream. And with that, we are going to just basically take on the night. But I need definitely to buy some time while I gather my thoughts. T-Tank Berry says we are loud and clear. Matter of fact, let's make certain that you are registering. Okay, say hello.
Hello.
You register. Excellent. So that's an excellent start. So live stream. Let me respond to our dear T-Tank Berry. And while you take it away, I do want everyone to know, before I forget, Aristides will remind myself again later. But for those of you who do not know, it was Armed Forces Day weekend, the third Saturday of May. The most mundane of all of the holidays involved was a Japanese mafia holiday. In Japan itself, they have a holiday for their mafia, a national holiday for their mafia. So the Yaku̲a hold the what's known as the shallow grass temple ceremony, the Sensōji. Always a parade with floats and geisha, in which the Sămuraï-Mafiä shows off their tattoos and basically parades for the services that they provide to Japan. And this is known as the Sanja Matsuri, the Three Shrine Festival weekend. Very important holiday. And with that, it was also, of all things, not only the International Day Against Transphobia, homophobia, and biphobia, very important to the young men who I tutor as a community, but also was on Saturday the National Honor R2S LGBTQ+ Elders Day weekend. So Sugar Daddy had to be paid his respects by all of us. The man who finances all of our activities in the estates. Obviously, I'm not paid by him in money. I am literally paid in blood. And of course, in combination, or we would call it a syncretic synthesis of all of these activities, I was dressed in geisha outfit for the occasion, and rocking a wig that is, I'll provide the full photograph to our dear man Aristides later at our leisure sometime during the next few days. But the photograph the part of the photograph we were able to embed in thumbnail of live stream really doesn't do it justice to the wig or to the outfit. But I hope everyone, I look forward to comments and reviews of how I rock it, whether I succeed or not. As a geisha, but having fed on blood before the occasion that the photograph was taken, you can see that reflected in my irises, where it does reflect itself, my blood intake. Something about the hemoglobin and the ambience of the light does create a red iris effect, and that's beyond just a trick of the light, of course. That is actually organic. It's biological. You can see that by the photograph itself. And look forward to reviews and opinions. And with that, we turn towards the man, Aristides. So Aristides, do take it from here. Obviously, I was very busy and need to get my thoughts together to say anything coherent tonight. But by all means, for now, the stage is yours. I'll be sitting here right with you throughout the entire time. Take it away. And thank you so much for being here. God bless you.
All right. Okay. Well, hopefully we're what now? 6 minutes in or so, and it didn't take you that long to hit the thumbs up, upvote, or like, whatever you want to call it. Universal symbol of acknowledgement.
Yes.
Under the window.
Your moral support. Yeah.
Yeah. Not only your moral support, but you were
yes.
you were bolstering of the algorithm, so to speak, on Douglas's behalf, and that does matter because that controls or influences however they do their magic
algorithms.
How likely Douglas is to appear high up in search results. Suggested content areas, and basically ultimately find and keep his listenership, and that is complicated by the fact that there are those who either by their person or by some sort of budget cruddy bots make sure there are a few pathetic downvotes placed in the beginning, and that will skew that. So we need a good few upvotes in the beginning to counter that out. Because everybody's got their haters, and well, Douglas.
I've got more than my share of mine. It's certainly, an entire organized network of gangsters.
Certainly no exception there. So, but that's only ever a sign that you're doing something right. Well, it could be a sign you're a giant asshole, but I mean, good. But
well, I claim both. I claim both distinctions.
Right. Good people have haters too. So anyway, hit that thumbs up, upvote, get that algorithm going. It should be if you've been here before and heard all this before, you should know. You just hit that instinctively.
No, you can never hear it enough. Believe me.
Yeah. Well, yeah. And to do that, or if you're having problems doing that, it's probably because you're not logged into YouTube. You have to be logged in to do that. Seems like a pain, but that's probably a good thing because it puts some sort of a checks and balances on these things, or else somebody would bot a million downvotes, and So sometimes following the rules is good. Such as in democracy, but only here in the Dietrich democracy, where you can vote more than once, and we'll tell you how to do that. You can upvote more than once, but first you have to be signed in to do any of this. And if you don't have a YouTube account, never made one, if you have a Gmail, I believe that gets you in for free. Or if you're willing to make one in order to sign in, that's probably your best path there. Yeah, it's Google. It's one of the, one of those tech overlords, but you know what? You're not getting away from them. So just, so just proudly do what you want to do right in front of them, and just be like, that's right, motherfuckers, I'm doing it. Right? people get so uptight about, like, oh my God, like being anonymous and stuff on. I'm like, what the fuck, man? Come on. Don't be afraid. Right?
Yes, that's right. As a matter of fact, just you got to roll with it. You got to ride the wave. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. You got to proudly be like, did you, are you sure? Send them. It's like the guy, what is it, like the Joker meme or something, just Fed post right at the FBI Twitter page, like right there. You're like, fuck you guys.
You're feisty tonight. Yeah.
Joke, just saying. But okay, that would be an extreme, fictional joke.
No, this is your
but,
this is your Luigi Mannioni shot at the corporate big boys. Okay, is that upvote, man?
Yeah.
And your comments.
But when you do that, that posting, do not at all suggest you want to do violence or anything like that. Just tell them.
Yeah.
Just tell them that they are not they are a grumpy mean bunch of fellows, and do not you know what I'm saying. Anyway, but that's the kind of energy, people being so oh, I don't want to there's a problem like, oh, I don't want to I don't want a Google account, I don't want to this, I don't want to that, and so pretty soon you're not going to have anything. Like, okay, then throw your phone away and take a boat to some island somewhere, and then we'll have a satellite watching you. Anyway, so don't be afraid to make a Gmail to get you logged into YouTube if you don't have another way. Once you're signed in, your little account thing is up in the corner, as it usually is for account thingies. You can click that. You can give it a little avatar or picture of some type. If not, probably has like some initials from your account on it. Click that, get in there. Right. One of the first things should be switch account, and that is where you can switch between, say, if you have more than one Gmail or other such account registered with YouTube, and then all you have to do is go in there, click switch account, which I already did. It's the first thing I do when we start up, and you can actually add another account, Gmail there, and switch over to that one, and you can hit the thumbs up upvote again. Isn't that exciting? It's like voting twice. Imagine going on election day, right, and pulling the handle, and then pushing the buttons all over again and pulling it again, right?
Yeah.
That's what we're doing here.
Yeah, that's what we're enabling for you. That's it. Yeah, it's.
Isn't that exciting? Right.
It should be.
Right. Yeah. And here, you're not voting for the who's. Which is inevitably the case at the on election day. It's okay. You can switch there. It's real quick once you have it set. It sounds like a lot. Once it's set up, it's just switch. Couple clicks, few upvotes, and beyond that, even if you don't want to do all that, even with one account, you can create channels under that account. And you might say, what the heck is that? Well, to publish anything on YouTube, you don't just do it with your basic sign-in account. You have to create a channel. And you can create more than one. You don't have to put anything on them. They can be like dummy channels, basically. You can put stuff on them if you want. But each one of those is its own identity that can upvote also, which is cool. So there you go. There's just so many ways to do that. You can vote as many times you like. Isn't that cool? That'd be great. Yeah. Walking in election day. Just, yeah, man, vote as many times as you like. Yeah. Just, I mean, there's a little legwork, but hey. All right. So given that, once you're signed in, you do other stuff. Such as hit the share button there and generate a link for the program to share. It's basically the same that you would grab right out of the browser bar, but I believe YouTube will see or feel you clicking the button to generate that, and that
Oh, it gets a
would,
mini orgasm. It gets a
yeah,
mini
yeah,
orgasm every time you diddle that little
yeah.
that
I
little
mean, you can
thumb.
just
Yeah.
click it. I wonder if you keep clicking it. Like I'll click it, and then I'll X the thing out, and then click it again. Like, is it like, wow, he's really sharing the hell out of this? Anyway, but you can the little share thing, it'll pop up a little thing with the link that you can grab, and also other like they have like let's just say shares that are targeted for different platforms. It's like share to Twitter, share to Facebook, share, or just the general share link. But the other ones would direct it toward your, assuming you're logged into those accounts. But you can always just grab the regular old link that works anywhere. So YouTube will see that, hopefully figure that in, and you should actually share that link anywhere and everywhere you think is remotely appropriate, or even somewhere where it's not, especially if you're not going to hang out there anymore. Group chats or whatever, friends, coworkers, enemies. I got a new one. Yeah, when you get those texts, those spam texts, that like want to, like all different kinds. There's all different kinds. You get the spam. Inevitably, you'll get the spam texts, and then that you respond. Just send them the link. That's it, and then block. And then, that's what you should do. Send them the link. Yeah. Cool. There you go. I haven't thought of that one before.
I love it. Thank you. That's good. Creative. Yeah. Yeah. You're innovating. Yeah.
I should. If I was more, if I was more motivated, I could type up a list of creative ways to share. But
yes.
Working for free here.
Well, we get more than our money's worth from you, even if you were paid top dollar. I assure you. Yes.
So kind.
You volunteer on behalf of the struggle, the greater struggle.
Yes.
Yeah. Because you're a socially conscious man. You're a socially conscious man, and you're on the side.
That's right. I'm only. You're saying the greater struggle, so I'm almost wondering, because we all know what Mein Kampf means. It means my struggle, but what is our struggle? I wonder. Let me see.
Yeah. We'll look it up.
Yeah. Right. Yes. Anyway,
German's not one of my better languages.
I know, right? Yeah, we will look that up. Anyway, let's see. Like, share, and subscribe. Of course, right? Subscribe. Of course, usually it's like and subscribe is one very catch-all phrase.
That's right. Like and subscribe, like thoughts and prayers. Yeah.
Yeah. And some prayers, like and subscribe, hugs and kisses, all these things. So subscribe. If you see a button under the window that says subscribe, definitely press that and subscribe. If you don't see one, it is likely because you're already subscribed. But
by the way, Unser Kampf, but it then says Unser Kampf means our struggle. Unser Kampf.
Where's this?
Oh, he said it in the chat. He sent me a private message.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Good. So subscribe. Yeah. If you don't see the subscribe button on the window, you're probably subscribed, but you will want to check that, especially because YouTube can be sneaky, and I've had many reports of people becoming unsubscribed without their knowing. And so definitely click that. And if you want to check your subscription status definitively, you wanted to go to the main channel page. Don't click out of this window, because you will leave the live and you won't hear this anymore until you come back. But the little lower left, Douglas Dietrich in blue, if you like right click, open a new window, or open a new tab or window or whatever, or just go there later, you can check there. The main channel page, it will show you definitively subscribed or not, or whatever your status is, right there, right up the top. And you should click the notification bell, a little bell icon or symbol there, which I think that's always available on the program window, but not the subscribe. If you're all click the bell, and then click the all. For me, that puts little emphasis lines around the bell, and that means you will get a pop-up to your device every time there's a new program starting, or new upload. But pretty much you only do the these lives, and then after the live is over, live stream, it converts to a regular YouTube video, and at that point, you can leave comments underneath the window. They're not enabled during the live stream. During the live stream, you can participate in the chat there, and that may replay depending on your display settings while you're listening to the replay, but you can leave comments after it's after the live, and that is very important too. That should boost the algorithm tremendously. Actual interaction, talking, not just liking and clicking, but talking. Seeing that people are commenting. So please feel free to do that. Even if not, and you're shy, we understand, but at least while you're there looking around at the comments, which can be funny sometimes, do upvote the comments. Do upvote the comments there as well, because if they're downvoted and not upvoted, they can be disappeared by YouTube. We kind of just similarly to what we said before. Some people might downvote them, but make sure you upvote the one Douglas always puts with his PayPal and his website also. So, and we will get to that now. And PayPal, because liking and subscribing are great, they're wonderful, but they don't pay the bills. So you will want to find the PayPal link. Let's get that into the chat now. But you don't, that's just for convenience. You don't ever have to have the link. If you just know that Doug is on PayPal at Douglas D. Dietrich, all one word, you could get there. You could be just having your day and be like, whatever. And as long as you know that, at any moment, you can go there, just type Douglas. Just remember, Douglas D. Dietrich, PayPal. And you can find your way there and send him money. But we'll put the link, same link as he always puts as a comment, the same one he's always got on the right on the window, in very legible contrast settings every time. So really no excuse. Like, I didn't know where to send the money. Unless you're that guy that was like, well, I've got Venmo. How do I do that?
Yeah, he was a work of art. Yeah, how could I forget? No, that guy was like, oh.
I know. And then we told him exactly how, and then he just didn't even. It's like I didn't even say it. It's like he just kept talking. Like, okay, man. Hey, great. Here's how you do it. And then But you can send Venmo. We'll get to that. Easiest is just using PayPal if you have a PayPal, and link is there, Douglas D. Dietrich. And if you got PayPal and you got money in there, click on that and send all that money to Douglas immediately, or by the end of the program. We'll give you that one. All right.
Oh yes.
So that is the easiest. But not everybody has PayPal or wants to have it, or is there, somehow suspicious of that, or so okay. But then most of them probably have at least a debit or a credit card. So fear not. There is a way to just use that, and you will want to go to the website, douglasdietrich.com. It's shown right there on the screen, or in the comment he always leaves, or put that in the chat. If you go to the website and find the button in the upper right hand corner, you will and click that. I'm hold on. I'm doing it along with you. Like I'm
there we
as
are.
if I'm doing it for as if I'm doing it for the first time, right?
That's right.
Yeah,
we're all doing it together. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. So here I've loaded up douglasdietrich.com, and let's see, you see, the face there and words, and a button in the middle says donate that does nothing. Well, it'll just say this site can't be reached or something like that. So don't bother with that. It only takes you a couple times to figure that out. The website isn't exactly well maintained. I mean, let's be honest.
I maintain it only for having it. Yes,
right.
It's a legacy. It's a legacy item for the moment. It's legacy.
Yeah. It is a late, right?
Yeah, but there's
It does
hopes.
have some
There's
various
hope. Yes.
articles listed
Yeah.
here and stuff you can check out. But before you do that, click the yellow button that says donate right there, upper right hand corner. It's yellow, has the credit card symbols under it. If you click that, one of the options is it just says donate with debit or credit card. You don't have to be signed into PayPal. It'll just let you pay not being signed in, just with your card. And that will go to Douglas to his commercial PayPal account, which is a different one than the other one listed. They do take a slight tax out of that because it's a commercial account, not a personal account. But that's okay because they do have these options built in, such as this to that. And he does need some money in that occasionally. So
all the time, but yes.
Yeah, well, right. Well, that one, it's and one of them all the time. Yeah, one or the other all the time. Doesn't have to be this one, but so there you go. If you just have a card, you can go there. It has a button for Venmo. It'll let you use your Venmo, or you should be able to go into Venmo and just find a way to send it to PayPal person. They are linked now. They talk to each other. They are one company, I believe. So you can use Venmo, and then the other one just says donate with PayPal would be, I think you'd have to be signed in. But if you can sign in and have that, use the Douglas D. Dietrich. But we'll forgive you if you just happen to click that and send a whole bunch of money. Also, make sure you add an additional percent for the little fees it's taken out on this one. So instead of $1,000, send $1,100. Or something like that. Yeah, approximately, right?
Yes.
And we do want to know, Douglas. He doesn't just do this for shits and giggles and for just some odd spending change. This is actually his job. It's duly recognized job. He is a working disabled person, and this is recognized as his job. So it is legitimately his income, and he needs that to have various creature comforts when he's at home, such as drinkable beverages and any type of comfort or food other than cafeteria grade Meals on Wheels. Anything,
Yes,
once in a while a guy needs a pizza or a beer.
That's right. God damn right.
Right.
Damn straight.
God damn right. Right. So he does need things. We all need things. Please send whatever you can. This is his job, and his base pay rate is 0, and essentially is only working for tips. So
yes. Your contributions are our salary. Yes.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Right.
Well, mine at least. Aristides isn't getting shit, right. But
well, I mean, I've gotten a
satisfaction,
irreplaceable irreplaceable body of knowledge.
Yes, thank you.
You will inevitably obtain if you hang around, among other things.
Yes, bless you.
Most of them good.
Yes.
Yeah,
a lot of it alarming, but
yeah. Your sense of humor might be a little bit affected, but it happens. It's gonna happen.
You'll eventually. Forever be left psychologically scarred. Yes.
Yeah. Well, better Doug than someone else. Because it's gonna happen. We gotta pop that cherry sometime. All right. Where were we? Money. Yeah. So send money. Okay. So and if you don't even have a credit card, plastic debit, no PayPal, nothing. Okay. They're still away because we assume that then you're completely off grid, and somehow receiving this broadcast on over radio over the transmitter in your tooth implant. But
like one guy we knew, Peter Moon.
Right.
My implant fell out.
You can physically, if you want to be old fashioned, you can physically send. I guess the best suggestion is let's say a postal money order. If you can get that, if personal check, someone's personal check, grandma's personal check,
Yeah,
she's checking out. Yeah, that's right. She's checking out, and you're writing the check. You're checking into her checkbook and writing Douglas Dietrich on the check, leaving the amount blank. You're gonna send that
yeah,
mail. Yeah, or put an amount, but and we don't want to trouble you with all this writing. And save it for his address, which we could give out, but probably best. He's given it out before, but probably best if you're going to send anything physically, even cash. We don't suggest loose cash. Please bundle that up, seal it, wipe it clean with alcohol, spray perfume on it so the cash sniffing dogs don't find it. Give it to the postman. Put it in a card or some type of rigid thing, or a care package, which Doug likes those too. So I'm going to send him a care package. Let's put his email in the chat. So suggested, if you want to send something physically, send him an email, get in touch, let him, give him a heads up that it's coming. He'll give you his address. It's in San Francisco, if you didn't know. Yeah, I'm stopping short of just calling out your address whenever so.
Which is okay. I mean,
all
the enemy knows my address.
Right. If you're serious enough to send something, you should, though, give him a head. Don't just cold, because what if he's going to be gone? Like, he wants to make sure he gets the package. So send him a email, which we assume you have some type of email.
Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to listen to us, more than likely.
Yeah. Well, right. I mean, you might. I mean, if you could,
YouTube's Google.
Right. Right. I mean, you might have. Right. You wouldn't be logged in. Maybe you're on somebody else's computer. You don't even have an email. Yeah. We have to think of those people, I guess, or not, because I don't know. If you want to give your address out, you do it. But
Well, if they're in that shape, I doubt they'll be able to contribute.
Exactly. Like at that, at that point, just thanks for listening. Just like, get an email and a job and send some money. So there you go. There's the email. Let them know something's on the way. That's pretty much it. Oh, some miscellaneous stuff. Oh, in the little account menu I mentioned in the beginning, make sure it says restricted mode off. If for some reason it's on and a show gets screened and labeled for what do they call it, for adult audiences or age restricted? Yeah,
that's right, age restricted.
Then yeah, and you wouldn't be able to listen. So make sure that's off. Let's see. Let's just move on. To the title and the footnotes. So this always fills up the title bar there below the window, where it says Yaku̶a Japan Mafia Holiday International Day Against Trans and everything you just described.
All the phobias you have ever fucking had.
Against the phobias. Critical emissions. 5/17/20. The year of our Lord 2026. Can you believe that? Anyway, that's never enough space to really describe or to acknowledge everything he wants to. So if you see asterisks, and even if you don't, you should always click below. Just below, it'll say, the beginning of the description. You should click more or see more, whatever it says. Read all that. He'll kind of explain where things are, what's going on right now, what he wants to acknowledge, holidays, geopolitical things, cultural things, various languages. Here I see Cyrillic. I see are these these are the Japanese, Chinese? I mean,
yeah, Japanese.
Japanese
and Cantonese for San Francisco. Yeah.
There we go. Okay. Yeah. I mean, forgive me for not exactly knowing the difference.
Oh, no worries. I mean, you're average American.
I'm
you're light years ahead of the average American in terms of what you recognize. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Let's see. And what else am I seeing here? Let's see. Russian stuff and
for Russian Hill. That's right.
Yeah.
Serbian, also Serbsky.
Right,
Yes.
which is Serbian. That would be Cyrillic typically, wouldn't it?
Yes, that's it. Yes, both Russian and Serbsky are Cyrillic. Cyrillica
Mhm.
in their language, yes. Yeah.
Which is a interesting alphabet. So yeah, check that out. Get your multicultural credit right there, even just by reading the description. So
That's right. Tell your boss. Tell your
yeah,
employer.
tell your
You've
boss. Yeah,
satisfied all
right. Yeah.
DEI requirements just by listening to Douglas Dietrich.
Yeah. When you get
Reading
that
your
email,
shit.
like, oh, you got to take the training, and me like, you email back, say I'm exempt, and they'll say why, and say because I read the descriptions on every program Douglas Dietrich makes, and then you send them the link.
Yeah. And clear your desk beforehand.
Right. Yeah. At least have some boxes in your car, you know.
Because you might be living in it after that.
Yeah. Kidding, but do feel free to mention it to them. So there you go. Thinking that's about it.
Well, you did great. That was beautiful. We all love your dulcet tones. We've got good numbers. And now, of course, the burden's still on you. The ball's still in your court. I'm still trying to get my head together out of the clouds. I've got a lot of energy, but very little coherent thought. So I need you to buy us some time. Talk about interesting things in the world. Talk about interesting things in the world.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Hopefully
sometimes
we're joined by Holly. You were on with us for a second. Get your ass back on bandwidth. Yeah, Real Tech, you're fucking in the chat. Get your ass on bandwidth. Brendan Zogit, you entered a private comment. Get your ass on bandwidth. Everybody, come on, join here. Give Aristides someone to bounce off of. And, you know, or I could kind of go into a kind of proto-monologue, you know, for a bit of time. But,
well, there's time for that. Let me see what I might have, miscellaneous stuff I might have saved. Remember when, let's see. Oh, Trump was suing the government, right? The IRS.
This. Oh, yes, tell us about this.
Well, okay, so what he's saying, he's proposing, he's like, you know, because he's the most expert deal maker in the world.
Of course.
You know, he's saying we'll make a deal, we'll settle. He's like, you know, let me see. He's basically saying, look, we'll call it cool if you don't ever audit me again, I think is basically, you know, what he's involved in negotiations that may include ending future IRS audits of Trump and related entities. And he has, of which there are many. His family, business associates, you know, all the people, you know, betting, what are those sites?
Those future sites. They're like future sites. Except what do they call them? I forget what.
I forget. Where you can bet on it. Yeah, you can bet on, you know, the war happenings and all these things. You know
why Aristides and I don't remember? Because we have no money to bet on those.
Right. And we wouldn't even if we did.
That's right. True enough.
Yeah. Trump has let me see, $17 billion claim, billion against the federal government, which now virtually guarantees will never be audited. So I mean, you know, he's a shrewd businessman. Let's you know, absolutely, you know, no morals, but very, very, you know, it's like,
cunning on the level of a snake.
There you go. Right. Yeah, it's like, yeah, we'll sue you, and then we'll stop suing you if you just leave us alone.
Yeah,
and never audit. Right.
By the way, Douglas Marks in the chat. To acknowledge Douglas Marks, he says, "Hey, I got a question for you. Why do you think it's harder to love someone than to hate someone in general?" Well, simple answer to that, and I'll turn it over to Aristides before he gets back on, you know, domestic and international questions. A simple answer to that is it's a survival mechanism. The survival mechanism is that we have to hate easier than we love because we need to be able to responsively avoid or respond to someone who is hurting us. So if we feel we've been hurt in some way, psychologically or physically, the hate comes easy because it's in the old days, before social constraints forced us to simply take it and tolerate it and develop ulcers. we could easily move on or respond with violence. But that's the answer to that in a basic sense. With that, I turn it over to Aristides. Elucidate on that, please.
I think there is a sense to that. It is, just imagine if you loved easier than you hated, or you trusted easier than you were suspicious. That would probably lead you some bad places.
Yeah. I think we all know that from bitter experience. So
yeah, right. If you doubt us, and when you get those spam texts, just reply and be like, "Sure, I'm interested," and give them your bank account number. Let's see.
Don't do that.
No, right. Yeah, theoretically, to prove it as a thought exercise, imagine that. So let's move on. So there hasn't been so many of these lately that I've heard of, but apparently there was an explosion in Israel. But then there was some talk of if it was basically a on purpose thing, like they were, when they I don't know, exploding off things on purpose, like disposing of. I'm trying to look it up. As far as I know, there hasn't been any, missiles raining down lately, unfortunately. Let's see what the Jerusalem Post says. All right. Okay, so they're saying it was a coordinated test with a defense company, something. Maybe destroying a stockpile of surface-to-air missiles or something, which, I mean, that is legitimately sometimes when they want to dispose of, unwanted, obsolete, or questionable ordinances, they blow them up. You don't just throw them in a landfill, because then they might still blow up.
That's right.
Right.
Yeah. By the way, just for those of you who forget, Aristides is an engineer. He's not speaking casually. Okay. Right. So go on.
This is true. Yeah. So and they find, sometimes they find if you've ever lived near testing grounds or anything, you have signs and be like, oh, that looks like a nice place to hike, and there'll be signs that'll say, warning, unexploded ordnance, in the woods. They're like, oh, well, great. You find like 100-year-old bomb, and
talk about
little
a bad
birdie.
Sign.
Yeah.
Talk about a bad
sign.
Yeah,
little birdie will come down and land on it and just set it off,
Yes.
Yeah.
And fly away while you die. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Let's see. What else? That guy, there was, I don't know. I'm just kind of going reverse order of my kind of notes column here. There was a guy, he was working for ICE, Greg Bovino, basically a guy like Trump fired. Yeah, but like now he's saying, but basically he's like, apparently the guy making an allegation, like, because remember everybody was, some certain people, some types were, all excited to be like, all right, let the mass deportations begin. And it's like, I don't think there's any mass numbers of any, they might be, going and, being jerks to, a select amount of people, but there's no, quote unquote mass deportations. And apparently maybe this guy did want that, and he's saying Trump's failure has to do with his subservience to the Israel lobby. So maybe that's why he doesn't have a job anymore.
Well, he once flipped a Hitler salute too, so that put him on the map. That put him on the map. Why they got rid of him. So
right.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah. I would say I call him an asshole because he has a misunderstanding of National Socialism, and but nevertheless, we can say that even a stuck clock is right 2 times a day. So come on.
Sure, and that's the one thing you don't want to be, And we should touch back on that. Remember, I mentioned it to you. How everybody calls Trump a fascist, but that's not really true.
That's right. He's neo-Bolshevik. Thank you for reminding me of that.
Yeah, that is not in defense of Trump. That is in defense of decent fascists everywhere.
That's right. That's right.
Which does not include him.
Yeah, that's for fucking sure. Yeah, thank you.
Neo-Bolshevik. Yeah, we'll have to compare and contrast these philosophies, right? Anyway, moving on.
Thank you. We'll bookmark that. Bookmark that for.
Okay.
Thank you.
Have you heard of this California mayor, a Chinese woman who was maybe arrested, accused of acting as an illegal agent?
Interesting. Interesting.
No, you hadn't heard of it?
You say that again? You got glitched there for a second.
A mayor of some
Mayores.
a mayor somewhere in California was a Chinese woman, which not too surprising in itself, but apparently has been accused of being an agent for China.
Wow.
That's which which they've got people in all kind of positions over
of course
over here for sure, but apparently they're saying she's one of them. Now, of course, this is just an allegation. Well, we will let the justice system do its due diligence there.
Well, I do want to say right now, and I will attempt my best to go into this, if not tonight, then soon enough. But let's just get this out of the way. America has a serious Commu-Chinese spying problem. Yeah, and it bears addressing. Thank you for bringing that up. So I do want to just say that what you brought up is not taken casually. It's something that needs to be addressed on our show. Arcadia mayor, federally charged, acting as a legal agent of the People's Republic of China. There we are. Let me put a big bang on this. This is bang on. And again, this is just an allegation against her, as our man Aristides has been very appropriately qualified. But obviously this is an issue. And so by all means, dear Aristides, continue. And I'll do my best to try and, start off with that tonight, in a sense. Okay?
Okay. Okay. Here I am putting a picture to associate with that. It's just the image. I'm sure there's plenty of news links. If you searched her name, Eileen Wang.
Eileen Wang. Okay.
Yeah.
Very important.
Yeah.
And
but I don't know what kind of would you prefer The Guardian, LA Times, NPR? I'm sure you'll. I'm sure we'll, or I'll just put her name, and you can, find the link of your choice there.
Yes.
God damn, you got every page. Oh, turn. Oh wait, no, it's enable cookies, or it's paywalled, or it's. God damn the internet. Let me see. NPR. Bet you can click on that. There we go. All right.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I'll put that. Okay. NPR's even.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
And so our man Aristides is on the ball. You are on the ball.
I guess. All right. Move on there. Let's see. Well, some AI videos for fun. We can get to that later. Even beyond what I sent you before. Let's see. French aircraft carrier Charles de Gaulle.
Yeah, Charles de Gaulle. I just say Charles de Gaulle or Charles de Gaulle. Hey, Charles the Frankman.
Charles de Gaulle. Yeah, let's murder it on purpose.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, Charles de Gaulle. Anyway, the French aircraft carrier, along with its strike group, has departed Djibouti. I don't know what it was doing near the booty,
but just so you know, Djibouti was for years, decades, generations, a French département, literally a part of France. Like Alaska or Hawaii, it was not part of the mainland France, but many French holdings are not part of mainland France. So if anyone has a right to be there, it would be them. But continue, please.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and I'm looking that up on the map. Djibouti, how about that? So, has left there and crossed the Gulf of Aden. Did they call it Aden?
Yes,
Aden.
You're saying it perfectly. You're saying it fine. I would refer to it as Aden, but that's Douglas Dietrich for you.
Okay. Right. but the vowel, you know,
Yeah.
it's not Aiden, right?
Yeah. It's not Eden.
Yeah,
But
Aiden. All right. Yeah.
Aden's fine. Aden's fine. Yeah.
Aden. All right. So anyway, it is now operating in the Arabian Sea, where it is standing by in anticipation of a possible mission to restore freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz. So, so the French are finally, you know, after like what are you, like a month and a half in, like finally joining the fight, which, you know, good for them.
But
Wait a second.
I'm sorry, you're getting a little glitch there. They finally joined the fight, then they kind of glitched you. But so repeat what else you might have said after that.
I don't know. Plus, I have a fan going here. I don't know if that's somehow affecting
your fan's not. We're not hearing it.
But the phone will. It's like it's very good at canceling out background noise.
Good. Excellent. With Peter Moonster, that was, we heard that on going all the time. His fucking fan. You might remember that. It was all we heard.
Right, because he was using the computer, right?
Yes.
Which was just raw microphone straight in. Yeah. And you'd hear that sprinkler in the back and all this stuff. At least
the eternal sprinkler. He was drowned in his yard. Yeah.
Everything. Whereas the phones are good at taking out the background noise. I'm trying to look at the aircraft carrier. I'm assuming. Let me see. It's here. Flagship of the French Navy, the only nuclear-powered aircraft carrier ever built outside of the United States Navy.
That's right. No, that's right. For those of you who do not know, that fleets are very hard to make a comparison on, because everybody's nation has a different need for their naval services to adapt to whatever kind of power they're trying to project. The rest of the world has what would essentially be medium power fleets. That includes communist China, because communist China by no means has what we would define as a superpower fleet compared to America's. It's more like a super regional power fleet. But when it comes to high seas fleets, Japan and France are the only competitors with the United States. And for the longest period of time, if we were to use attack carriers, meaning carriers that can literally project power overseas for a strike off of someone's coast deep inland, the only navy to have that in the world was not the Greater Soviet Union, it was France. So that means the second most powerful navy, next to that of the United States, by that definition, has since World War II been France. So a lot of people are ignorant of that. That's because France is a lot bigger than it looks. It has a lot of overseas territories. So so back to Aristides.
Yeah, I remember I went looking for that because I remember there was in some in a chat area that I no longer go in. There used to be this French guy, and he was just awfully proud of that. He's like, we're the only ones besides you guys to have a nuclear powered aircraft carrier.
That's right, and that's because
we're with you guys. We're with the big guys. We're in the big leagues, right?
Right, and that's because. Continue. Finish your thought.
Yeah, no, that was it. But I remembered it because he would always, like, multiple times he brought it up.
Interesting, and the reason why was because de Gaulle, whom the carrier is named after, he was insistent that France be a third power. In other words, he didn't want France to be aligned with the capitalists or the communists. He felt that France should stand on its own as a international power. And so he considered France to be non-aligned. He actually pulled France out of NATO for a period of time. It was only after he died that France reintegrated into NATO. By the way, my father, my legal father, was always pissed off about that. But I was very sympathetic towards it myself later in life. But my father, he was always pissed off about that and thought that was so offensive. But I could understand where he was coming from as an American. But still, I could see where France was coming from as well. But back to Aristides now with that.
Okay. Well, that's really all I had for the French.
Cool.
At least so
Cool.
that was the end of the my note. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot more to them, but let's see. Japan's 30-year bond yield jumps to the highest level in history, which is significant because of their sort of position in international monetary markets, and I think their low rate bonds were instrumental in some form of stability in the past.
Wow. And
yeah.
that's an important observation. And what do you personally make of that?
Well, it means it's one of many things that you don't realize, but they're the underpinnings of these systems that when they start to become unglued, it can end up in big things.
By the way, I want you to know, before I get deep into the subject, in the Chinese community during the weekend, Eileen Wang was brought up while I was at the Estates, because she's in Southern California. And I do want you to know that Aristides being a decent guy, he was saying alleged spying. These are allegations against her. But I want you to know she's pleaded guilty. So just so you know, that's
yeah,
but
I didn't know that, but
yeah,
we will
I'll
update
elucidate
the vernacular.
Yeah.
All right, send her to the firing squad.
Yeah, spies do get shot. That's traditionally spies are executed. That was the universal way. Spies are not subject to international law. Yeah, it's a dangerous position to be in. But yeah, continue with what else comes to mind. You brought up the Japanese financial situation, but by all means, what else comes to your mind diplomatically? Oh yeah, but obviously I'll touch on this tonight. But what do you feel about the shenanigans of these idiot CEOs who accompanied Trump to China? Your own impression.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I think I posted the. I walked away from the
like a
computer
bunch of
for
emotional support dogs. Like a
Yeah.
bunch of emotional support dogs. You know what that
Yeah.
term? Do you know what that means? Emotional support dog, where they allow it into restaurants and stores and shit.
Of course. Sort of like that, and let's emotional support dogs, but in the financial sense, right?
Yeah.
It's like, which is all Trump. The only emotion that Trump probably has
Yeah.
is how to make another deal and get more money.
It's not even deals, because the other person at the receiving end gets nothing but a cock up the butt. I mean, these aren't deals. They're like, what would you call assaults? Financial assaults that he commits.
Well, that's his conception of a good deal.
Yeah. Thank you. You're right.
He gets to
basically rape.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. He gets money and you get screwed.
Yeah.
So I did see that. I will go back and look for that. Couple notable names. What's that?
Oh,
Are you there?
Yes. Oh, you can't hear me? Did I blank out?
No.
Oh.
No. It's just I walked. I walked outside for a minute, and
yeah, you alarmed me.
so I might have lost. Okay. No. Just trouble reaching the wireless.
Yes. And,
yeah, we'll go. I'll go look through the names there in a minute. Of who might have accompanied him, but and of course he had something.
It's all the big names. It's all the big names. It's basically everybody you know. Right. Yeah, but anyhow, continue. Yeah, you were about to say something before I interrupted your train of thought.
Not really, because I'm kind of hung and I want to go back and look at
understood
who they were in a moment. But there were, of course, and he had, he's got a way to describe everything of how it was a big win. He was like, but let's not forget that the virtual monopoly China has on certain rare earth and other. So let's not let's not think that doesn't play a factor
Yes.
in Trump and all these big money guys going over there. Because what do big money guys do? They get into tech, and what does tech need? Rare earth, right?
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Critical minerals. I prefer the term critical minerals
Yeah.
myself. I use the term rare earths a lot only because when I get into critical minerals, a lot of people tune out. From
Well, I think that would be a broader category. Critical, like there are only there's a technical definition of what a rare earth is. I think.
Excellent.
Only some of the critical minerals are considered rare earth. Let's probably put it that way.
Interesting. Thank you for that clarification. And if you can find out like a link to give me so I can have a more formal definition of that, I would appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. And,
I will look for that.
And in the interim, look up the names of the idiots who went with him. Obviously, Elon Musk, Jensen Huang, it's like it's just all the idiots. Okay, but I definitely want people to understand that our cyber assault. It was obviously deep state for technical reasons that I don't feel comfortable going into without Brendan Zogit here, because we obviously don't want to compromise our security any further. And but I do want people to know that the cyber assault was so extensive and so impacting that it could only have been deep state, whether it was Americans or Zionists, which is basically the same thing because the Zionists run America, or the Chi-Coms, or both. It's open for speculation, but it's definitely one of those two parties, or both acting in concert, were involved. And it's because the latest episodes I've really hit hard against Zion and the Chi-Coms, the Chinese communists. So there you have that. Maintain that in mind while we proceed again tonight to do the same.
You did have quite a good whole bit on the history there, Chinese nationalists versus the communists.
Yeah.
So I guess people should keep in mind that China is not just doesn't just mean communists. They just took control of mainland China. Right?
That's right. Thank you.
But they don't wholly represent Chinese people at all.
Thank you. Very well said. Very well said. Right. And I'll always remember that you have to think of it the way. See, this is the problem that Americans have, especially white Americans or Euro-Americans or European Americans, meaning Americans of European descent, basically white Americans. The biggest problem they have is that when they speak of Russians, they think of them as people because they're white in their minds. But when they think of Chinese, they think of them like a school of fish, like homogenous. But remember that, like in the days of the former Soviet Union, you used to imagine certain Russians in resistance who were part of American spy networks in Russia. Try and think of the fact that there are plenty of disaffected Chinese that would gladly act on America's behalf towards the dream of a free China or freedom from communized China. It's just their lives. You have no idea how miserable their lives are in communist China, and it's sad, so sad, it's indescribable. I'll try and look for the link I shared with Brendan earlier in the week privately of a Chinese man who was showing footage of Chinese people in China who were, you've heard the term debanked? They were desocialized. They were, prevented from having internet access just because they said something obtuse in metaphor about Xi Jinping. And that's how obsessive the surveillance state is. And they, they're going to die. They literally going to die. Yeah. It's like the mark of the beast. They can neither buy nor sell. It's just, so think of the Chinese people, many of them as victims. Think of all the people who manufacture your toys that you purchased from China over many generations that were so cheap Think of all of that was produced by Chinese people in concentration camps, labor camps, sentenced for their political dissidents. Mm. What was
Well,
that? Did you?
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know if you said something.
I mean, whether they are officially in a camp or not, I think, yeah, even the ones who just go to work on a normal day, their life is probably much like that.
Yeah, true enough. True enough. Yes, and
because of communism. Because
yes, yeah,
communism sucks.
yeah, because communism fucking sucks.
Fucking sucks.
Yeah. Oh,
But apparently, a lot of people think it's great. They're like,
yeah.
like, oh,
they don't get it. They don't fucking get it.
Yeah.
No, it's
it'd be like, fuck Trump, that fascist. Let's be communists, and then like, that's a trap,
it's the trap. That's the trap. And so in terms of let's take a look in the chat room here. We've got good numbers. We want to hold them. I'll be starting in on monologue soon enough, but in interim, again, we invite anybody on Team Dietrich to join us, so Aristides can have someone to bounce off of for a few moments while I just get my thoughts together. Aristides has been sending images. Let's take a look at some of these. Okay.
I've got the full list here of I'm back at the computer.
Yeah.
The Trump contingent. Of course, Musk. And let's see. We don't have to. Most of the names you will not readily recognize. Most people wouldn't. You might. Let's see. Let's look at the top list. Tim Cook from Apple. Most people probably don't even know.
Hey, this is a great meme. How did you find this? This is Chinese. This is Chinese. How did you find this?
It's probably it was posted somewhere. Someone had posted it along with some explanation of it, but not on a web link though. I don't have more like in a chat setting, but this is, I guess they're explaining who all's coming. Like, here's your Larry Fink, BlackRock. What a great guy.
You're fucking
wants
beautiful.
to. I think supposedly he wants to tokenize every asset on Earth on the blockchain. Sounds great, Larry. Sounds great. I'm sure the common man is going to benefit so much from
that. Can't imagine what could possibly go wrong.
What could go wrong, right? So that's BlackRock, and remember, there's Blackstone in addition to BlackRock.
All right. Are they
Schwartzman.
affiliates? Are they affiliates or what?
That's good question. Let's find out. They're separate financial titans with fundamentally different business models. Blackstone is the world's largest alternative asset manager, focusing on private equity and real estate, while BlackRock is the world's largest traditional asset manager, focusing on what's fundamentally different there. It's just like, besides private equity versus public equities, publicly traded versus privately owned. Oh, well, big difference. So yeah, so they both just vacuum up things. Really.
By the way, we are joined by Sammy Romero. Thank you so much for joining us, dear Sammy. Do wrap up your thoughts at the moment.
Okay. Well, let's just go over the rest here. We've got some banking big shots and aerospace big shots, I would say, along with some tech or communication. Somebody from Meta, Qualcomm. Visa, MasterCard, Citi, Boeing, GE Aerospace, Goldman Sachs, and a couple other companies who probably do similar things. So, yep, that's pretty big.
Damn. Yeah, they're as big as it gets. Yeah.
Imagine these guys having to do the job that they do, and now it's like, oh, you got to go over there and stand shoulder to shoulder with Trump. It's like the things people do for money.
Yeah, talk about prostitution.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's got to be, in the end, it's even more humiliating. Oh.
Almost like saying Doug's blurb. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Shows how desperate we are. Yes, we got to get the desperation vibe. Yes.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Right.
You do a good job. You do a good job.
Yeah. Thanks. Let's see. The CIA raided the office of the Director of National Intelligence, and specifically Tulsi Gabbard, and seized a truckload worth of boxes. Apparently, they're at odds because the DNI, wanted to release material pertaining to JFK assassination, MLK assassination, MK Ultra, and other projects, and the CIA apparently didn't like that. So they, probably because they'd be implicated in most of those, or so, what do you call them? Pulp fiction legends would suggest.
Yes. By the way, I am now putting a link. This is a rather kind of moderate link that it basically just gives us all a hint as to what the CEOs experienced, but it's just kind of stating some of the obvious in a fairly bland manner. So I'll get deeper into it to analyze it for people so that they get the deeper punchline that nobody's saying directly what went down with this, but it's basically how they don't have much to show for their visit. It's basically saying, but continue, Aristides.
For whose visit?
This rogues gallery, this entire rogues gallery that you're identifying.
Yeah. They didn't have much to show. Huh?
Yeah.
What does that mean? They went and groveled at the feet of Xi Jinping and didn't get all what they wanted.
That's for fucking sure. Yes. Yes, that's right. Essentially, yes.
He probably laughed at him.
Yeah.
He is very he does have a very kind of, I don't know what he actually said. I don't look up any translation of what he says. Not much, you know what I mean? He's just like
Well, he's so he's so utterly blasé.
I know, right? It's kind of like opposite of Trump. Trump gets up there and he's like blah blah every other day, just yakking some stupid shit, and then he's like sending pages long of these breakup texts, breakup grade messages on his stupid truth thing. And for all that, Xi probably just says about 3 words. Be like, no, ha ha ha.
Yeah. He's cobwebs. It's cobwebs. That's all you get out of him. Yeah, a mouthful of cobwebs. But but by the way, I do have to ask this, dear Sammy. How much time are we gifted with you tonight? Your presence. How long can you maintain with us? We do want to ask how you're doing as well, personally.
About 30 minutes.
Okay.
About 30 minutes.
Okay. So
about a little 30 minutes,
So definitely join us actively right now.
Yes.
I want to ask you, how are things going down in Los Angeles? I do know that for whatever reason, tourism, well, we know why. I mean, for one thing, all the services are gone with all the people that they have mass arrested in Los Angeles. There's really no one to provide any services, so tourism has gone way down. There's nothing to visit. So consequently, tourism has increased in the greater San Francisco Bay Area metroplex. But that's a tragedy that it had to happen that way. But what else can you update us on, in general, about everything?
Well, one of the things that's impacted me personally was yesterday, or maybe the day prior to that. I believe it was on Friday, if I'm not mistaken. Could be wrong.
Okay.
Friday or Thursday.
Okay.
DACA. The DACA, the Dreamers are, they're next in the sense of they're pretty much cutting down their protection to get taxed and create, to work,
That's right.
They have made it harder for them to feel protected under that program. So they're pretty much are not safe anymore.
Jesus
The
Christ.
DACA recipients. So these are people that get taxed and pay taxes to this welfare state that we live in,
Yeah.
and really don't get no benefits besides getting taxed and somehow being legal, but not being legal. So they're in that gray zone.
That's right.
Well, you're kind of allowed, but you don't really get pretty much taxation without representation.
Yes.
Is pretty much the deal.
That's so fucking sad. That's awful.
Yeah. So
then again, that's it's to a greater degree than all of us, but all of us essentially suffer that. But go
well, I mean, let's keep it real. You say there's billionaires going with Trump. They're not billionaires, they're losers.
Yeah, thank you.
If I was, I hope Sugar Daddy didn't go. Okay, I would roast him.
No.
That's a different story.
No.
I was going to ask you that, but whatever.
Thank you for asking. I'm glad you clarified that. No, he did not. Yeah.
Oh, good. Then he's not a loser.
Thank you.
My point is, if I'm a billionaire, why would I want to attach myself to a moron like Donald Trump?
Thank you.
This lets you know the people we recognize as billionaires are losers. And someone asked, what do you mean they're billionaires? No, they're only billionaires on paper. Okay.
Yes.
Their problems really have to do with how can I keep my money? How can I keep this illusion of this wealth that I have that really doesn't exist because we're fucked. Yeah. In my opinion, no actual billionaire wants to go to China and, smell Xi Jinping's farts.
Yes, okay. Thank you.
Okay. No, like you're a billionaire. What are you doing in China? Like, are you going to? You might as well go to, go party. Go to, what is the Asian Vegas version of? What's Asia's? Mindanao? Is it Mindanao?
No. Macau.
Macau. There you go. I'm sorry. A lot of the Taiwanese pilots from Cathay Pacific used to brag and shit about them. At least the cool ones.
Interesting.
Yeah. Go figure, right? No, well, to be honest with you, they're the only ones with personality. Like they weren't robotic, like most of them I ran into.
That's right.
By the way, this is before my Pinoys came in and pretty much were the slave labor. Yeah, so this is prior to late 2019, but believe it or not, I was surprised a lot of them had British accents, but then again, I didn't know that Cathay Pacific was actually
Hong Kong,
some European nation.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, obviously with the whole Hong Kong BS and all that. Anyways, sorry, I'm going off track, but anyways, see, I totally forgot. But anyways, if I'm a billionaire, I would not want to go to. What am I doing in China? Like,
thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you.
That's what makes it comedic. Like, in fact, I would have told any press, like, please don't mention me that I'm here, please.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, it's almost an embarrassment.
It's not cool.
Seriously.
I'm next to Trump's idiot kids. Like, what am I doing here? Like, I'm a billionaire. I should be exploiting, something. But besides being here, like there's so much things to do. What am I doing here, right? I'm supposed to be making more billions. That lets you know they're not making billions.
Thank you.
Tim Cook is not making billions. Elon Musk is not making billions. They're making billions in the sense of our illusion as far as a country. No, they're looking there because they see the asteroid that's coming.
Thank you.
That is the midterms. Okay.
Yes.
What a lot of those companies did is they have to get their tongue out of Trump's ass now, and they have to go to Xi Jinping and stick their tongue in his ass because they're seeing the result of who they put in place. And keep in mind, none of this ever right now is being investigated because of what's going on in this administration. They have literally fired anybody that competent when it comes to law enforcement regarding quote unquote corruption.
Thank you.
So none of this has been unsealed, including Elon Musk with Doge. None of that has been unsealed yet. By the way, there's still pending charges with Trump with January 6th.
Yes.
Okay, that's still in the back burner.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank God.
But my point is, all this is really them begging Xi Jinping to throw us a bone.
Yes.
Help us out.
Yeah.
That's all it is. And because that lets you know the state that we're in right now economically, where these so-called billionaires have to literally drag themselves to China to apologize for this moron who doesn't get it, that you cannot say statements like, I don't care about the American people and their finances. We know that, asshole. You don't gotta say it. It's like, honestly, I put it in this way, okay? If you go to a strip club, I don't want a stripper telling me, hey, you're ugly. No, lie to me. Lie to me. Like, can you lie to me? Like, just lie. Or just don't say anything. This is how terrible this guy is. It's mind-boggling. Like, literally, Fox News literally was groveling to him, trying to make up like, oh, you didn't mean that. No, he tripled down.
Yes.
And they're looking at him like, we're literally trying to throw you a bone that you didn't mean it in that context. You said, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That whole spin doctrine. And no, this moron, because of his frontal lobe shrinking, realize you can't say that. Americans, we're very stupid as a nation. We don't really care. Just don't verbalize it to us. At least, the majority of people that are not brain dead and making excuses like, oh, well, we'll pay. We're hurting for the short term and we'll reap the benefits the long term. No, we're beyond that. Okay. The fact that these idiots, when these so-called billionaires went on a plane to China with Trump, lets you know we're not doing good.
That's for
We're
sure.
really not.
No.
Like, you gotta think about this. I'm a billionaire. Why am I with Donald Trump? Why? Well, it's because I put this asshole in place and he's costing me money.
Yeah.
And I guarantee you anything, because really Trump only does pander to the people that pay him.
That's right.
He doesn't really like these assholes, but they pay him. So he had to tell them, look, come with me and you can suck him off and see what he gives you. Like a good whore.
Yes.
That's all it is. That really all it is, okay? You got Pete Hegseth there looking like a moron, scared because he hasn't been around so many Asians.
In his life,
thinks
he thinks he'll eat him.
He probably never even... Exactly. The only Asian he knows maybe at a laundromat, and that's maybe because he got stranded somewhere. I don't know. Like, do you see their faces, how awkward they are?
Yes.
Where these Euro trash rejects, these Euro rejects that are uncivilized couldn't believe they're in China. Oh my God, they're not Chinese. These Chinese can actually do something. They actually have culture.
Yeah.
My Euro trash whiteness doesn't work here. Oh my God, this doesn't feel right. Let's leave.
Oh.
You understand the culture shock these morons were in? Even Donald Trump trying to peek at Xi Jinping, like this fucking asshole actually can read Mandarin Chinese. You can't read his fucking notes, you idiot.
Oh.
Do you understand how dumb that looks? What is he gonna do? If any of his aides actually help him, like, hey, sir, I can read Mandarin. Maybe I should take a peek. And I guarantee you Xi Jinping left it there on purpose because he knew he was going to try to look, and like a dumbass 81-year-old toddler that he is, or how the fuck he is, he couldn't read it. What's the point? Xi Jinping could literally took a wet shit and smeared it on that paper, and it would have been the same thing. It probably would have been more legible to him.
Oh, yes.
Sorry, I don't mean to, you know, roast our federal government, but come on, man. Like, look out for Trump. Don't make him look that much of a moron. Like, where's his goons at? Like, you get what I'm saying? My point is,
Minders.
he doesn't have
Minders. Yeah. He needs minders.
he doesn't have no situ awareness. His handlers don't have no they have no awareness in the sense of their backwards, inbred, Euro trash ideology.
Yes.
There's nobody of culture there to say, look, do this, do that. No, they have Pete Hegseth, who is a moron. By the way, I don't know if you're familiar with Spencer Pratt, okay, who's trying to run for mayor for Los Angeles. Okay, I'm kind of torn because obviously, you know, the current mayor is a Scientologist, which, you know, whatever. I mean, I can't talk shit. I mean, I grew up evangelical, so you know, pick your poison, right?
Touche.
You know,
That's beautiful. That's beautiful.
I mean, like, hey, you know, God's still working with me. I'm not perfect either, right?
Yes.
But at least Karen Bass. My point with Karen Bass is Karen Bass at least knows her part. That she gives me comfort in. She looks competent, even though, you know, I don't know. They brainwash her brain every midnight. I don't know what they do. They probably kidnapped her. But at least she played. That's my point. Symbolically, it calms the public, and she plays a part. That's my point to your listeners right now. We don't have that. Okay, we don't have no culture. Our culture literally is lies. We need a good liar.
Yes.
We don't have that.
Yes.
Look, to the point of, you know, Jelly Bean, Ronald Reagan played his bean. He ate his jelly beans, talked to his psychic, had a keynote on speed dial.
Yes.
Who else? I don't know. The Earth's First Earth Battalion had he probably was a member. I don't know. My point is, he kept it cool. He knew to eat his jelly beans, shut the hell up, and let Bush run the show.
Yes.
You
Yes.
know?
Yeah. Yeah. Seriously.
You know,
yeah.
It is what it is. My point is, even with the whole Iran Contra scandal, he knew how to play it. It was a CIA. They went through the CIA, did the little killing, raping, the classic hits, right?
But by the way, I'm going to do a screen share. I want to show you this right now. Can you see the screen share? Can you see the cursor moving around?
Yeah, but I see. Is that you or Morticia Adams? Who is
that? This is this Arab descendant, Levantine descendant girl who the other day was talking about a keynote, and I brought up to everyone on the Infinite Call. I said, another person talking about a keynote. Everybody's bringing them up these days, but nobody is bringing up my name. And so this was the girl who was talking about a keynote, saying we need to talk about a keynote. And the thing I noticed was, just like the other individual who was talking about a keynote had an alien in the Buddha position, she has a dog in the Buddha position. What is it with all these MK Ultra program A's?
They're trolling you.
Yeah.
What they are is they're trolling you. I don't mean to interrupt you, but they're trolling you. Okay.
Thank you.
They're trolling you. One of the reasons why they're trolling you, because that's all they can do.
Thank you. Thank you.
Like, your name rings out, and this is just the reality. Okay.
Thank you.
Your name rings out, even to the point, to be honest with you, you know, even going to the Chi-Coms. Don't a lot of stuff, you know, you should really not be surprised. And I'm not trying to boost your ego. It's not. It's just there's too many coincidences when it comes to you. Okay.
Thank you.
I'll put it this way, okay. I'm going through my stuff right now, but there's a lot of things that I found out why certain professions. I know somebody who's a very technical maintenance man. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And I'll and this is just the PG version. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll talk to you about it later.
Understood.
But the reason why this man got his education in being a great maintenance man is the wrong way. Dealing with the worst of the worst in society.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And my point to you is, you got tutelage and you were pretty much a pupil of somebody who obviously showed you these types of occult knowledge,
Yes.
but it was your introduction to theology, obviously
Yes.
the wrong way, but in a lot of ways too. There's a reason why you were able to have that knowledge, because you were already taught by your mother.
Yes.
And don't think Colonel Kino did not know that. He knew that.
Yeah.
He knew that, and this is something he can use to his advantage, because he, even as a POS that he was, he also knew the future is culture.
Yes.
And the future is people of color.
Yes.
Because that's just the reality. When you see our society the way it's designed, when I saw Pete Hegseth, all these oh my God, I wish I was a communist soldier.
Yes.
I could have literally
machine gunned them all.
No. I'm sorry. This is just me as GAINST, okay?
Yes.
I wanted to get Marco Rubio and give him a wedgie. Okay. To me, he's the most pathetic one of all of them, because I know, it's almost like an empty suit.
He's the one Trump wants to be president, is what it looks like, is heir apparent. But continue. Yeah, the worst of the honorary white. The honorary white man.
That's the point. He's not.
Yes.
He's not. It's like it's not even you're a counterfeit, because all of them are counterfeits. Yes. It's just, you're a counterfeit. They don't like you. By the way, the fact that they sent Jared Kushner to negotiate with the juice boxes. I love all the juice. I love all the flavors, by the way. That lets you know, okay.
Yeah, by the way, that's like Insane Clown Posse with its Fago promotion.
Well,
Fago.
It is what it is, but hey. And
all the colors, neon colors of industrial effluvia. Yes, go on.
There you go. But my point is, he's somebody that I just look at and I'm disgusted by him. I really am. It's not that. It's just I know he knows that he is pretty much a loser. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Obviously, we have Congress now petitioning, them being able to move stocks and trades. I don't know if you know that. I'm sure you heard about that, where Mike Johnson pretty much was saying, "Oh, please we need a raise. We only make $200K and only work 80 days out of the year, but we get a full pension and we have everything paid, but we need more money, right?" God forbid,
how fucking offensive. Yes.
My point is, it's starting to look like, we're a welfare state, okay?
Yes.
Our elected officials, and this is Mike Johnson, who is the Speaker of the House. Mm-hmm. He really does think, and I'm not saying Americans are stupid. Obviously we are. It's more of, it's more of the audacity that it's pretty much telling me that it's getting there to the end, is my point. Yes. Okay. Yeah. The fact that Donald Trump is having the IRS write him a check for his tax evasion and all the things that he's done, yes, that lets you know, this is just what we know. I got my bosses. Give me 1 second. Okay?
No worries. Daddy duties call. With that, so dear Aristides, who else stands out on the Rogues Gallery to you? I'd like to hear further comments. You're quite witty about them, and your quips are gold. So if you've got a few other observations on something.
Thank you. I don't know. I didn't have any huge observations beyond that. Let me see. Looking at it again. Yeah. Let's see. Of course, Musk is the big guy, but
he's big as turd. Yeah, he's the turd in the punch bowl. But
all these other ones are not a cult of personality like him.
Yes,
They're
that's
just,
true. They don't have the personality cultic.
yeah,
They have zero.
yeah,
Not that he has charisma,
yeah,
mind you, at
right,
all.
right,
But they
Okay, I'm
have.
back. I'm back. I'm back.
yeah,
Okay, cool.
yeah.
Now that you're back, yeah, get back into it.
Mhm,
Yeah, slam them. I
mhm.
mean, consider this to be therapeutic. Everybody on Team Dietrich, this is kind of
Well,
like half a therapy
it's not.
session. Yeah,
Well, I guess, but it's like
yeah.
it's the stuff that I see, and this is half the stuff I see. Okay, I'm not mostly tied into it. It's mostly, and it may sound like it, but it's almost like just hurry up. I can't wait till November gets here because it's gonna be a shit show. Okay, he's gonna pull in a stunt. I don't know if he's gonna drop a nuke, probably some type of emergency where he's gonna declare martial law, and we'll see. We're gonna see how fucked up this country really is. How useless we really are when it comes to our system. How it pretty much is balanced on a razor thin of pretty much disintegrating sanity. Okay.
Yes.
Like you said last mission, if Doritos don't get delivered to our Walmarts, we go insane.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
We're not that mentally strong when it comes to us not having without. It's just the problem is we're riding on so much debt that eventually, how much in the red can we survive? And that's another thing that's crazy. That's mind-boggling.
Yes. Yeah.
But like I said, it's going to be very interesting in the sense of how bad things are going to get, because eventually they're going to have to do something,
Yes.
and unfortunately, is it really going to matter? Probably not.
Mhm. Yeah.
Kind of me explaining, but if you want to bounce off and please let me know what you think.
Well, I think that what you've said is invaluable and valid, and I certainly appreciate it. And we all need to hear this, and we need to hear it stated the way Sammy Romero stated it emotionally, because it impacts us all, and it's something that leaves us all. We're going to be going through hell, and because we're going to be going through hell, we deserve to know why. By the way, Real Tech Geek has showed up in the chat room and says Walmart got some really fantastic clearance deals on electronics, really crazy pricey sometimes. Got to go to one. Well, I'm glad he's finding a silver lining in the clouds.
Well,
Yeah,
do you mind if I
please.
interrupt you?
Please.
Real Tech, send Doug his money, okay?
Thank
Send
you.
Doug his money. Okay?
Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Now, in all fairness, I do want people to know that Real Tech's advice to ask for a discount from the Bluehost, was helpful. But I still would look forward to a contribution. It would help at a time like this. I really do.
Yes, and I have 2 kids, so I mean, come on.
Yeah, that's
Come on.
right. And he contributed.
I got dependents.
Yes, and Sammy
I got
contributed
dependents, so
100. Even
hey,
with, even with the family. Thank you. Yeah, and
but
so
Hey, y'all.
yes, welcome
hey,
aboard.
how's it
Hom.
going?
Yes, say hi.
Good
to
enough.
Yes. So, dear Hom.
Well enough. Sammy, that was wonderful. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Inspiring, really.
It was.
Inspiring.
It was.
But on the dark side, I was going to say these already built and so much more on the plans and states eager to erect them for the money are these. Now, Douglas, one of the smartest things you ever said, funniest I meant to say, was the FEMA camps, they won't be for you. Remember that?
Yeah.
That was brilliant, man. But these might be.
Yes.
These ones might be.
Yes.
And they're already stuffing them faster than they can build them.
Yes.
With anybody that isn't, MAGA, pretty much.
Yeah.
Not as much white, certainly.
Mm-hmm.
But they're stuffing them, and they want to build more capacity. That thing they got going in Utah,
Mm-hmm.
oh my Lord,
Mm-hmm.
it's the size of like, I don't know how many acres and acres and acres of cages.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that's something to remember going forward, Sammy, for the big splashes to come before this election. The whole gerrymandering
Yeah.
thing's no joke either.
Oh,
But
no.
they've been so
Well,
ham-fisted about
yeah.
that, but they're getting it done. Because
Yes.
you leave it to the
Well,
states, you get barbarism, in my view.
Yeah.
I
no, you
myself
make a
like the
great
federal
point.
government.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, they're just got, you know, never mind the corruption. God, I'm starting to babble because I'm as frustrated as you are.
Mhm.
And we haven't even broached the subject of Cuba yet tonight.
And so
And that one,
so
oh
so
my
get into it.
God.
Dig into it. What
It's
about?
about to be our Palestine.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
First, they're starving them out. And all my life,
Mhm.
we have had our boot on their neck with sanctions and what have you.
Mhm.
And now he's going full Netanyahu. They're gearing up. He's got to get a cheap win because he's crawling out of Iran sooner or later.
Mhm.
And, you know, Cuba's like so stomped the little island.
Mhm. Mhm.
You can't lose that one.
Mhm. Right. And
So it's
true.
heartbreaking.
True.
Just now, they don't let anything in.
Mhm.
Anything you get shot out of
Mhm.
fuel,
Mhm.
medicine, food. It's desperate.
Yeah.
And they just can't wait to get rolling as soon as they get a few more tanks made or something. Maybe they'll do it from offshore. Maybe they'll do it from offshore or something. I don't know. But I think they want to lawnmower that place
Yeah. Yeah. It's
because it's a big financial gold mine, you know.
Mhm. Mhm.
And everybody seems to prefer capitalists that hate government
Yeah.
over actual people that believe in government
Right. Mhm.
as a basic human fucking need.
Yes.
Right after air, food, and water, you got to get along with your neighbor.
Of course.
So what the hell?
Mhm.
But yeah, it's terrifying the conditions there now.
Mhm.
And there's no end in sight. I mean, there ain't no aid flotillas, nothing.
Mhm.
They just shoot your little boat out of the water.
Mhm.
So pray for Cuba.
Mhm. Yeah. And well, for the people. For the people.
Yeah.
Sammy's saying great points, Holly.
And the
Kiefer.
island, you
Yeah.
know.
Yeah. Yeah. And so
You know, they may start spraying poison anytime.
yeah.
They want to napalm it, I swear to God.
Now, Sammy says at least the Cuban people are used to doing without, but tell them, our
Oh,
listeners, that it's not
oh.
much worse. That really the Cuban people have no access
Yeah, then
to
take all
anything.
that away.
Yeah, they took all that.
Take all that away.
Yeah.
You can't get wire to fix the fucking electrical system. And they've had like 2 horrific hurricanes
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
in the past 5 years, I'm talking.
Yeah.
Well,
And
I mean,
something else
Let
horrible
Sammy
happened.
let Sammy respond before you tell us. Keep that, bookmark that thought about something else horrible happened. But Sammy, you were going to say?
my only point is with the Cubans, they're not as mentally fragile as us.
True.
No.
If Walmart does not, literally is not stocked, or the NFL does not function like football, if we don't have pro football, we go crazy. So can you imagine?
Sammy, I'm telling you,
Yeah.
it's beyond. I mean, they know they are tough. That's why they suffer so much more. And to make
Right.
them actually suffer is horrific.
Of course it is.
Horrific.
I just think our meltdown and our downfall is going to be worse because, I mean,
Oh,
I'll put it this way: with this virus that's in our doorstep that hasn't spread as it will this fall or near, people are not going to want to quarantine. Okay. And it's very interesting that all this is happening, but that virus that's on those boats hasn't done his magic yet, And I don't want to get
Junta
into
virus.
that because
Junta virus on pleasure cruisers.
there you go.
Yeah.
Right.
Full of retirees.
Right. I mean, go figure, right? And I don't want to, take Holly's time. My point is, there's a lot
No,
of
I want to hear
asteroids
you.
that are, there's a lot of asteroids that are coming our way, in the sense of a lot of problems that we're going to face. If you inject that biological weapon that's headed towards us even more, people are not going to quarantine this time around.
Right.
People are not going to care as far as cleanliness. So, you add that into the bag of jelly beans. What more can I say, right? But go ahead, Ollie.
Yeah.
No, it's just a wrap up on the Cuba thing.
Please.
COVID was another bad thing because that killed the tourist industry where it was thriving. So that was on top of the 2 hurricanes and decades and decades of not getting basic supplies, but beyond now. I mean, they're quarantined. And a place like Cuba's got to import a lot of stuff, like fuel. So
yes, that's true. It's an island.
It's really something.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
Get the Palestinian levels on one step from it.
And so with all of that in mind, just to kind of let everybody know, I want people who are listening right now to know how much we appreciate you all. I'm going to dive into monologue very soon, and I want everybody to stay online and participate. Just interject. You don't need to segue yourself in with any grace. Just jump right in. Real Tech Geek says, yes, I will soon make a contribution. They'll probably have to send like Sammy through Cash App. My PayPal is messed up right now. Well, as our dear friend Aristides has explained, how is that handled, Aristides? Like you said, they're all interconnected now. Cash App and PayPal probably are, what would you say, compatible? But do let us know, Aristides.
I don't think Cash App is connected. It's PayPal and
Okay.
Venmo are connected.
There we are.
Cash App is its own thing.
Mhm.
So probably have to just kind of get that through someone else, kind of relay that or something.
Yeah. Okay. And or a money order, Real Tech.
Yeah.
Just send it in an envelope. Nice little money order. That'll be appreciated. Just I'm asking because I definitely need the money these days. This is like funny you say that. I'm having Chinese food right now. And he says, yeah. Well, as Brendan brought up, Jensen Huang made himself look like a fucking idiot trying to orgasm over street food in communist China, which I'm sure is good, but he was, basically cosplaying.
Have you ever had bird's nest soup, Douglas?
Yes, and I love it. I love it. I love
You do?
snake soup. Yes, I love it all. Why don't you? I mean, come on. No.
I haven't had it. I
Oh.
wondered.
Oh, yes.
I've had snake,
Yeah,
but I
okay.
haven't had bird's nest soup.
Well, I love it all. No, I love it
Okay.
all. And
Any description of it? Kind of woody and salty and
well, I always thought of it as very heavenly. I just thought of it as just
okay.
I don't know how
An
to describe
elixir.
it really. Yeah, an elixir.
Okay.
And so
That's
but
fine.
what yeah, anything else that comes to your mind? By all means. Yeah, money order. Damn,
No, I was
man,
fine rolling with.
have to find Western
I
Union.
just was fine rolling with Sammy, but
Yeah.
I figured I'd jump in
Yeah, by the way, so
about
Real Tech says money
the
order.
camps.
Understood. Thank you about that. Actually, because what Aristides brought up earlier was, it doesn't seem like there's been a mass exodus, but believe it or not, some communities have been wiped
I
out.
contend that.
And yeah, some communities have been wiped out and basically encamped. In other words, they're in mass detention. So do provide us with more details about that for our listeners, by all means. Yeah.
Yeah, because I thought I saw figures like approaching 500,000
No.
of deportees, and that may include self-deportees, but it was an enormous number.
Mhm.
And how many are in prison? in like cages
But it's hard for us to
because
notice.
they're all
It's understandable.
temporary.
It's understandable what Aristides said, because your average community doesn't see it. See, they're not like in
No, nope,
Aristides is in,
nope.
He's in Delaware. So he's not going to see the action. He's not going to
And
feel
their
the
ag
action.
is different, and
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's different for sure.
Yeah, but
But
for
yeah,
us here in California, so do explain to people some of the dynamics here. By all means, please. We got great numbers. Take advantage of them. Tell people. about
well,
this.
just that there actually are significant numbers, and I can't quote them.
Mhm.
And I will look it up, and we'll compare figures
Okay.
next time. But I thought it was pretty damn huge.
Yeah. Well, it
I don't even
is.
remember the number now. But I
is.
know it was 6 figures
But
up.
for those of you who ever wonder how the Jewish population could be interned in the Third Reich and the Germans didn't know, look at yourself today in America. And huge numbers are being interned and massively deported. But you don't know. And we've got no excuse. We've got instant communications at light speed.
Yeah, man. And something like that could never happen again,
Yeah.
especially not here.
Yeah. Oh, that's so offensive. Oh.
And that was the word the kids got.
That
was it. Wasn't that crazy?
Yes.
In the span of my 50 years of, being aware, well, more if you count childhood,
Yeah.
which was when it started,
Yeah.
60 years of cognizance, that was exactly the message.
Yes.
They went crazy. That'll never happen again.
That's right. Even though
And
they
here
had
we are.
mass internment that the Supreme Court rendered legal generations after the fact, saying that constitutionally the government has a right to mass intern people, which has led to what they're doing today. All of this is rendered constitutional by the Japanese precedent, along with Germans and Italians mass interned in World War II. And now they're targeting other groups, and eventually, yes, they'll come for you. By the way, what exactly did I say about the FEMA camps weren't for you or me or?
No, they're for
Yeah.
whatever security forces are given rulership, over us, the public. They'll be for, whatever new acronym they come up, it'll be for the people that get to survive. Kind of thing. And the order bringers, the enforcers.
Yeah.
Those will be for the enforcers. And the ones, the bankers and whatever. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Not you lot.
Yeah. You lot aren't worth it. Yes, there we are. You lot aren't worth it. Yes. So that's turned around. Continue.
No.
Please. Yeah.
Oh, you'll be. There was something in it. Slipped my mind with that, but it was really important. Shit. Let's keep. What were we talking about? It was on the tip of your tongue.
So we were talking about with Sammy, Cuba in particular, the isolation of the
island.
Closer. Yeah, but closer
just
to
like a sentence ago.
Yeah, a sentence ago, we were talking about the FEMA camps. We were talking about the numbers of deportees. Yeah. We were talking about.
Oh yeah. Okay, okay. Give me a minute. It'll come back.
Yeah.
Oh God. Yeah, this is off topic, but nobody that hasn't voted for Democrats is going to vote for Democrats.
Say that again. Say that again, because that sentence bears repeating. That sentence bears
just
repeating.
Because people are just because whatever percentage of MAGA actually does get pissed off at Trump, they're not going to go vote for fucking a Democrat.
Okay.
So they're gonna find something worse or slicker or something, whoever they run. And that leads me to thinking now, if the presidential election was tomorrow and it was Newsom against Tucker,
they're glitching you, honey,
that
because you got to repeat yourself or get into a
Sorry.
better cell area because they're glitching the fuck out of you.
well, let's see, because it was fine till now, right?
Yes, that's right. Till now. Yeah.
Okay. If the presidential election was tomorrow between Newsom and horrible Tucker Carlson, Tucker Carlson would wipe the floor with Newsom. So I'm having less and less faith in these elections
Okay.
because I don't know that the Democrats, unless they let some new blood up there, are ever going to get traction against the corporate wall and the crazy people
Okay.
that want more order and more repression.
Okay. Yeah. You're
you
talking about
know.
even more extreme. You're saying that the MAGA bloc will simply go more extreme, rather than vote for Democrats.
Most definitely. Now, the other thing I heard was that
Yeah.
even before the assassination, there were 30% more
The assassination. You
self-described
have to
groypers.
clarify that. What assassination?
I know, but you'll understand once I finish the sentence. I didn't
Okay.
want to
Okay.
for, reasons.
All right.
But before the assassination,
Uh-huh.
there were already 30% more self-professed groypers than turning points.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So those massive numbers are turning points, but that was pretty tighty-whitey. Fuentes and the groypers are way beyond them in numbers.
Okay. Yeah.
Which is another example, of I'm afraid of what's to come in that regard. Because those guys, oh my God, well, they're all just crazy, but those Fuentes guys, those Proud Boys, it's like a huge, we're talking millions.
Okay. But
And so it's something to keep in mind.
well, I've said this before, and
Is this not making sense?
Well, you
Yeah.
have to
Am I
explain to
making
our
sense?
listeners. Not
Explain to
every
our
listener is as politically sophisticated as yourself, so you have to explain to our listeners who the groypers are, who Nicholas Fuentes is, so that they have
This
an
one,
understanding of this
Proud
extremist.
Boys.
Yeah. He's
These
in
are
other
the
words,
Proud Boys.
for those of you who do not know, Nick Fuentes is a piece of shit who just is extraordinary. He's sponsored by the deep state. And he's like
He lives alone in an apartment.
He lives
And
in
he
his mother's
sleeps all
fucking
day.
basement. He lives in his mother's fucking
No, he
basement.
has his own little dark
No.
apartment
I
with
just
the shades
don't
all
try
drawn.
and dignify him. Don't try and dignify him.
All
His mother
right,
pays for
but
that.
it gets.
His
I'm just
mother
getting
pays
started.
for that. It's based. But go on. Yeah. So keep going.
I'm not
keep going.
surprised.
Yeah.
But he sleeps all day.
Yeah.
And he's on air all night,
Yes.
every night.
Yes.
All night, every night. For years.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what they do.
Yeah.
So, great guy.
Yeah.
But millions. He's they practically worship the guy. I don't get it.
Well, there's nothing to get.
But
He's
that's
sponsored by the deep state,
going
so
on.
he gets a lot of coverage. That's all it takes.
It's going on.
Yeah, and he's sponsored as a foil. He's like what the Soviets called the official dissident. In other words, he's the official dissident. This is America's version of that.
That's interesting. Yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
There was some story about before the popes, there was Bishop Silvestri or somebody did that with Muhammad. And appointed Islam as the official foe of the Catholic Church. But that's what I've heard.
Yeah,
official foe. That is plausible, certainly. But my other fear is that this is how dark half of this country is.
Yeah.
how
Yeah.
really bloodthirsty.
Yeah, well, I mean, that should be
Ah,
obvious. I mean, that's just a given. I mean, there's a reason they're buying all those guns. So
yeah.
this, of course, is all very pessimistic. What is
Mm,
what's your hope? Is there any hope
oh
in at the way you're
man,
seeing
that
it? The way
there's like 85% people that won't have it. That'll
Mm.
put their foot down
Uh,
and marginalize these people once and for all. That's the dream.
hmm Yeah, these
You know,
extremists. You mean these extremists?
yeah, yeah, in their millions.
Mm-hmm.
And when you scale it up,
Mhm.
it's pretty damn intimidating.
No.
But that some kind of, I don't know, but
Yeah.
some kind of miracle. There's been,
Well, it's called
what was
civil
the
war. When it's
Louisiana
going to
thing
come
went
down to
bad?
civil war. Yeah, but what were you going to say about Louisiana?
Yeah,
Yeah,
and I just, the bloodthirstiest side wins
Mm-hmm.
in
No,
something
I
like
mean
that. So that's not going to
it's
play well for slobs like me.
yeah, it's well, let's put it this way. It's not the bloodthirstiest side that wins. Rather, it's the most competent side that wins. And America was the most bloodthirsty belligerent in World War II, but it lost.
I hear that, but when you put it all on America, it's like if the military and all, and
The
there is
military
some
isn't
degree of
worth a fucking
training.
shit. The
I
military isn't worth a
understand that.
shit.
I understand that. But these are people with body memories of mowing people down
Yeah,
and
yeah.
crossing that divide for schmucks
Look
like
at the
me.
physical shape they're in. Look at the you're in better physical shape than Nick
These
Fuentes.
days,
Yeah.
yeah, no shit. They spend time. They're all gym rats.
That's well, these fuckers aren't. Yeah, Nick Fuentes isn't.
He ain't. He's a night creature, man.
Yeah.
He's a shut-in. He probably gets Meals on Wheels.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm a night creature who gets Meals on Wheels, but I consider
I know,
myself
but
orders
big
of
difference.
magnitude up the evolutionary
Yeah, but this
scale
guy's like,
from but go on.
he's like 35 or something.
Yeah, that's bad. That's really bad.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pathetic.
Yes. Yeah, to say
You're
the
not.
least. Yeah, thank you. And so okay, so all of that having been articulated, what else strikes you domestically or internationally? Something that we need to be paying attention to.
I'd just as soon hear your rap. This abortion pill fight is sadistic.
Yeah. And
You've been following that.
Tell us. This is important. This is
sadistic.
important. Okay. So bring it up.
Really, I think I have to. My mind is blowing off, but
Mm-hmm.
I guess the Supreme Court has paused
Mm-hmm.
what was a federal case to make it illegal federally, and it won. Some judge, some creepy ass judge said, okay, and bam. And there it was. And I believe it is the Supreme Court somehow. And they keep saying temporarily. But God in heaven.
About what? Temporarily.
No, Real Tech has joined us. Welcome aboard.
The
Real Tech.
abortion pill
Hi.
Yeah.
that you can get by mail. Yeah. Anyway, that's all I got.
Speaking of that, the boys with their parody in the recent episode, Homelander takes over the whole United States and talks about there's no milk for anything, not milk. It's got to be all breastfeeding, and of course they want to ban abortion. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And so with that being,
It's wild.
Yeah. So in terms of what do you make of that as a political statement? If it's a parody, they're portraying him then as basically a Republican, or one of the more extreme versions that will replace Republicanism.
They're all doing it. It's all doing it. I mean, I understand the it's very interesting, the correlation and how early a lot of the shows were on about how dangerous and of course It's just the insane fascism and authoritarianism that they predicted while they were writing it, like such as with what happened with this. It happens more in the second season of Daredevil Born Again. Well, Wilson Fisk is so just it's like living in a South American banana republic. But they're all doing it though, and it gets boring, where it's just this constant trope they're doing where it's all based off of the fears for Trump.
Okay.
To come up with something original.
Okay. But well, I appreciate what you're saying.
I'm not saying
so let me try and clarify that for our listeners, and always understand that our listeners are may be politically sophisticated, but more than likely they're not. And I don't take that as an insult to our listeners. Politically sophisticated is not necessarily some sort of positive, but rather I want everyone to understand that we use terms out of being politically savvy that our listeners may not use in their regular course of conversation. They don't have that same lexicon. So when you say they're all doing it, what you need to clarify is that television series that portray superheroes in particular make larger than life examples of ongoing situations, and that they're all on a parody of Trump. Basically, all of these are, but you're saying you can understand it gets rather boring, that something original might be needed. But I want to say from my own perspective that while I believe you came at this conclusion independently, that because you watch a lot of television, and I will say that the average person would say that.
I read a lot of books, and I've read a lot of these graphic novels and comics.
Yes, the graphic novels and comics.
Years
Let's
based off of it
that's
anyway.
an important point.
So-
That's an important point. By the way, for those of you who do not know, Real Tech Geek is a real fucking geek, and he's read the comics before they made them into television series. He's read the novels. He's very familiar with the milieu. So believe me, the issue we have is his attempting to communicate a medium, a genre he's familiar with to people outside of that subculture. So to people outside of the subculture, I get where Real Tech is coming from. That it may seem to your average young American male that this is relentless, this rather monotonal focus on parodying and therefore satirizing and thereby exposing the current American regime and its malpractices under Donald Trump.
They've also made a couple. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'll make it really quick. But they also made a few biopics based off of Trump, also. That starred the one who plays the Winter Soldier, Stephen something. The Apprentice. I've seen some scenes from that. I also was watching one of the first episodes. Who was basically about the Russian Gate. The episode about that, the miniseries about that, and they're done very well. But I do need to rewatch of these things. But go ahead.
But what I'm trying to emphasize to you is we need to disambiguate your stance from the stance of the, shall we say, your average right-wing recidivist, your average bigoted MAGA-tart, who is going to say exactly what you've said. They're all going to say, hey, I'm really tired of this dumping on Trump because it just gets boring. What people need to understand is what else are these series going to be talking about? What? I'm sorry? What was that?
You just glitched.
I just glitched. Well, maybe on your techno end. It might be on your technological end. Everybody else, let me know if you can hear me.
Okay.
Yeah, because it is important to know whether or not you people can hear me. So everybody listening, give me your technical feedback. Is my techno okay? Can you hear me? Yeah. Now, thank you, honey. Yeah, thank you. So I want people to know that we don't want Real Tech to come across sounding like your average idiot who's just saying, oh, I'm tired of them picking on Trump. The point is, it has to be done. There is nothing else to do. There's nothing else to concentrate on until Trump is out of power. That's how dire the situation is. It cannot be oversaturized. It cannot be overexposed. But then again, we are talking to Real Tech Geek, who voted for Trump 3 times. He's voted for Trump every time Trump has won. Now, just out of curiosity, because it is a valid question, why?
Why?
Yeah, why? Why?
Well, I just don't see myself as a Democrat. I'm not saying I'm not voting for Democrats. I voted for Cuomo in the last New York mayoral election.
You are in New York.
So,
So
I
it's
wasn't
important
gonna
for
vote.
people to know where you're at. So do express that to people. You are
Yes,
in New
I
York
am in
City.
New York. I'm
Yeah,
a New
one of the
Yorker,
most
a native New Yorker,
progressive,
born and
one
raised.
of the most progressive city-states on earth aside from San Francisco. So is it a sense of overwhelming kind of rejection of the culture around you? Is there an element of that? I mean, not that I'm going to turn this into a psychotherapy session, but consider it a kind of, for a moment at least, we're just kind of probing.
Okay.
We're just kind of probing. It's just casual probing, and it's not an interrogation. Okay, but it's puzzling. It's puzzling. So if you could provide some
Well,
answers,
I mean, I struggle with popularity, so
I'm sorry. Say,
maybe.
what's this about popularity?
I said I struggle with popularity
Okay,
and
so you struggle with popularity.
and
Oh,
just
we don't need to make this too personal. I mean, look, we don't need to make it too personal, though that's welcome. I mean, if you're in the mood for that, that's okay. But what I mean to say is that, is there
okay.
a
Well,
political rationale that you can articulate? Is there a political rationale you can articulate as to why you voted for Trump every time he runs? And would you do it again? Say that he does what we all expect.
he won't try to run a third
We
term
don't
or
know
something
that.
like that.
We do not know that. It wouldn't be a third time. It would be a fourth time. It would be a Roosevelt run. It would be a Roosevelt run.
You're right.
So we don't know that this won't happen. But it's a valid question. If it happens, would you vote for him again? It's not. Don't worry about my striking back or lashing at you. If
I
you
don't
say
know.
yes.
I don't think so. I really don't think so.
Okay.
I'd rather really like to see AOC run. I would vote for her. I like her a lot.
Okay.
Even though she does say a lot of word salad shit, like Kamala Harris. But she's a lot younger though.
Say that one sentence again. She says a lot of what shit like Kamala Harris? That was a bit slurred.
Word salads.
Word salads. Okay. Okay.
Real Tech, do you
Oh my
worry
God,
about
holy shit,
taxation?
What was that?
That was, you got glitched. You got glitched, honey. So yeah. Well,
I don't
let me
I'm
come.
coming in hard tonight.
Yeah.
Let me
Fuck,
try
I just
again.
fucking-
Yeah. We hear
Let
you
me
now.
just
We hear
try
you
again.
now. So try it again.
Okay.
Though I'll answer the
do
question you asked. So
you-
basically, what happened was our dear Holly
Okay,
asked
I
a
keep
question
forgetting order of Green
that I
Lantern.
do not think applies to Real Tech. She says, "Are you worried about getting taxed?" The Real Tech is not taxed.
Taxed about what?
I'm sorry. What? Real Tech?
Taxed about what?
That's what
Well,
I'm telling
no,
Holly.
I
You
mean,
do not
a
suffer
lot
taxes.
of-
You don't pay taxes. You do not pay taxes, correct? Which
A
makes
My
you
lot
wife
of
wants to pay more taxes.
Uh,
I'm gonna pay my taxes.
uh-huh.
I pay a certain amount of taxes, but not a lot.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. Is there a fear that with Democrats you'll have to pay more taxes?
Well, I will
On your
say
part.
that Mandani, he wants to change around tax down to only $750,000, which
Right.
is really insane.
Okay.
I think that's way too low of a threshold. And when I got my inheritance, they passed a law, which was only enacted about 30 days. Sorry, when my grandmother passed away, the law was enacted a month after she passed away. So I had to pay
Estate
a
tax.
certain amount of tax. Yes. I'm not against an estate tax either, but
Okay.
it's just the
Okay.
pricing of what he's talking about is way too low in the city that's just
Uh-huh.
becoming more and more insanely expensive.
Insane. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
I moved 5 blocks away from living at, and we're paying $860 more than that, and it's still an old building. It's not like a brand new building. This one's about 36 years newer. It's slightly renovated, but still a 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom.
Was that you talking about Hackensack? I know Hackensack.
Not Hackensack.
Oh, okay. Nah, okay. That was T-Tank calling in from Hackensack, for God's sake. I died laughing. I know Hackensack. You could drink there when you were 16.
Yeah, you're right about
Great
that.
old town. Yeah. Anyway, never mind that.
Yeah, the diner closed.
Yeah, and the other thing that people don't seem to appreciate about Democrats is that they fear more regulation on their business, on their behavior, on their safety. I mean, vaccines, all that. Is that another concern on your part?
Vaccines? No.
No. The fact that how do I say it? That
She's asking you if you fear about being overregulated.
Yeah.
Well, currently, right now, there's this stupid law that they are pushing through that like they want to get rid of. Even though I understand that it was passed in 2009, but it's just stupid. The way the crime is in the city and exploding, which is basically about having the shutdown gates. They want to get rid of that completely and just have some type of other sort of gate. That should be just completely rescinded. And the other thing too, which that has not done well at all, is it's just a stupid fucking I understand they were working on this since 1950s, but the congestion it's not doing anything. It's not doing anything at all. The Long Island Railroad, it's on. I was gonna go to a show in Long Island, and I was like, I forget it. They're on strike now.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, and I was looking at like the video of Chambers Street Station. And it's a very rundown station. I mean, it's pretty cool for some very interesting photo shoots you could do there. But
and music,
it is very, very dilapidated, and they want to spend.
Well, here's something that
$5 million, like $30 million to fix it.
Well, these are all very
increasing.
Yeah, we're losing numbers, right?
Yeah, and then the tax, what's the word? Tax reductions from the congestion pricing, and do through that, and they also want to raise the, which is Jersey City, the PATH train pricing to $3.25 or more.
No, but you don't strike me. Okay, Realtek. Oh, go on, honey. No, honey, continue, please. Say it.
Well, like I'm saying, in terms of leaning Trump, the two central reasons seem to be he won't make me pay taxes, and he'll dismantle all regulation, which he has done.
Well, honey, you're talking about people who have money and responsibility think like that. Realtek is not operating from that paradigm. I think you're really...
But I think it's still...
You're projecting onto Realtek.
He's not a democratic socialist, though. I'm not sure.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
Do you have any ideology? Realtek, are you ideologically...
My lifestyle is very similar to like a Douglas is. I mean,
Yeah. I don't know about that. No, it's not. No, really, it's not.
Fixed income, if you will.
No, it's not. Okay, so let's try and qualify this. Realtek Geek has very expensive computing and photography equipment. Realtek Geek he flies to Georgia for, I can say this because he's been public about it. He flies to Georgia with his wife for, in vitro fertilization. These are not, Realtek is orders of magnitude wealthier than I am. So, Holly, I don't know where.
So he doesn't want taxes.
Well,
He
Realtek is
doesn't
not
want
in the position.
taxes.
Wait a second. Realtek,
Am I?
Nobody
his
wealthy
taxes are
wants
very
taxes.
small because he's not working conventionally. He's not taxed because he has no written income. His income is very sporadic. His income is so sporadic, he's
But
effectively
what
not
if the
taxed.
Democrats wanted to come and tax him somehow through his,
I
you
paid my
know,
inheritance
That's not the
tax.
process going on with Realtek.
I
So
mean, I
this,
did
this
pay my inheritance
all
tax
right.
when I
yeah,
got it.
yeah.
I was
Okay,
over
there we are.
$30,000,
The
so
inheritance tax. So there was a one-time hit on Realtek,
Yeah.
but not one that hurt. Realtek is not
no,
angry about that. Realtek doesn't.
no, I'm not angry about it.
He's not
No,
holding
I
a
get
grudge
that.
about
Okay,
that.
hey,
Okay.
I was just
So I'm
trying
just trying to
like,
clarify for you. I'm just trying to clarify for you because you started paralleling him to myself. There's no comparison. Okay.
no,
So I
no,
mean,
no,
none
I get
whatsoever.
that.
So
Now,
this is
I
why
knew
Sammy was
nothing
kind of
about
hitting him.
Realtek.
This is why Sammy was kind of hitting him for contributions, is because
Yeah,
we
I
that's
understand, and
yeah,
I
yeah.
will.
So
And
I
I
usually
no,
figure
no, no, no,
out
understand
no.
you.
And I'm not
so
using this to pressure you for that. I'm just trying to put it in
okay, okay,
context. Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
But when it
I
comes
understand.
to
Thank you.
when it comes to your situation, this is what we want to get at. This is what I feel. When it comes to the average American, it used to be the average American wouldn't decide who to vote for until they walked into the booth. And that was literally the moment they decided how they were going to vote. Those days are gone. Those days have been gone for over a decade by now. Well over a decade
Yeah,
by
you're
now.
right about that.
Yeah, people really think about this. They really think about where their vote's going to go. And because Realtek has voted for Trump every time he's run while listening to me regularly. But then again, we had T-Tank Barry out there, God love him, who's listened to me shit all over crypto forever, but blew 15 grand on crypto. That's people
Man.
may listen to me and not get the message. Such being said, obviously Realtek listens, but for whatever reasons draw Realtek to listen to me, he's not listening in that sense. So Realtek obviously has his
I
mind made
was
up.
trying to
Whoa,
probe
whoa,
the
let me finish
reasons
this.
he
Let me
might.
finish. No, I am. Okay, so let me finish the thoughts here.
Okay.
So when it comes to Americans and why they vote, it's psychological reasons. Americans don't vote for economic reasons. They don't vote. Nobody's processing. And what Holly brought up, that's like an ideological perspective. Nobody's thinking like that. Everybody who votes, they're voting for purely psychological reasons. So what I'm thinking is that Realtek has suffered enormously in his life. Realtek has been emotionally damaged. And voting for Trump is Realtek's way of striking back at society for how he feels it's failed him at a truly traumatically personal level. Realtek, is that safe to say that? No, yeah, I know what I'm saying, Holly. Believe me, I mean, I can't believe
Yes.
your skepticism here. Thank you, Realtek. Realtek just said yes. So,
All right.
so in trying to understand that, Realtek, I believe that first off, let's try and understand Realtek without giving too much away for his personal security. Realtek is married to a woman from mainland China. Realtek is married to an ethnically Chinese woman who has migrated to the United States, been his wife for over 10 years, and she is from mainland China because mainland China is not in and of itself a good place to live under communism. She's come here for American freedom, and she's come to enjoy it with Realtek, and Realtek has shared his life with her. So Realtek is
And my
married.
money.
Thank you for that
That's it.
qualifier.
Of course.
I didn't bring that up myself, but since you brought it up, thank you. That's
Yeah.
you notice I was diplomatic enough to avoid that topic, but such having been brought up, it is what it is. We can always get back to that later. That's it's real. It's realistic. But so you've got an ethnic immigrant for a wife, and you yourself, for those of you who do not know, I'm not going to give too much away, but let's just put it this way. Realtek is ethnic, and it shows in terms of his genetic composition. Realtek does not look like your average white guy. He pretty much would stand out. If he were in a group of white guys, he would stand out, and people would say, whatever that guy is, he ain't white. He may be white acculturated, but he is not ethnically white. So all of that being qualified, you still voted for Trump 3 times because that's how hurt you've been. You've been hurt terribly. So you've been hurt by people who were generally, I would guess. Now, by the way, this is where we can share our trauma. I grew up in the Tenderloin in San Francisco, and I grew up in an ocean of blacks, capable of no communication whatsoever except by violence. There's no other words for it. And
Yes.
so I'm presuming you shared a similar
That's
trauma in childhood, direct personal
Yes.
violence, and
All the time.
yeah,
Yes. It was
Thank you.
not only at home, it was at school all the time also.
yes,
So
and
sometimes I might be transferred from different schools. It was a disaster sometimes. It was really bad.
it was torture. It was an endless
Yes.
sea of horrors. So this and New York and San Francisco are built for that shit. These are what Trump would call the shit pits of multicultural catastrophe. So, such having been said, you learn to identify that as the enemy, and you've struck back.
Yeah. I mean, I voted for Obama. I'm not saying I haven't. And I believe that
So explain why. What was your
if he
motivation?
wants to,
What was your motivation with Obama? That would be interesting.
well, I mean, it was against my grandmother. She was just so brainwashed me so much with Bush.
Okay. All right.
I think it was on TV
So-
once also because of that. When the Republican Republican convention came to New York City in 2004. I mean, I have photos of myself talking to some guy from England in BMS.
So
And just just the way he just crafted the global economy. I mean, the first time voting anyway. So, but anyway, I'm saying that if he wants to run a 4th term, then they should pass bills into law that Obama can run again, in my opinion.
well, I'm glad to hear that. I mean, not
That's
that
cool.
not that I'm pro-Obama, but I would certainly vote for him if that was the only choice we had was Obama against
I'm
Trump.
not
I would vote for him
myself either, but yeah, yes, absolutely.
But such
Yes.
being said,
Whether your choice is Newsom or Tucker Carlson,
oh
God
God,
help us.
yes. When it's
That's
Newsom or
Newsom,
Tucker
man.
Carlson,
Or Rubio.
Or
Or Rubio. People talk about Rubio too, and I got a piece
yeah,
of junk.
it's this. Yeah, we're in dystopia. Okay, we're in hell. It's a choice between Satan and Beelzebub.
it's hell.
But such having been said, Holly, this is where you can come in. Now, our man, Realtek, has openly expressed himself. We now know that this is a psychological vote. So now, Holly, I turn it over to you. Knowing that context now, shed the ideological or economic nonsense and ask Realtek some genuine questions, heartfelt questions about this trauma and what your own feelings.
I grew up in inner city Newark, Realtek,
Newark.
and I was Nork, we call it Nork.
Yeah, it's really
And
that one. Yeah.
I was born in 60.
Okay.
So by the time I was 10, the riots had gone off. I saw my city on fire. We went up on the Parkway to watch it in the station wagon. I mean, flames as tall as the skyscrapers, dude.
All right.
And
oh man,
it was something.
I would have been enjoying myself. Go on.
And then the 70s, I was a teenage. And I tell you, I thought the whole country was 50% black. I had no idea.
I thought it was all
just
fucking
Newark.
black. I thought it was all fucking black. But go
Well,
on, Asian. It was
I
all black
thought
and
it
Asian
was
to me by my own
50-50.
experience. But go on, yeah.
And about then, it was about 50-50. And I thought that's how it was all the way to California until I left home, very young, but nonetheless. In my personal experience as a little white girl, I saw as much violence on the white side as I did on the black.
Well, I sure as fuck didn't, but go on.
Well, I did. So this is just my story.
Understood. Yeah. Yes.
And
that would have been entertaining to see some of that sometimes.
I can tell you, especially as a girl, way more white side than black.
Well, where the fuck were you? The solid south? Were you somewhere in fucking south of the Mason-Dixon line deep or what? Where the fuck would you see this? But go on, continue.
In Newark, it was daily life in the 60s and 70s.
Okay, go on.
And so the conflicts and the heat of it was extraordinary. I mean, like I say, I saw the whole city burn and before I was even a teenager. I didn't leave till like 18. So that's my that's my error there. Except on the white side, the people doing all the violence were a lot better off and a lot better fed and a lot more comfortable than the people on the black side.
Go on.
That's for sure. I mean, the people on the black side lived in misery for hundreds of years there. The place is old. Hundreds of years, misery. And here's the white people all pissed off at them. I mean, after centuries of deprivation, that's what I saw. And so I didn't come out of that thinking that, you know, with that fear of a black planet, if you will, because I saw more evil white people and they were evil.
That wasn't.
And it wasn't the Deep South. That's the thing. It was urban.
Yeah.
And nobody had guns. I mean, I always had to worry about a beatdown or a gang rape, but nobody got capped. That was just the Italian guys.
Okay.
And the mafia stuff.
Well, let's let Realtek respond to that.
Guns.
Yeah. So Realtek, your own response.
Well, I'm older than him, I presume.
Realtek, is that
I presume I'm older.
Well, you'll have to
significantly
share your ages. You both have to share your ages in that regard. How old are you, Realtek? If you don't mind.
38.
38.
38.
38. Okay.
88.
Holly?
And me, 65.
You're older.
65. So
oh, okay. You're my age.
30 years.
What? Wait, you are older than me.
6 years.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for sharing
6 years, because I'm 60. 1960.
Yeah. Okay. There we are.
And you're 66.
Yeah, October of 1966. So technically, I'm very late in the year. So yeah, but
and I'm even later.
Yeah, okay.
I'm the last 2 weeks of the year.
Yeah, got it.
So I was always the young one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And by the way,
not anymore.
Samuel Romero says, thanks for sharing the Realtek Geek. Sorry for your trauma experience. And of course, Realtek, you only share what you feel comfortable sharing.
Me too.
But do respond to Holly, in the social sense. In the social sense, respond to Holly, because obviously, if I get into it, it'll take me hours.
I know. I've heard those hours.
Yeah.
I missed some of those hours.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Thank you for sharing. Yeah.
Well, I went to school mostly in Jersey City. So, that was because of my mother. I was going to school in New York for a while, but just staying with my mother one time, and Dy51726 was called on with her while she was talking about things and saying how her mother didn't allow her to see me, which was a half truth. Yes and no. And so they called DIPUS on her, these black people that she was hanging around with from church. He was a religious fanatic. And they found out, that she was always a hoarder anyway. So, so was my grandmother. And so I got stuck on New York City when I was in 3rd grade, all the way up to college. So I tried, I wanted to, I wanted to go to school in Manhattan. After I completed community college, but I just there was no grants. So since my parents lived in New Jersey City, so I just continued on. I went to Rutgers for a year, but I was just in school, man. Bad school. Bad school.
Well, one thing about Newark back then, when I say it was 50-50, in Newark, growing up, there was every nationality you could imagine. It was wild. Egyptian to Cuban to Somali to Hindu to Korean to the Asians, Jamaicans, and it was everything. And that was incredible. There was a point to that. But that definitely affected me to this day. It was marvelous.
Yeah.
It was exciting. You never knew what was around the next corner.
Yeah. Okay. So all such. Yeah. Okay. So let's not turn this into an exchange of personal experiences that are just shall we say a kind of mutual scarification. Rather going back towards the political impact of.
I remember the point. Let me make the point. Let me make the point. Let me make this point. This is the end of that. There was only one that was completely absent. Get this, Mexico. You couldn't even get a can of refried beans or a tortilla in Newark in the 60s and 70s until I left home and came back. And then it all flooded in. And like the most expensive gourmet restaurant was Mexican. Imagine that. Back then, $25 for enchiladas.
That's incredible. That's fucking
Mexican.
Incredible. $25 for enchiladas. I love it.
Sure.
Oh.
Border all the Caribbeans, all Americans, none. And so I've watched that in my lifetime.
Okay.
Art enslavement.
Okay.
Because it's always the Republicans that do the hiring.
Yeah. Now,
cheap labor.
Yeah, there's some pretty good places around Grove Street that are Mexican restaurants. It can get pretty spicy, some of that food.
There we are.
Now, but back then it was like incredibly exotic. Can you believe it?
Yeah, that's incredibly funny. Yes.
50 years. 60 years.
Yes. That was.
I've had mostly Portuguese food in
Oh, hell yeah.
Okay, let's not turn this into a gastronomical tour where both of you are exchanging culinary experiences. That's not okay, that's
you started it.
I didn't start it in that
Do
direction.
your goddamn monologue already.
I didn't start it in that direction.
I mean,
but
talk about food sometimes, man.
I blame you.
But what we in order to make it more applicable to the political situation, I do want our listeners to immediately understand I'm diving into monologue, but we needed this as a segue. We really did, because it's legitimate. It's legitimate, and it's the human side of the story. Obviously, it's easy to condemn, coming from the angle of the rest of Team Dietrich, it's easy to condemn Realtek for voting for Trump 3 times, but he has expressed it quite courageously, quite bravely, that it was psychological motivation. He was psychological, but then again, in that he stands with all of us. All of us vote for psychological reasons. We can rationalize.
And I'll tell you,
but go on.
If he's good enough for AOC, he's good enough for me.
Okay.
Lighten up on Mamdani, dude. Give him a chance. Give him a
Yeah,
chance.
no.
Never mind,
no,
Douglas. I'm
no,
talking in real tech.
Yeah, oh, no, yeah.
He's
But
doing some decent stuff, but I don't, I'll see how it goes. But
Never
it's not,
mind. Yeah.
I don't know.
But I appreciate your appreciation for AOC.
yeah,
But
I
yeah,
mean,
I always like AOC.
yeah, well, yeah, I like AOC, but there's plenty about her that is just she's doctrinaire. I mean, good God, she took a world tour, so to speak, with what's his name again? That old commie, Bernie Sanders.
Bernie Sanders.
Jesus Christ,
Yeah,
what a joke that was.
he's also the one to endorse Scandani. So I mean,
Yeah, there you go. That tells you everything you need to know.
man.
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah. For those of you who do not
I'm not a
know,
communist.
yeah, Bernie Sanders, just before the Berlin Wall collapsed and the Greater Soviet Union dissolved, Bernie Sanders came home from a trip to Russia and said, "I have seen the future, and it is the Greater Soviet Union." That goes to show you how backwards and upside down that motherfucker is. But all of that having been articulated, I do want you to understand that violence in America is overwhelmingly black, and I have personally seen that. And it's statistically and demographically, undeniable. It is inarguable, incontrovertible. I do not live in the same universe as Holly KEIFER. I don't know what dimension she was in. I have never seen that dimension. That dimension
Absolutely,
is... you were...
I've only seen videos of these guys.
Yeah.
A lot of them are veterans of wars that have mental breakdowns that are white people or do crazy shit, but I've never seen any white on white violence. I'm finished.
What or white on black violence, for that matter, other than on video.
That too.
Yeah.
Other
than on video,
or depicted in film and television.
Yes, even. Yeah, it's that unbelievable. It's simply that unbelievable. Whites are too masochistic. They're too fucking it just is well, at any rate, such having been said, things are changing in all fairness to, so that Holly doesn't get the wrong message. Things are definitely changing where whites are now very abusive psychologically and socially. They're socially and psychologically abusive. And so you hear what I'm saying.
Well, back then there was white gangs and there was brown gangs and there were black gangs.
Yeah.
And they all hated each other.
Yes, definitely.
And everybody knew that.
Yes. If I were to describe Manhattan Island to a foreigner, I would say it's a small island of warring tribes. That's how I would describe it. Manhattan is a small island of warring tribes. But
and Italians were someplace in the middle between black and white.
Well, there you
Irish
go.
were the cops, and you couldn't trust them.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
I hear you. Brown was also considered in that, they were considered pretty much on the level of blacks. But
they had their own gangs, though, and their own society. It was a very segregated society socially.
Well, it still is. I don't see how anyone thinks otherwise. DEI, or, the civil rights has, in its own way, proven a monumental failure, in the sense that...
it has. And even BlackRock, Larry Fink, that fucking moron, he has admitted that the push of DEI and the financial incentives has not come into fruition. It was a big mistake.
Okay. So all of that being said, I'm going to
that goes way back. And I don't know if you want to digress, but black people didn't want to integrate.
Yeah, some don't. I mean, even this new building I'm living in, a lot of these strange people they act like I'm the foreigner.
Yes.
I mean, some are just extremely rude. I mean, the old place was a lot more friendlier with people.
Mm-hmm.
some seem like maybe some on drugs or I mean prostitution's a big thing around here anyway. So
Well, what we're saying, or what I believe I
but
can, I believe I can speak for Realtek in that what Realtek is saying is he's a stranger in his own country. So Realtek,
yeah,
basically, what you're expressing is the fact that it doesn't matter how acculturated you are. The fact that you were born here doesn't matter. You are perceived as the other, an outsider.
Lao why
Okay. Yeah. Explain that
foreigner
term. Explain that term.
means foreigner in
Yeah.
Chinese.
Thank you. Thank you for our listeners. And so that being said, okay, I'm going to dive into monologue. I want everybody to just interject when you.
Do you want to use the bathroom first or anything? Or
I really appreciate your asking that. I
Yeah,
think that
I'm game.
are you both of you game?
Yeah.
I don't. This is one of those nights where I don't really feel I need to. But thank you both for asking. So
Keep the teapot in hand.
yeah. No, I really appreciate that.
that too.
I'm profoundly
Yes.
appreciative. I love you both for that. For both of that. For
Yeah,
that,
because
both
I
of
always
you.
felt
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
always felt terrible with that fucking piece of shit Peter Moon who would just talk for hours and hours and then let you use the bathroom sometimes. It was just insane.
Oh, he was horrific. He was
It's worse
horrific.
than phone sex, man.
Oh no, it was. And
You
when
could have just gone and said anything.
there's a few
He
times
wouldn't
I
have
actually did
noticed.
that. There's a few times I
Yeah, I
actually
believe it.
did that. Yes, because
Shit, yeah.
he was absolutely he's so
Floating.
narcissistic, so completely self-absorbed that even if it took me a few seconds to get back while he was asking for me, he never realized what had happened. He was that fucked up. At any rate, to dive into it, about our
All right.
I got to switch over,
are you?
but I love you
Okay.
guys. Thank
Well,
you. Yeah, I
at
do. I
any
have to
rate,
just go to the tube for a minute,
okay, we'll
and
jump.
then I'll come back.
Okay, look forward to
All
that.
right.
Look forward to your return. Let us
Yes,
know when you're
thank you.
back just
I'll
by
be
dropping in to
listening.
say hi, though. If you do
Okay.
drop back, just say hi, I'm back. That'd be nice. All right.
I am back.
But yeah, that
All
goes.
right. I love you.
Yeah,
Thank
love
you.
you, honey.
Support Douglas. Human intelligence.
Thank you.
He's the one. All right.
Bless you, honey.
Bye.
Love you. Okay. Now about our multi-billionaire owner. We don't have one. Here's what's happening to the press while all of this is going down. Local newsrooms are closing. National outlets are being bought by people who play golf with the subjects of their coverage. Networks are spiking segments. Reporters are self-censoring because they've watched what happens to the ones who don't. We've watched it too. The difference being we don't have any parent company, advertisers with preferred outcomes, or a board of directors with opinions about which stories are worth finishing. What we do have is a production that people review because they want to. That's the whole business model of Team Dietrich. No multi-billionaire, no broadcast license, no quiet handshakes with the people in these stories. Just listeners. Just you. If you've been listening for free, we're asking you to subscribe at your own set contribution via PayPal AutoPay. Not as any favor, because that's the only way this exists at all. Now, as Aristides has broached the topic, America has a serious communist Chinese spying problem. President Donald Trump struck a conciliatory tone during his trip to the communist Chinese mainland. He returned from his Beijing summit with Xi Jinping yesterday, or feels like yesterday. It was the midweek at this point in time, more like into the weekend, full of praise for the great leader, who is, in Trump's own estimations, an incredible guy. Now, the summit in question was, per Trump's own expression, very successful, with emphasis on the suck. World-renowned and unforgettable. Now, according to the president, who's insisted that a lot of different problems were settled. But there's one problem that was never even addressed. the growing number of Chi-Com operations on American soil. Now, as broached by Aristides, last week Eileen Wang, the mayoress of the Southern California city of Arcadia, agreed to plead guilty to acting as an illegal agent of the Communist Chinese Empire. She was once regarded as a rising political star, named Woman of the Year in 2024 by the Californian Congresswoman Judy Chu, another Chinese ethnic, who applauded her strong voice, leadership, and dedication to serving her community. Now, the mayoress, Eileen Wang's plea came just 48 hours, 12 days before a New York man was found guilty of acting as a Communist Chinese agent as well in Real Tech Geek's neck of the woods, on the other side of our continent, having been proven of operating a secret police station on behalf of Beijing. Now, according to Michael Lucci, the founder of Armor Action, a conservative group that monitors threats from communist-capitalist China, the latest cases are just the tip of the iceberg. While the Washington, D.C.-based Center for Strategic and International Studies warned last week that Beijing has aggressively ramped up its offensive irregular warfare activities against the United States. Bear that in mind. First off, America is already considered an occupied satrap by the Communist Chinese Empire. They consider all of you white folk to be their subject populace. That's why they are opening up Communist Chinese police stations in the United States. There are Communist Chinese police stations in these United States. How do all of you motherfuckers with all your goddamn privately owned guns not open fire on an occupying nation's police stations when they consider you their subject populace and they are in a state of war against you? Hong Zhonggua's Red China's espionage and influence operations are so extensive that they are, in effect, your operating fucking government. Their operations range from attempts to intimidate dissidents living in these United States to the peddling of Communist Party propaganda through Walt Disney, the recruiting of members of your military to steal state secrets, to the theft of artificial intelligence know-how and the smuggling of top-end microchips to train their AI models. Now, late last year, a Communist Chinese national even pleaded guilty to bringing in biological pathogens into these United States to exterminate the American population. Multiple Communist Chinese-linked biolabs have been found across your country and mine, often in residential areas, and with garages filled with certifiably lethal viruses meant to wipe out the population of your United States. Xi Jinping is out to kill you, motherfucker. When are you gonna wake up? They're plotting your death every fucking day while you suck in their Disney propaganda. And Eileen Wang, who could face as little as 10 years in jail, ran a website called the U.S. News Center, which described itself as a source of news for Chinese Americans living in Arcadia, as if they would need a separate source of fucking news, but was found to be pumping out CCP, Communist Chinese Party propaganda. The Department of Justice said a CHICOM government official sent Wang pre-written articles via the WeChat messaging app, a Commu Chinese phone application widely abused in the mainland Chinese diaspora. One article, identified by the DOJ, denied evidence of well-documented extermination of ethnic Uyghurs, the Caucasoid Turkic Muslim population in Xinjiang province of northwest China, most properly and historically East Turkestan. In the New York case, federal prosecutors proved that during a visit to Zhonghua, mainland China, in 2022, Liu Jianwang was tasked with opening an unofficial police station on behalf of the CHICOM government in New York City's Chinatown. He began by offering apparently innocuous services to Commu Chinese nationals who are in these United States to escape totalitarian repression, such as help in renewing driver's licenses, while abusing this as a cover to locate a pro-democracy activist living in these United States, targeted for assassination by Xi Jinping himself. According to Safeguard Defenders, a human rights group, the Communist Chinese Empire operates more than 100 of these centers in at least half a hundred countries, instruments of what they call transnational repression against opponents. Liu Jianwang of New York City faces 30 years in jail. Both he and, of course, the former mayoress of Arcadia, California, Eileen Wang, shouldn't be facing any jail time. They should be summarily executed. Now, on the eve of Trump's Communist China summit, Beijing was exposed as guilty of supermassive intellectual theft from American AI labs through a process called distillation, whereby Red China illicitly trains its smaller AI models on the output of larger and astronomically more expensively developed American models. According to a memo written by Michael Kratsios, director of the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy, the United States government has information indicating that foreign entities, principally based on the Chinese mainland, are engaged in deliberate, industrial-scale campaigns to distill American frontier AI systems. Now, United States prosecutors also have busted an international smuggling ring that funneled advanced microchips worth multi-billions of dollars to the monolithic communist Chinese superstate in defiance of export controls. The smugglers set up an extensive and lavishly funded network of front companies to get around United States restrictions on the sale of microchips. Last year, the FBI revealed details of a CHICOM espionage operation dubbed Salt Typhoon, whereby Beijing cyber spies burrowed deep inside the systems of more than a dozen of America's largest telecoms companies, picking off high-value targets and accessing call logs and text messages. They had even compromised the lawful intercept system that United States police and intelligence agencies use to implement court-authorized surveillance. It was the most extensive and ambitious CHICOM cyber espionage operation ever exposed to date. CHICOM espionage is like an enormous vacuum cleaner, hoovering up technology and information. Well, it sucks up technology and information on a colossal scale. So massive, it's literally incalculable. It utilizes multiple intelligence gathering techniques, both formal and informal, and it has been at the heart of Red China's decades-long program of economic and military modernization. Everything the Chi-Coms have is based on American know-how. And yet, percentage-wise, not a single goddamn one of you speaks Chinese. Every Chi-Com in any position of power speaks perfect English. They understand everything you say, and they suck it all up on TikTok. They suck it all up on Zoom. All these, well, Zoom is owned by a member of the Chinese Communist Party. Everything you say on Zoom goes into their records. You're documented, and you have a social credit score in Communist China you don't even know about. But once they take over, your social credit score will be reviewed, and you will be summarily executed. Unlike the spies who get to walk free after a decade or two in jail. Under Xi Jinping, the Communist Chinese Empire of the East has become ever more ambitious and brazen. While all states seek to exert influence, it is, after all, the stuff of all diplomacy. Mainland China's operations are overwhelmingly clandestine, operating in the shadows, usually through front organizations and individuals. It methodically targets politicians, influential business people, and academics who might prove useful idiots to the Chinese Communist Party. Overseas Chinese individuals and organizations have been a particular target. After Eileen Wang agreed to plead guilty in Arcadia, the Assistant United States Attorney Bill Izraeli said, "This plea agreement is the latest success in our determination to defend the homeland against China's efforts to corrupt our institutions." That term homeland, that's from a video game, which was originally conveying as a first-person shooter experience an occupation of America by the Communist Chinese. But the Chi-Com said, "Oh, no, 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 no! You cannot do that!" And so they had to make it North Korea, an unrealistic scenario if ever there was one. North Korea simply doesn't have that level of manpower. Only the Chi-Coms do. But your first-person shooter experience couldn't be directed against killing red Chinese. That's a no-no. You have to consider them your fucking heroes. I mean, with that surrender, is America really doing anything to counter these commie Chinese threats?
Yeah, they also did that with the Red Dawn remake.
Thank
It
you,
originally
the
was
movie.
supposed to be with the Chinese. Yes, the movie. Yes,
Tell people
it
about
was supposed
that.
to be. It was a terrible movie anyway, but it was supposed to be the Chi-Coms, the Chinese CCP invading America, and they had a big hissy fit about that, and they changed it to the North Koreans,
Yes. Oh,
just like they did in the game with Homefront.
thank you.
So
Yes. Yes. That was the remake of Red Dawn. It was going to be, as Realtek says, a communist Chinese invasion, but the Chinese pissed and shit until the Americans changed it to the poor North Koreans, who, well, what are they going to do? Swim across the Pacific with their bayonets in their fucking mouths? The Democrat Senator Mark Warner, vice chairman of the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, warned last year that a politically driven purge of the FBI is damaging the Bureau's ability to take on Beijing at all. A quarter of FBI agents have been redeployed from counterterrorism, cyber and espionage to immigration mass roundups. Because, oh, you know, them Mexicanos and all them brownies, them Latin Americanos are gonna take us down. Well, you'll be taken down when no one's there to serve you food or deliver it to you via Uber or DoorDash. But then again, all you ever ordered was Chinese anyway. Concerns have also raised about the state of the United States' digital defenses. David Musington, a former head of infrastructure security at the American CISA, the CISA, Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, the agency tasked with protecting America's most critical systems that you can't live without, has warned that while adversaries are pouring money into enhancing their cyber abilities, the Trump maladministration has gutted the CISA. The CISA budget has been cut by nearly half, and a third of its staff has been fired because Donald Trump has effectively surrendered to Xi Jinping. And as he left the capital collectivized mainland, Trump said, "We made some fantastic trade deals." Yet little of the detail has been released, while national security seems not to have been mentioned at all. Beijing's operations on American soil are only going to intensify until your leaders and mine decide to act. But before then, you're all going to be taken out by some communist Chinese virus unleashed by a garage, from a garage, in a residential neighborhood, well, that you live in, until you die there. Suck it up, because you didn't do shit. This is a first-person shooter experience, but you're firing blanks. Now let's start in with the new Fed chair. Though by the slimmest margin in the history of such confirmations, Donald Trump finally has Kevin Warsh right where he wants him. The United States Senate voted in favor of his Fed chair nomination by a 54-45 margin, setting up a controversial transition following the president's unprecedented threats against the central bank's independence. With only one Democrat, John Fetterman of Pennsylvania, the retard with the brain injury, crossing party lines, the vote reflected fears that Warsh will bend to Trump's repeated demands for lower rates to help boost the economy and thus the political prospects of Republicans. The 56-year-old Warsh, who in 2017 was passed over in favor of Jerome Powell, is now set to replace him. Warsh's nomination had been held up as the senators balked at the Trump maladministration's since suspended criminal investigation of Jerome Powell. But any effort to lower rates, as Trump demanded of Powell via insults, threats, and a judge said the aforementioned probe, would come amid an inflationary spike triggered by the Iran war. Just hours before the Senate vote, Trump's own maladministration reported the producer price index rose by 6% over a year ago, its fastest rate since 2022 and topping all estimates in a Bloomberg survey of economists. In other words, it's worse than even the experts calculated. War inflation accelerated in April on both rising fuel and grocery costs, driven by Israel's American proxy war with Iran, exceeding wage growth in a double slap to already strained consumers, most of whom oppose the conflict and blame Donald Trump himself for high gas prices, to say the least. And those gas prices, they drive up the price of everything else. Per transportation costs, of course. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, a division of the United States Department of Labor itself, the Consumer Price Index rose 3.8% from a year earlier, the most since 2023. After adjusting for inflation, wages fell for the first time in 3 years. Your salary's going down while prices are going up. The chances of your surviving this are slim to none. Face it, people. Donald John Trump is your extinction level event. The figures prove how the war is finally hitting the American economy full force as energy costs surge, something likely to continue with the Strait of Hormuz shut and the Trump maladministration still struggling for any way out of the conflict that they started themselves. The government data indicating gas prices rose almost 28% over the past 12 months. Grocery prices, rents, and airfares also saw large increases from a month earlier. A sustained pickup, especially in the cost of essentials, will lead consumers to cut back on spending, simply because we'll have nothing left to spend. But even without the war's collateral damage to prices, the numbers prove inflation still would be rising. And while Americans, despite high inflation, have spent at surprising levels since the pandemic, executives are beginning to worry it all might be too much. Consumers are putting less away as they try to keep up, with the savings rate dropping in March to the lowest in 3 years. In the near term, Bill Adams, the chief economist at Comerica Bank, advises Americans to draw on savings or tap credit cards. But the longer gas prices stay high, the more consumers will change their spending patterns to balance their budgets, and that will only be bad news for our economy. Oil markets, meanwhile, have been surprisingly calm. Prices are far higher than before the Iran war, but well below recent peaks, or where they stood after Russia invaded the Ukraine. Don't be reassured. The present tranquility in the eye of the storm will not last. Oil prices will soon rise convulsively, and a full-blown disaster is just weeks away. As true as it is that previous wars were sometimes mistakes, I wouldn't give the current maladministration that much credit. I know it to be operating on a much more primitive level. According to people who have been close to Trump himself, he has always acted without any consistent Weltanschauung, or worldview, or strategy. Indeed, Trump admits he went to war with Iran for PR reasons. Trump, having casually admitted that the whole Iran nuclear standoff is mostly a public relations exercise. But before we really get into it, no multi-billionaire owns this operation. No advertiser is quietly asking us to find a softer angle. No parent company has a seat at the table with the people we talk about. This production exists because listeners pay for it. If you've been listening for free, tonight is the night to change that. Upgrade your subscription to auto payment via PayPal. Independent analyses does not run on goodwill. If we use an analogy of chess, the go-to stereotypical archetype, iconic, parallel, even grandmasters lose much of the time. But this war is more like an elementary mistake made by a falsely reputed and publicly hyped, publicity hyped, 500 rated player. No matter how much damage Israel and its 500 satrap American states and union do, the people of Iran cannot assume power unless they possess a rival power structure that aims to overtake the government. Whenever a government is weak enough to be overtaken, it is always a stronger and better organized force that is capable of replacing it. Like a revolutionary communist party, or the clerics who took power in the 1979 revolution in Iran in the first place. Israel and its 50 American vassal states in union evidently don't understand that. So, much like a mistake made in chess by a beginner, We don't have the luxury of going back to the way the chessboard was before the mistake. Trump is stuck with the chessboard as it exists now, and Trump isn't setting Vance or Rubio up for the future. Instead, the maladministration celebrates defeat in the symbolic terms characteristic of declining states. Donald Trump's disastrous war in Iran underscores that the guiding principle of his foreign policy is superpower suicide. But this is a symptom of a deeper condition. The democratic distortions and drastic inequalities that have enabled world historic levels of strategic asininity. Even though the war in Iran has become a mess, Donald Trump's top advisor on diplomacy and national security is getting lots of presidential buzz. Understanding whether there's truth behind the talk and why might give us some hints about the future of the Republican Party itself. Because Trump's latest gaffes could hurt the grand old party. The president's string of gaffes this week may not matter to himself, but it's a different story for vulnerable Republican midterm candidates. This forces myself as a mentor to confront the challenge of writing the Trump years into history. In tutoring my lads on site the estates, I am chronically challenged with the problem of how to bring an American history textbook up to date when the empire's very past has become a political battleground. But of course, we've got some soul food to assuage that ache. And by that I mean a pun. An entendre for the sole of the foot, as in S-O-L-E. The kind of soul food you find in a shoe store. Now, Donald Trump deserves plenty of criticism for his serial dishonesty, but on the rare occasions when he speaks frankly, that causes problems too. This week, a reporter asked the president whether the deteriorating economic situation has created any urgency for him to reach a peace deal with Iran. He blithely replied, "Not even a little bit. I don't think about Americans' financial situation. I don't think about anybody." That's a verbatim quote. I am not paraphrasing. Who can doubt that he was being sincere? Trump has misconducted the war as though he is both uninterested in and unaware of the economic effects that it is having. He has publicly mused about simply withdrawing from the battlefield, well, the field of battle, and leaving the Strait of Hormuz closed, despite the disruption that has caused for global trade. He's previously called talk about affordability a hoax, and with his own bank accounts forever growing, even ever fatter through corruption, he doesn't feel the pinch of inflation himself. Trump, a multi-billionaire who inherited a real estate fortune, has always been a curious sort of populist. As I have spraketh, he managed to convincingly campaign as one by flaunting his genuine scorn for cultural and intellectual elites. This served him well for many years, especially during the 2024 presidential election, when inflation was a major concern for many voters. Once in office, however, Trump didn't actually have any ideas for combating rising prices. He's hardly unusual in this regard. Elected officials have few good tools for fighting inflation, though most of them at least tried to act sympathetic. Joe Biden tried a different path, trying to convince voters that they weren't really experiencing high costs at all. It didn't work out well for him. Trump's decision to tell voters that he just doesn't fucking care is a novel strategy, to say the least, but not a very promising one. The sentiment that Trump was apparently trying to convey might be defensible in some cases. When our nation is at war, a president must at times call on the people to make sacrifices in the name of the greater good. Abraham Lincoln, Woodrow Wilson, and Franklin Delano Roosevelt all did this for the worst of all possible reasons. It was never justifiable then because their cause was wrong in each and every single case, but the sentiment behind it in a general sense, as far as national mobilized conflicts go, is understandable. The conservative commentator, Mark Thiessen, abusing tortured illogic, argues that if we cannot accept a few months of higher inflation and a few months of higher gas prices in order to stop Iran from getting a nuclear weapon, we're not a superpower anymore. The problem being that Trump has never definitively stated that ending Iran's nuclear program is the objective of this war, nor has he laid out any reasonable path to achieving it, even if it were. As a result, the president is asking Americans to suffer for no clear reason, even while he is openly trolling that he doesn't care about their suffering. This was only the worst in a string of notable gifts from Trump over the past few days. Over the apparent objection of the First Lady, Melania Trump, he said that the White House was a shithouse when he arrived. Trump used to be celebrated for the creativity of his insults, but this week he kept it simple, snapping at a reporter who asked, who dared to question him about the ballooning cost of his planned East Wing ballroom. "I doubled the size of it, you dumb person!" The president also can't get his story straight on whether he selected or even knows the contractor adding that garish cerulean hue to the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool. When a reporter asked the president how he'd respond to black voters worried that changes to congressional districts, changes spearheaded by his Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent allies, and urged on by his Injustice Department, would reduce black representation, taxation without representation, the purported cause of the original American Revolutionary War of Independence, he replied, "I think it's been a wonderful process." This may have been another moment of imprudent honesty, but at least he's answering his own 2016 question to black voters, posited by himself. "What the hell do you have to lose?" To which the blacks gave a full-throated cheer. Roar! Kind of like Darth Vader with a mouthful of popcorn chicken, invented to keep blacks quiet in movie theaters. Will these remarks hurt Donald Trump? One plausible answer is that they won't. He's been making outrageous statements for years, and it hasn't slowed down his political career by an iota. Another possibility is that they will, but that it simply doesn't matter to him. His approval rating continues to decline steadily. CNN's Harry Enton noted with amazement this week that Trump owns the 5 worst polls on inflation of any American president in history. But Trump, who won't face voters again, theoretically, seems less concerned with poor polling than he was in his first midterm. The catch being that although Trump theoretically won't face another election, many of his fellow Republicans will in less than 6 months, no less. Republicans have been pleading with the White House to formulate and stick with a consistent message for the midterms. Instead, they're getting a president who is either nodding off in public or pithily dismissing the concerns of the taxpaying electorate entirely. The legacy mainstream mass media machine has puzzled over Trump's fixation on footwear this spring. The president has commented on AIDS' choice of dress shoes, and he presented a visibly ill-fitting pair to the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. But mayhaps Trump cares so much about feet and what goes on them because he knows that sooner or later he will place his own he'll place his own foot into his ever-gaping mouth and suck on edema-swollen orange toes for breakfast, lunch, and dinner until he fucking chokes upon the stink. By the way, the Real Tech Geek says, President Donald Trump... Well, feel free to read this aloud, Real Tech. Read this to our listeners. Read the paragraph you entered to our listeners. That would help. By all means.
Well, I just wanted to have the context of the article that I just posted by see, but yeah, President Donald Trump's stock holdings and financial transactions are publicly filed using the OGE Form 278-T transaction report and OGE Form 278E Executive Branch Personal Public Financial Disclosure Report through the U.S. Office of Government Ethics.
Cool. And the link that our man Real Tech entered. Oh, go on, please. Your own observations about this.
It's highly unethical to have a U.S. sitting president to invest in all these companies. I mean, they talk about the government officials just doing all these crazy stock trades and having insider info like such as happened with right before it happened with the shutdowns with COVID. I forgot her name. She took over. She lost in 2021, but Kelly Loeffler, she got put derivative options on the S&P 500, and so before it went down. So he says he's not doing it himself. I mean, he's not very bright. He doesn't read. Doesn't wear glasses. So he doesn't read. So it's his family that's doing all the trades, investing for him. But still,
good point.
A sitting U.S. president should not be allowed to have these things. So usually, it's put in a trust fund. Even though it says it's doing that, but they're I guess it's Goldman Sachs or whoever it is who's doing it. With his family trust fund or day trading or swing trading, which is usually basically investing into a stock or cryptocurrency and then a couple of days to a few weeks or a few months and then getting out of it for profit.
Thank you.
That's the basic term of it.
Very good. And the link that our man Real Tech provided exposes that Trump purchased shares of Amazon, Meta, Oracle, Broadcom, Motorola, and Dell worth millions of dollars. As disclosed,
he was talking about investing. Dell's a great company, invested in, and then it went up.
Yes.
I have nothing against a president talking about encouraging to invest in the stock market, and just be active into investing.
Yeah.
Well, there's nothing wrong with that, but what he's doing is just highly corruption. It's insane corruption.
Thank you, as proven by this new ethics disclosure filings, and thank you for bringing that to our attention. Much appreciated.
And also NVIDIA. He's Jensen Huang has lobbied for months to and AMD2, and they both allowed it, but of course he wanted his cut of it of the sales for the U.S. government or. There's no personal cut too, of course, 10 to 15%, I think, each sale. But Gamers Nexus did an entire video, 3.5-hour video that Bloomberg copyrighted for a while about the black market in China, and they also won the partners with SS Super Microcomputers, SCMI. it had was using a shell company for what's it, hair dryers to illegally bring in the graphics cards into the country also through Singapore too.
Thank you.
But I mean that's the reason why he went there anyway, because he even though it was the last minute, he's saying that Trump told him to go. Jensen Huang, CEO of NVIDIA, but yeah, he's desperately want to get the chips. His ratios are negative for that right now. Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you for that. No, very well taken. You just need to learn to
Margins.
right, margin. Thank you. Need to learn to accentuate a little more emphatically. Clearly, try and slow down your speech and separate your words. We want to avoid slurring because you tend to speak. You have a manner of speaking that's you need to slow it down. You do, believe it or not,
Okay.
speak a little too fast. You want to speak slowly and very carefully and accentuate every word.
Okay.
That way we can hear what you say more clearly. But I believe we got the message and it's appreciated. And
Okay.
yeah,
Well, I have motor skill problems, so
understood.
and because of that.
And for that reason, we want to help that. We want to help that. And this is your practice ground for that. You'll get better. You'll get better with time. You'll never learn, of
Thank you.
course, unless you practice. So by expressing yourself, taking that into account, always make certain that you bear that in mind. You want to speak louder too. You also want to learn to speak distinctively loud. Try and project your voice. That will help. Now, lately, I myself can't.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah. Now, lately, I myself can't stop thinking about Charles A. Beard. He's one of my favorite dead American historians. A century ago, when the United States was celebrating its 150th anniversary, Beard and his wife, the historianess Mary Ritter Beard, were just finishing their pioneering history textbook titled The Rise of American Civilization. Now, Charles Beard was best known for his work titled An Economic Interpretation of the Constitution of the United States from 1913, in which he made the controversial argument that the framers had been entirely interested in consolidating their own wealth. The president of Beard's own university, Columbia, denounced him. So did many other people. Warren G. Harding, then publisher of an Ohio newspaper, called Beard's book libelous, vicious, and damnable. In the end, Beard's interpretation of the Constitution did not prevail, despite the persuasiveness of his evidence. But his provocation helped usher in an era of constitutional renewal in these United States. Meanwhile, Beard met the challenge of political repression with integrity. In 1917, after Columbia University fired members of the faculty who were opposed to American entry into the war in Europe, Beard resigned in protest. From his farm in Connecticut, he went on to write many other books and to contribute regularly to magazines. Again and again, he spraketh out against what he believed to be creeping forms of tyranny in American life. In the 1930s, when William Randolph Hearst ordered the editors of his newspapers to send reporters to college classrooms to ferret out the Reds, Beard, speaking at a convention of school teachers, described Hearst as an enemy of everything that is noblest and best in the American tradition, concluding, no person with intellectual honesty or moral integrity will touch him with a 10-foot pole. Later historians came to believe that Beard lost his way, despite history herself proving they're in the wrong, not he. In any event, he's been forgotten. But I have been wondering what Beard would make of our somewhat deranged political moment. What would he write about Donald Trump. How would he assess the state of constitutional argument in the United States? I've done my best, beardless, and I can only conclude that Trump's America is committing superpower suicide. The United States is spending billions of dollars to lose a war in Iran that is enriching our oligarchs, impoverishing our citizens, sabotaging our alliances, and strengthening our enemies. The war is exposing a guiding principle of United States President Donald Trump's imperial policy: superpower suicide. Empires rise and fall, but to my knowledge, no state has ever deliberately and systematically killed its own power, much less with such speed. This strategic suicide can be difficult to admit. One still hopes that Trump's misadventures are based on some misunderstanding of the American national interest. They are not. At a minimum, a superpower must be a modern state that includes, through the rule of law and other institutions, a substantial body of citizens committed to a common endeavor. But the Trump maladministration treats the American empire not as a postmodern state, but as a commercial opportunity for a select few. A superpower must also have a sense of the national interest. While international relations experts disagree about how leaders define this concept, we are unprepared for a situation in which the president himself is indifferent to the good of the people or the state. What we have instead is a capitalist Politburo, or political bureau in the Russian. To remain a superpower, a state must also maintain itself over time. Continuity depends on a principle for transferring political authority. By aspiring to remain in power indefinitely and undermining all faith in elections themselves, Trump is calling into question the very principle that enables political secession in the constitutional American Republic. There are, of course, other ways of going about it, like dynastic rule or a Politburo's decision. Moving to one of these arrangements, one can only conclude that the coven of technoligarchs responsible for the rise of Vice President J.D. Vance as a capitalist Politburo will end the American Republic entirely. Ensuring that the right people are in charge is crucial for a state to gain and maintain power. Historically, powerful states sought ways to identify and elevate qualified people to serve in positions of authority, regardless of birth. Ancient China had an examination system. Napoleon Bonaparte established the principle of merit in both civilian and military life. The United States of America, for its part, once had a civil service that was the envy of the world, as well as what was propagandized as a meritocratic military. But the Trump maladministration has gutted the civil service and purged the military's senior ranks, a process carried out by people who are themselves utterly unqualified for the very positions that they have occupied and occupy today, to our misfortune. The fact that Tulsi Gabbard, Kash Patel, and Pete Hegseth are now, respectively, Directors of National Intelligence. What an oxymoron under her. FBI Director and Defense Secretary is a clear indicator of a superpower committing suicide. all abetted by the Republican offensive against science itself. Because in a deeper sense, a superpower must have an education system that can prepare its population, and thus its political leaders, to face global challenges. But in Trump's America, public education is being starved of resources. Universities are facing retaliation for upholding academic freedom, and school libraries, including in military academies, are being purged of useful books. Likewise, the embrace of science that has fueled the rise of many great powers has come under attack in Trump's America. Like the ancient Mesopotamians, whose astronomers devised scientific methods to map the heavens and used astrology to predict the future to a degree that enabled their empire to last 1,000 years. And the Romans, who operationalized Greek science to build and defend an empire that conquered half the world. America became a superpower by establishing state institutions to fund science and attract scientists, overwhelmingly immigrants. Because, Americans really don't have that much of a penchant for use of their brains for anything other than, well, I shan't go there. However, the Trump maladministration has launched a staggering offensive against science itself. It is withholding research funding based on religio-political ideology, discouraging aspiring and established scientists from relocating to these United States, and casting doubt on fundamental scientific findings, such as anthrocausal, i.e., human-caused, climate catastrophe. As a result, the Trump maladministration has abruptly halted America's energy transition and instead subsidized fossil fuels, which are being rendered ecologically and economically obsolete by the very laws of natural economics everywhere on Earth. As a magnificent forthcoming book demonstrates, societies that pioneer new energy forms rise, those that do not must fall, and historically have only ever done so. Trump wants to put coal in the cleaner and, well, call it green. But as for the economics and the power dynamics of energy itself, this might be the most profound truth in all of human history, making Trump's choice an existential error that will hasten America's irrelevance and place the communist Chinese empire of the East, our chief rival and the world's clean energy superpower, in a stronger position. The same being true of the technology and innovation underpinning military might. The American empire has always expended enormous sums of money on weaponry, but the maladministration is focusing on the equipment of the past, like a new class of super battleships to be named after Trump himself. The plan is pure fantasy. Even if these super mega battleships, each one larger than the Imperial Japanese battleship, their flagship, the Yamato, are somehow built, they would be entirely inadequate for postmodern warfare, the contours of which have been revealed by the high techno-war between Russia and the Ukraine. Think of them as sunk on arrival. And, well, without weapons, we can only rely on diplomacy. But the Trump maladministration disregards the art of diplomacy. The Russo-Ukrainian War being a prime example of how the Trump maladministration disregards the art of soft power in favor of deal-making. Yet there be abundant evidence, including his kowtowing to the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin, that Trump doesn't know how to negotiate at all. Moreover, American imperial allies are abused and marginalized for no reason other than personal grievance. With no sense of national interest, there can be no understanding of what alliances are even for. Nor can there be an appreciation of the international system itself, the laws, rules, and norms that underpinned American imperial global primacy. It is impossible to overstate how primitive Trump's approach is and how much joy it brings to America's enemies. Because it's our strategic defeat. That brings us back to Iran. In international confrontations, a superpower wins at least some of the time. But the Trump maladministration only and ever loses time and again. The war on Iran is a clear strategic defeat. Insofar as the American empire had any objectives, they were never achieved. Trump's policies have left more enriched uranium in the hands of an even more hardline Iranian regime, which holds new sources of economic power, total control of the Strait of Hormuz, total intimidation of the Gulf states, and made it all but impossible for the Americans to influence Iranian society itself at the grassroots level at all. The maladministration also celebrates defeat in symbolic terms characteristic of declining states. Consider Hegseth's comparison of a downed American pilot's rescue to the resurrection of Jesus the Christos, Jesus Christ himself, a screaming blasphemy that might distract us from our underlying strategic helplessness. Such Christological images are abused to transform defeat in the real world into victory in some imaginal one. Dysfunctional Polish romanticism, by way of example, regards the collapse of their republic, chiefly owing to wealth inequality, as misbegotten proof that Poland is the Christ of nations. America is the new Poland. My biological father, Adolf Hitler, could not but laugh, because he would look across the Atlantic and see American government as a service to the ultra-rich. The Epstein
Also,
class.
very soon, Russia is going to attack Poland.
Oh, we can only hope. Don't get my hopes up. Oh, they'll get their asses kicked. They'll get their asses kicked. I can't.
Yeah, man. Ukraine's about to take back Crimea.
Thank you.
I'm very happy for them.
That was Bolshevik Russia's Taiwan. Just so everybody knows about the Crimea, tell us what you know about the Crimea. I want your understanding of that situation. What little
Well,
you
I
may
don't
know.
know that much about it.
I understand, but what little you...
I know that it was annexed by them in 2014, but I have to research more. I'm learning more about it.
Mhm.
I also been watching The Enforcer and researching my own about the war. It's taken me time to really
Well, let me take
come to
over
an
from...
understanding of it, and also with history.
Thank you.
I'm still confused actually with that the United States really do a coup against the pro-democratic regime that was there. And I mean, I know that what's his name again? The one that died from brain cancer, John McCain. And I know he was there. There's video footage and
Well,
being there, but I don't know.
let me take it from here. But thank you for bringing that up,
Yeah, go ahead.
because
You're welcome.
yeah, the Crimea was Russia's Taiwan. It was the state Lenin was forced to destroy. In November of 1920, 150,000 people were trapped in the Crimea, surrounded by the Red Army. What happened next wasn't a massacre, but the greatest logistical escape in the Russian Civil War. The Black Baron, Pyotr Wrangel, built a functioning capitalist state in just 7 months, terrifying Lenin and the Bolsheviks. So this wasn't just the story of the White Army's defeat. It's an autopsy of the ultimate crisis management operation in modern warfare. While Soviet Russia descended into war communism and state terror, General Pyotr Wrangel turned the isolated Crimean Peninsula into a Russian Taiwan. From executing corrupt officials and officers in both the civilian and military branches of government, to pulling off a brilliant land hack that stole the Bolsheviks' main promise, Wrangel created a working alternative to the Soviets' project. So, the untold truth of the White Crimea is, well, it would involve the diplomatic poker game with Great Britain and France, the brutal industrial warfare against Mikhail Frunze's Red Army on the Perekop Isthmus, and the freak weather anomaly on the frozen Sivash Lake that ultimately sealed the fate of the Russian Empire. It's one of the greatest stories of escape, or the story of one of the greatest escapes that history has forgotten. One of these days I'll go in depth into the industrial battle and the frozen lake and the logistics of a miracle that enabled the impossible escape. But that for another day. Looking now at the...
Yeah, and also there was a
Please.
civil war. Not civil war. There also was a revolution against the occupation of the of Ukraine from the USSR in 1920s, I think. Right?
Okay. Yeah. Well, thank you for that. I'm looking now at the link you sent
Then
about how
scrambles.
Ukraine is taking the fight back to Russia in the Crimea. How Kiev is forcing
Yes.
Moscow to choose whether to devote air or defense resources to defending the Russian homeland or occupied Crimea. So, yeah, this is wonderful news. Thank you so much for this. And
You're welcome. Yeah, I have to sit and read the article, and I got to also research into that. So,
such having
plans they want to do.
Thank
But here, that's also Poland scrambles jets to intercept Russian spy plane Baltic Sea provocation.
you.
This
Now,
is from the
mhm.
Kiev Independent.
Thank you.
I'll link it.
Now, we were
Go ahead.
speaking of government as a service to the ultra-rich. Because, lastly, many states lose power because they simply cannot afford to keep it. For the first time since 1945, American national debt is higher than the United States gross domestic product. That is a useful point of comparison. Running big deficits is normal when facing a challenge like World War II. But the Trump maladministration is doing so for an entirely different reason: to avoid taxing wealthy individuals and mega corporations. That misapproach, government as a service to the ultra-rich, is inconsistent with winning wars or maintaining the social services that allow a post-modern society to even function. Reform and repair are no longer relevant because America's superpower suicide under Trump is a symptom of the democratic distortions and inequalities that have enabled such world historic strategic asininity. What made the American empire a superpower also enabled the current attempt at self-annihilation. Instead of seeking a return to the previous status quo, strenuous efforts must now be made to restructure American politics in ways that give people power, greater power, to create a more just future. Of course, that brings us to the new kid on the block, in the most negative sense. Donald Trump loves to pit his advisors and staffers against one another. Many aspects of Trump's personae on The Apprentice may have been manufactured, but not this one. Lately, the New York Times noted this weekend, this has played out as Trump informally polling friends and advisors on who would be a better Republican presidential nominee in the next election, J.D. Vance or Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Making predictions about how voters will feel by the 2028 election is futile, but for a long time the frontrunner seemed to have been decided within the maladministration. Last year, Rubio told Vanity Fair, "If J.D. Vance runs for president, he's going to be our nominee, and I'll be one of the first people to support him." Prominent outside activists, such as Erica Kirk, have also thrown in their lot with Vance. Well, that's because they're both siblings, brother and sister, the offspring of Michael Aquino's genes. Incestuous siblings at that, since they're obviously active in that regard. I guess that's the Aquino gene in action. The Q gene. It fucks itself in a never-ending DNA strand, kind of like the serpent of Ouroboros, swallowing its own tail. And now Rubio himself appears to be gaining some momentum. The Secretary of State, who is also Trump's national security advisor, is suddenly everywhere. Whether ringside with Trump at UFC fights, desk side in the Pope's Vatican office, or perched behind the lectern in the White House briefing room. Rubio, who often seemed glum early in the maladministration, now looks to be having the time of his life. The pollster, Sarah Longwell, also reported in The Atlantic magazine last month that MAGA voters in the focus group she runs are expressing new interest in Rubio. This does not seem like an obvious moment for everything to be coming up Marco, Rubio being the president's top advisor on both national security and diplomacy at a moment when the United States has blundered into an unpopular war that is obviously a strategic catastrophe. The United States government cannot or will not define its objectives and has no path to achieving them even if it does. In the meantime, gas prices are rising and the world economy is precarious, to say the least. That Rubio has become a high-profile spokesperson for this conflict would seem to threaten rather than enhance his chances in 2028. Vance, by contrast, has been fairly quiet over the past few months, perhaps wisely. He was skeptical about the war in its early days, as even Trump has noted, and has continued to ask pointed questions about how it is even being conducted. Vance having weekly denied reporting that he has raised such questions in order to further his war on the press, and perhaps stay in Trump's good graces. And the too early numbers remain on Vance's side. 3 out of 4 Republicans view Vance positively, versus 12-3 who view Rubio positively, according to Pew polling earlier this year. Of course, for those of you who don't know, that's based on race. A lot of Republicans don't view Marco as, well, the name speaks for itself, as white as JD. Now, one thing Rubio has going for him is that, in contrast to the smirking and censorious vice president, or even the ever more dour president himself, he does come across as closer to what passes for a normal person among politicians. You know, where politics is Hollywood for ugly people. And to exemplify the attitude towards his presumed, or at least apparent, normality, Marco Rubio had one Trump 2024 voter telling the Fourth Estate that he seems more human than a lot of the other characters in the maladministrations. Human and characters both being aptly chosen words here. Now, Rubio is also manifestly less ideological than Vance, which may have some appeal, but he's also already tried to run for president, with underwhelming and occasionally robotic results. The Iran war will pose a challenge for Vance, Rubio, or any other maladministration official who mounts a run. In that way, it's a microcosm of trois challenges that any would-be Trump successor will face. First, they will need to forge a base of support, which means trying to keep together as much of the MAGA coalition as possible. Trump's ideological flexibility and personality-based politics have allowed him to assemble a group that doesn't agree on anything, except loving Trump and hating Democrats. Before even that. And that group is already starting to splinter, in part due to criticism of his mishandling of the war he started. Interestingly, Rubio and Vance are latecomers to Trumpism compared with many Russo collaborationist red Republican insurgent party voters. But just keeping a majority of the MAGA base united won't be enough to win a general election. The second challenge will be for candidates to distance themselves from the things that have made Trump a historically unpopular president among the general population without infuriating Trump himself and alienating his hardcore cultists. Think about how loath Kamala Harris was to criticize Joe Biden during the 2024 election and how much that hurt her with swing voters. And then imagine how that might work with a president who is both more vengeful and more influential with his base. Trump's parlor game of asking about Rubio and Vance, whom he personally calls kids, is a display of Trumpian anxiety about his legacy, which the Fourth Estate has reported has been a recent obsession for him. The paradox of this fixation being that some of the maneuvers that Trump has taken to establish this legacy, such as his attack on Iran, will also make the electoral landscape more difficult for any successor he wishes to anoint. Look on my kids, ye strategists, and despair! Iran having all the hallmarks of a forever war, prolonged, costly, and difficult to end. Mounting concerns that the Iran conflict is spiraling into a forever war are a major subject of global and domestic debate, with vague political objectives, deeply entrenched Iranian contingency plans, and the ongoing threat of prolonged asymmetric skirmishes. Experts and policymakers are increasingly worried about a destabilizing, open-ended quagmire. The signs and perspectives fueling the forever war debate are varied. Points being entrenched regime resilience. Analysts at the Cato Institute warning that simply targeting Iranian leadership or arrow power won't collapse the Islamic Republic, as the IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps, remains deeply entrenched and has built-in contingency plans for prolonged attrition. Another point being indefinite enforcement. Rather than any exit strategy, military experts point to a potential shift into a Judeo-centric, episodic, on-again, off-again, mowing the grass strategy. Allah Eretz Israel Hashlema, the greater land of Israel. This involving long-running, low-intensity conflicts, similar to approaches seen in other regional skirmishes conducted by white supremacist apartheid state regimes, such as the one that occupies Palestine. And, of course, another factor being political pushback. The maladministration heavily pushing back against the forever war label itself, with officials arguing the campaign is laser-focused and decisive. Conversely, analysts are warning that the United States lacks any clear exit ramp, raising fears of a messy and indefinite engagement. Finally, we have the asymmetric leverage factor. Even under heavy pressure, Iran retains significant capacity to retaliate and disrupt, Ongoing hostilities continue to threaten global energy supplies, particularly through potential disruptions at critical shipping arteries, like the Strait of Hormuz. Now, why it's all at risk here is, well, while current conditions, such as rising oil and gas prices, growing congressional pressure under the War Powers Resolution, and low public support might seem to push the United States toward ending the conflict soon. I mean, after all, look at it. It would simply appear to be economic sense that the impact of this conflict is so extreme, the world couldn't afford it to become a quagmire. But historical patterns suggest otherwise. I am of the old school, which historians today no longer adhere to. I am the last of the real historians, wherein I adhere to the reality that past is prelude. Forget the bullshit from the satirist Mark Twain. Oh, history may not repeat itself, but it damn well rhymes. History repeats itself. It not only repeats itself, it must repeat itself. The cycles are ironclad. And three recurring factors in past forever wars are also present here. 1. High resolve by the weak. Iran, despite being militarily and economically constrained, maintains a strong political will to resist American imperial influence and defend its interests. 2. Erosion of cost-benefit thinking by the strong. These United States, facing strategic and political pressures, may be less willing to weigh the long-term costs of continued engagement against short-term gains. And 3, weak institutional constraints to warfighting itself. On at least one side, that of the Americans, political and military institutions simply lack the mechanisms to force any timely de-escalation. We are fucking stuck in a tar baby, people. As to why this matters, these dynamics can trap both sides in a cycle of limited but sustained conflict, where each side gains some strategic advantages but cannot achieve any decisive, lasting resolution. The result is a war that persists for years, or more likely decades, draining resources and complicating diplomacy itself. As to any path to avoiding a forever war, there is a way out, but not immediately. Political will, institutional discipline, and a clear exit strategy are essential to prevent this conflict from becoming entrenched. Without them, the risk of a prolonged, costly war remains high, if not inevitable. In short, while the United States may be under pressure to end the Iran conflict soon, the combination of Iran's stubborn resistance, American imperial strategic overreach, and weak checks on our warfighting will keep the war going far longer than intended. And this brings us to Red China's Taiwan warning. My Taiwan has long been the most volatile issue between the American and Communist Chinese empires, and that was on display during Donald Trump's visit to Beijing this week. After Xi Jinping honored Trump with flag-waving children and goose-stepping soldiers, the Communist Chinese dictator warned the American president that My Taiwan could lead to clashes between the superpowers. Cautioning American leaders against interfering with My Taiwan is SOP. It's SOP, Standard Operational Procedure, for the Communist Chinese super surveillance state. But Xi's assertion that it could trigger a highly dangerous situation for the world's biggest economies marked his bluntest language on this topic yet. It also cemented my self-ruled Zhonghua Dao, Island China, as the top Sino-American risk. Trump said he made no commitment to Xi over my Taiwan and would make a decision soon over a planned $14 billion arms deal with my Dakwa Zhonghua island nation China. The Xi-Trump summit itself being otherwise remarkably banal. Donald Trump left communist China on the Asian mainland with many questions, too many, unanswered. There were warm words on both sides and plenty of friendly symbolism in the president's big summit with Xi Jinping. But the fundamental great power tensions remain over trade, technology, and war and peace in the Middle East, and ever and always, my Taiwan. Washington and Beijing agree that Iran should never have a nuclear weapon, though it remains unclear the extent to which Zhonghua Renmin Gongheguo, the People's Republic of China, will help reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Its closure hurts the commercial-centrist Chinese economy, of course, but the centralized single-party state capitalist China has significant energy reserves, and Xi knows that the pain spreads around the world to his advantage. A leaked United States intelligence report this week reported that the communist Chinese empire has already capitalized on the Iranian impasse. The conflict has drained the munitions stockpiles of the American empire and our allies, which empowers Zhonghua Dalu, mainland China, in its near abroad, and only emboldens Xi in his quest to absorb my Taiwan. It also giveth the Chinese Communist Party an opportunity to sell its own arms and technology to Middle Eastern states. In other words, Iran has shifted the balance of global power further eastward. The White House disputes that, naturally, but it is clearly a major concern at the highest levels of Western power. The message being clear: the world no longer waits in Washington's lobby. It is lining up in Beijing. Vladimir Putin's planned arrival in Beijing this coming Wednesday is more than a diplomatic visit. As Trump's China visit happened the preceding week, the symbolism of a fortnight, it has 14 nights or 12 weeks of back-to-back tyrants traipsing into the Forbidden City becomest impossible to ignore. This is not just scheduling. It is a snapshot of a changing world disorder. Beijing is no longer acting like a side player on the global stage. Increasingly, it is becoming the stage itself, the place where rivals, allies, and power brokers must appear if they want to be part of the next chapter of global politics. For decades, the world's political gravity revolved around Washington. That era is now being tested in plain sight. When leaders from opposing power centers move toward communist China on the Asian mainland within days of each other, it signals that influence is no longer flowing in one direction. This is not coincidence. It is choreography. And the message is sharp. American imperial dominance is fading, and a multipolar world is no longer coming. It is already here. Now, here we have, in the Infinite Call, our man, Real Tech Geek, bringing up mainland China. Thank you. The iconography in the simplified Chinese caught my direction, as well as from the Kiev Independent, Poland scrambles jets to intercept Russian spy plane in the Baltic Sea provocation. Thank you for the links and the update, Real Tech Geek.
You're welcome.
Now, in light of the impact of his humiliation in the Strait of Hormuz, a more confident Hong Zhonghua, Red China, is happy to downplay presidential visits because Trump's summit with Xi Jinping changed nothing. Communist-capitalist China still views the American empire as its chief rival and my Taiwan as its ultimate target. In fact, you could be forgiven reading and watching the Red Chinese press this week last for entirely missing United States President Donald Trump's visit to Beijing. It was headline news here. Did you know that nobody in mainland China knew that it happened? Is your mind blown yet? Your jaw should be hitting the fucking ground.
People knew what happened.
No, let
People
me
knew what
correct you.
happened.
Let me correct you. On Wednesday,
I was talking.
on
Go ahead.
Wednesday, the day that Trump arrived, the front page of the state-run English language newspaper China Daily was dominated by the communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping's shaking hands with the president of Tajikistan. Tajikistan! The CCP, the Chinese Communist Party newspaper, the People's Daily, relegated commentary on the American president's trip to page 3. That was in the English language edition. In the Chinese language edition, it wasn't printed at all. The only reason you talk to people in China about it is because they are English speaking and talking to you as an American. They know because they talk to Americans. It's the Americans who told them it fucking happened. Jinwen Lianbao, the most...
Yes, that is correct because...
Thank you. Go on.
Yes, that's correct because the people I know, they speak to Americans all the time.
Thank you.
You know, from a TikTok dancers, so yeah.
Yes, there we go.
You're right.
They make their living from Americans.
Yes,
Thank you.
correct.
Yes. Now, Jinwen Lianbao is the most watched nightly news broadcast in mainland China. It announced the visit on Monday in 12 seconds of coverage. For comparison, that was followed by a nearly 6-minute segment titled "The Integrated Development of the Yangtze River Delta Continues to Achieve New Breakthroughs." In other words, infrastructural development got astronomically orders of magnitude more coverage.
Also,
Yes.
also.
Yeah.
Before I actually flip my mind about this, there was a standoff between the Chinese security forces and the U.S. Secret Service at the Temple of Heaven. Because you mentioned the Chinese daily news website, and I saw a Temple of Heaven article, so it dropped my memory about that. So it was a 30-minute standoff between the Chinese security officers between the U.S. Secret Services because they were not allowing the U.S. Secret Service people to go in with firearms.
That's right. Thank you for that. And the Xi-Trump meeting itself got a whole 12.5 minutes on Wednesday. On Jinwen Lianbao, the day Trump was physically in fucking China, he got 12.5 minutes of coverage on the most watched nightly news broadcast in China, in 13th place in the broadcast, no less. So as it turned out, the lack of dramatics on the Chinese side was entirely appropriate. Trump's visit was a snooze fest. Xi stuck to political banalities, speaking about familiar red lines: my Taiwan, democracy, and human rights, China's path and system, and China's development right, referring to its ability to move up the global economic ladder and overtake these United States as number one. There was nothing wrong with Donald Trump visiting Xi Jinping in Beijing. Georgia is better than war and all that, but it would be extremely dangerous to think that such meetings might change the way that Xi views the American empire, or, for that matter, the fucking world. Whatever the pleasantries exchanged in Beijing, Red China remains set on annexing my Taiwan and replacing our American empire as the world's leading power. Meetings such as in Beijing and possibly in Washington in September should, in the tradition of the old Cold War summits, be focused on stopping competition turning into open conflict. Anodyne comments from a Chinese spokesman, communist Chinese spokesman, it can never be overemphasized, suggest that some progress had been made in that respect. The 12 leaders agreed to strengthen communication and coordination on international and regional issues, language that was echoed elsewhere in its sublime banality. I can't think of a better word than how fucking boring it all was. Because overall, nothing fucking changed. Tariffs were not, as the president himself says, even discussed. But my Taiwan, unsurprisingly, was. In response to Xi, Trump reiterated America's long-standing strategic ambiguity over how far the American empire would go to defend the Zhonghua Dao, or island China. That was the precedented thing to do. Letting Xi dissuade Trump from approving a $14 billion arms deal with my Taiwan would not be. The president seems in no hurry to come to a final decision on this package, telling reporters that the last thing we need right now is a war that's 9,500 miles away. The right now might imply that nothing will be concluded until after the Iran war is over. Overt Chi-Com diplomatic intervention in the conflict has been minimal, even as market socialist model China shares in the global interest in restoring energy and commodity exports through the strait. Wang Yi, the Communist Chinese foreign minister, has focused more on preserving the ceasefire than the day after. When hosting his Iranian counterpart, Abbas Araghchi, in the week before last, he said, "We believe that a comprehensive ceasefire brooks no delay. A resumption of hostilities is inadvisable, and persisting with negotiations is particularly important." Most conspicuous here is the absence of any outline of what market-Leninist China views as a desirable end state for the conflict. Whatever that absence augurs, it is notably different from the way American imperial diplomacy has operated during 6 decades of active Middle Eastern involvement, in which the United States typically outlines the end state it desires for the resolution of a given conflict. We'll see whether the pattern holds following Trump's trip, but the arrival of envoys from the conflict to Beijing reinforces the geopolitical dynamic I mused about early in the conflict. And given the standard Washington portrayal of Beijing as a revisionist global power, it's notable that Hong Zhonghua, or Red China, speaks of the war as violative of international law and warns against the law of the jungle, while Communist China on the Asian mainland clearly doesn't hew to that position universally. It holds its tongue about its super satrap Russia's similar aggression against the Ukraine. For but one example, it does highlight the difference between international law and the United States' desired rules-based international order. Meanwhile, on Monday, Brett McGurk, one of the architects of the American empire's post-2011 Mideast posture, the one that's configured against Iran, said on CNN that war is in a stalemate. Leaving aside for a moment McGurk's role facilitating the Israeli genocide of the Palestinians in the Gaza. Don't miss Akbar Shahid Ahmad's excellent forthcoming book on that, which I had the privilege of reading early. Calling what's happening in the war a stalemate is an error, one that borders on being an alibi for how disastrously this has gone for these United States. Now, it's true that the United States of America can't break the Iranian hold over the Strait of Hormuz, nor were Iranian aero defenses able to stop Judeo-American bombing and personnel incursions before the April 7th ceasefire. On a superficial level, I suppose, stalemate captures that. Similarly, the Iranians prefer not being bombed and having their own oil exports flow despite United States Central Command's declared blockade. But viewing the state of the war as a stalemate misrepresents the dynamics. A series of excellent recent reports underscores that over 6-ish weeks, about 12 months of Iranian drone and missile strikes, the Iranians have inflicted expensive and substantial damage to the constellation of United States military bases in the Middle East. Extremely important missile radars have been hit, surely a key explanation for how the base's defenses were overwhelmed. Different news outlets have verified the impact differently, but the range of estimates holds that between 16 and 18 of the United States' 19 declared regional bases took damage. The Iranians have put into question the future of the American imperial Mideast posture, whether to rebuild, consolidate, or a combination of the twain. Whatever the American imperial presence looks like next, the Iranians have forced United States military planners to consider whether they will be able to stage operations from, not only in this conflict, but in future ones. Where will the Americans strike from? They can't do it from the Middle East anymore. The American empire has forced no such reconsideration on Iran. They strike with impunity. One of the fallback positions that Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and the Secretary of State Marco Rubio adopted, particularly Hegseth in congressional testimony late last month, is that the war succeeded in eradicating a missile shield, protecting any Iranian nuclear weapon breakout effort. Hegseth's argument is transparent spin to make it seem as if Trump advanced his original war aim of ending a prospect of an Iranian nuclear weapon. But now United States intelligence, as reported by both the Washington Post and now the New York Times, has found that Iran's magazine depth and missile infrastructure are much deeper and far more intact than the maladministration has ever figured. About 70% of Iran's missiles survive, as do 75% of its mobile launchers, with one source telling the Post, there is evidence that the regime has been able to recover and reopen almost all of its underground storage facilities, repair some damaged missiles, and even assemble some new missiles that were nearly complete when the war began. That means Iran can continue not only to threaten ships transiting the strait, but to inflict game-changing damage on the United States' basing posture, forcing the American empire to stage their aggressions from further away, therefore making them more expensive and more difficult to sustain. And that's outside of the reconsiderations regional base hosters like the Saudis and the Emiratis now have about the value versus the cost of even hosting those bases, which have prompted them to attack Iran themselves directly. And it's also outside how even the maladministration's think tank supporters identify Iranian tankers consistently penetrating the declared blockade. Iran retains such capabilities while the mess of America's own making makes practically everything more expensive, from food to transportation to my own personal skyrocketing gas and electric bills. The Iranians have maneuvered the United States into a position of unsustainability and humiliation, one in which Washington's position emerges as far more weakened than Iran's. This is not a fucking stalemate. That is a circumstance in which the cover for an already lost war is to keep fighting it, so as not to admit the loss. McGurk, who started out on George W. Bush's National Security Council staff, should find that circumstance quite familiar. Trump should never have talked the deal over with Xi, let alone, as he appears to have done, in some detail. The question of American arms sales to my Taiwan is meant, under long-standing convention, to be solely between Washington and my natal UBS, that's the Latin for birth city, of Taiwan's capital, Taipei, and with good reason. The faintest hint that Zhongguo Renmin Gonghe Guo, the People's Republic of China, has any say offers Beijing an opportunity to test American willingness to stand by my Taiwan. The president said that market socialist model China undertook not to send weapons to Iran, which we hope that he does not believe. His claim that commu-capitalist China wants to see an opening of the Strait of Hormuz is credible, although there be no indication that it will do much or anything to help achieve that aim. Until that changes, we see nothing to gain from lifting sanctions on Chi-Com companies that buy Iranian oil, something the president is contemplating. According to Trump himself, the Ukraine was discussed. It's one conflict that we'd both like to see settled. I hope that, in saying so, the president was just going through the diplomatic motions. Because Russia is starting to lose ground in the Ukraine. Russia is stumbling on the battlefield and is turning the tide of the war thereby. This week, fresh analysis of battlefield data and maps strengthens the case that the tide of the war in Ukraine is beginning to turn. For the first time in nearly 3 years, the initiative is the initiative in the war with the Russian Empire seems to have shifted in Ukraine's favor. Russia is losing soldiers faster than it can replace them. The Russian Federation has paid a staggering price. Conservative estimates suggesting around 3% of its pre-war male population of fighting age has been killed or critically injured for life. Crippled, putting them on welfare the state cannot even sustain. Meanwhile, Ukraine has begun to claw back territory, and as mass casualties soar in the Ukraine, Vladimir Putin looks ever more beleaguered at home. But Trump supporting Russia's criminal war of aggression effort serves the Communist Chinese Empire very well. One key difference between this Cold War and the last is that we had few commercial relations with the Soviets. It's certainly not the case Well, that's certainly not the case with the centralized, single-party state capitalist China. Reflecting much greater realism about Beijing, low bar as that is, than earlier this century, there has been a significant decoupling. More needs to follow, particularly where dependence on the monolithic communist Chinese superstate has created strategic vulnerability. Rare earths comest most immediately to mind, but there be plenty of other examples. Progress has been made in this area, but the two economies are still too closely intertwined for America's good. Moreover, given the way that Beijing abuses market Leninist China's businesses to further its geopolitical ambitions, American companies would do well to remember that when doing business in or with communist China on the Asian mainland, different rules apply. Today's big contract could all too easily be tomorrow's hostage to fortune. True to form, Trump has been talking about the deals that had been or would be agreed to in the wake of his visit. These included an order for 200 or more Boeing jets. This has yet to even be confirmed by the monolithic communist Chinese superstate itself, but if it is, we hope that Boeing's management has carefully weighed the risks. Trump's delegation was accompanied by a large number of CEOs, including Elon Musk and Apple's Tim Cook. Apple and Tesla are heavily exposed to market Leninist China, so it is understandable that the twain tagged along. NVIDIA's Jensen Huang also camest along. NVIDIA is keen to sell its H200 chip to the monolithic communist Chinese superstate, something that the maladministration has insanely approved. But Beijing, keen to build self-sufficiency in this area, is standing in the way. For his part, Xi told the visiting CEOs that the door to business will open wider. That's how traps work. For a while, before they snap shut and close in a steel-toothed bear trap that breaks your ankle bone, shatters it to the fucking marrow, and leaves you hanging by the tendons to cut them off or chew them off like a goddamn coyote in a bear trap. Now, our man Realtek is sending us some links. Fox reporter reveals physical clashes between Secret Service and Chi-Com, or Chinese Communist officials. Picture of the two turds together in a shit pit, Xi Jinping and Donald Trump. And a link showing that despite new investments in mining and refining around the world, China is positioned to keep its grip on the rare earth elements that matter most. That the United States needs another decade to fix $1.2 trillion, the $1.2 trillion rare earth crises. And so, such having been ascertained,
Yes, correct.
yeah, continue.
But well, they fund the U.S. military with their rare earth minerals, and there's definitely a death grip that they have on the U.S. military. Regardless of the U.S. military, the Pentagon investing billions of dollars into the United States' only rare earth mineral producer, which is MP material. Yeah, it's going to take at least a decade or so.
Thank
It's
you.
the same thing with bringing manufacturing back. Also, Tim Cook is resigning as CEO of Apple.
Okay, thank you for
If you
that.
didn't know.
No, I did not. Thank you for that. Why?
Why? Well, a lot of people are saying just unhappy with him. They just Apple just has not done anything with the artificial intelligence race. investors are very unhappy with that.
Mhm.
They've subsidized mostly with Google. They at first did it with OpenAI for a while, but then with Google Gemini. Other reasons is because of the fact that it's just he's just not a hardware guy. The other guy is replacing him. John Ternendes is a hardware guy. He's a sales guy, so he squeezed as much as he could with people. But and it's just the same thing over and over again, really, and very little improvements with the iPhone. And I mean, he's been with Apple since the '90s, since the late 1990s. So, I guess he just wants to. He's still be on the board, of course, of
Okay.
directors, but I just wants to step down. But a lot of it's pressures because they just have not done anything with the artificial intelligence race, and it's
Thank you.
true. And
Okay.
they got pushed out by TSMC as the number one maker to NVIDIA. So also everything that Pat Gelsinger did with bending everything on 14A and 18A, which is sub 2 nanometer processors for the foundry, and spinning off different things and selling off different things of the company. That Lip-Bu Tan, the newest CEO that Trump was trying to get rid of, but he didn't, and he invested a lot of money into the company. And it broke its 25-year high, being stuck, that. But anyway, what I'm saying is that they're coming back to them now. The Apple, they'll be making devices using the 14A process. Besides, of course, Elon Musk with XAI.
Well,
But
definitely.
this is
Yeah, go on.
but
Yeah,
this is
please.
stuff that takes a long time to do. It's not
Thank you. Thank
it's
you.
not something that's like you just snap your finger and we're there.
Well, here's what I have to say to that, and I want to thank you for that input.
Go ahead.
You mentioned
You're
that
welcome.
it'll take a long time for America to basically start to find alternative sources for critical minerals than the communist Chinese mainland. And you said you paralleled that to just like industry coming back. Well, let's get something straight right here and now. Industry is never coming back to the United States. It's not going to happen. There's no way to reshore the kind of heavy industry that the Republicans spent every administration offshoring to get cheaper labor. It's simply a question now of finding a new factory floor. Africa, or more realistically for America, Asian India. And with that having been articulated, you also presented a link here on aside from Jensen Huang and his shenanigans, the black market for NVIDIA. And here you provided a link to explain more to me about Tim Cook's announced resignation. He'll become the executive chairman of Apple's board of directors, and John Ternendes will become Apple's next CEO. Okay, important corporate politics there. Thank you for that. When the NVIDIA chief executive, thank you. When the NVIDIA chief executive, Jensen Huang, jumped aboard Donald Trump's plane last week at a refueling stop in Alaska, expectations spiked that his last-minute travel to Beijing might herald a breakthrough in his bid to sell powerful computing chips for artificial intelligence, no less, to the communist Chinese super surveillance state. Wang joined a high-powered roster of chief executives traveling with the president, including the world's wealthiest man, Tesla founder Elon Musk, the Goldman Sachs chief executive David Solomon, and the outgoing Apple boss Tim Cook, as the maladministration framed the trip as driving its pro-business agenda. But the CEOs who flew to Beijing got nothing. Trump brought a dozen of America's most powerful CEOs to Beijing this week last. Jensen Huang, Tim Cook, Elon Musk, and others, to meet with Xi Jinping. The optics were big. The results were not. And the whole experience was presumably a nightmare for Trump's emotional support CEOs. Sitting on one lap and then the other, they must have got uncomfortably warm. Here's why. These companies aren't trying to expand into Zhonghua Dalu, mainland China. They're trying to hold on to what they already have. And in most cases, they're losing it anyway. Tim Cook has built Apple's entire supply chain around the centralized, single-party state capitalist China. NVIDIA has gone from 95% AI chip market share in market socialist model China to nearly zero. Musk is trying to sell Teslas in an empire that views Starlink as a military threat. The world that made Silicon Valley possible, the open market, borderless money era that began when Zhonghua Renmin Gonghe, the People's Republic of China, joined the WTO, the World Trade Organization, in 2001, is over. And no amount of diplomatic FaceTime with Xi Jinping or plane rides with his Trumpster, his little pet puppet white man, is gonna bring it fucking back. And here's a link to give you a much more moderately stated list of facts to verify everything I just said. We're gonna put it in the chat, and we're gonna put it into infinite call. Let's get back there where I can enter the text. And there we have that. I advise everyone to review it. And with that, back to task at hand. Understand that Trump, to his credit, did raise the case of Hong Kong's 78-year-old Jimmy Lai, Beijing's best-known political prisoner, who is now serving a 20-year sentence. He clearly received a chilly response. Xi is what he is. I won't say who because I can't consider him really human. And Jimmy Lai is who he is. And he is by far the better man. In retaliation, Xi posed a big question this week. Can the American and communist Chinese empires avoid the Thucydides trap? Plagiarizing myself verbatim. It's a phrase that sounds academic, but it goes to the heart of Beijing's ambitions for their relationship. This brings us to Xi's history lesson to Trump and what his Thucydides trap warning really means. During their high-stakes meeting in Beijing this week, the communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping asked the American President Donald Trump if the Twa empires could overcome the Thucydides trap. Now, this phrase, popularized by the contemporary American political scientist Graham Allison in the early 2010s, the teens of our century, the decade of the tens, is used to describe how Twa empires can drift toward war when an existing superpower feels anxious about an emergent one. Allison specifically had the American and communist Chinese empires in mind. It takes its name from the Athenian historian and general Thucydides, who wrote the history of the Peloponnesian War, about the 27-year war between Athens and Sparta that broke out in, about 431 years before the Christian era. But what did Thucydides really say on this himself? And what do Athens and Sparta have to do with the current state of Sino-American relations? Well, it's an implied fumble. The implication in the term Thucydides trap is that the established superpower manages the rising power badly and feels obliged to go to war, when that's not necessarily the only option. It is based upon a quote from Thucydides' History of the Peloponnesian War, Book 1, Chapter 23, wherein he said, "The growth of the power of Athens, and the alarm which this inspired in Lacedaemon," that's Sparta, "made a war inevitable." In other words, Thucydides is saying what made the Peloponnesian War inevitable was the rise of Athenian power. At the time, lots of Greeks were saying Athens and Sparta had gone to war again because of smaller disputes. But Thucydides says no. The real cause was the overall fear that Sparta, the traditional superpower, had for the new powerful state, democratic Athens. The general idea, of course, is that in its anxiety about the rise of totalitarian China on the Asian mainland, the American empire may tend toward war when other options be available. But many scholars of ancient Greece takest issue with the way the term is abused today. It's a contested term. Always bear that in mind. This is not indicative of any wisdom on the part of Xi Jinping to abuse this analog. It is only manipulation. The word trap, implying that Sparta made a mistake in, well, about 431 years before our Lord and Savior walked the earth, and could have handled things better. But that's not what Thucydides really narrates in Book 1 of his History of the Peloponnesian War. He shows that, in fact, Sparta had every good reason to fear the rising Athenians. Athens was, by then, a predominant naval power in the Balkans and the Aegean Sea. It was stripping allies off Sparta left, right, and center, and beating up the ones that refused to defect. In other words, it was initiating acts of aggression. Those allies basically said to Sparta, 432 years before Christ was delivered into this world, a God in human form, listen, you have got to do something about Athens. And if you don't act now, we'll join them. It was pressure from these allies that pushed the Spartans to act against Athens. So yes, in a sense, Sparta's own anxieties about ever-increasing Athenian power led to war. Sparta felt compelled to wage total war against Athens to maintain its system of alliances. It's NATO. In effect, it was obliged by its precedent, Article 1. And 431 years before the delivery of the Messiah amongst humanity to initiate a covenant with all people, it broke the peace treaty it had with Athens. Here we take a longer-term perspective because more generally the term Thucydides' trap is about how over the longer term things didn't turn out so well for Sparta. Although they won the Peloponnesian War, it took them 27 years to do so. And after the victory, Sparta engaged in an enormous expansion to become an even greater superpower. That ended up making all the other Greeks very fearful for their security. This growth in Spartan power after 404 years before Christ walked the earth as man, caused many of its allies to become its enemies. All those Greek states then came as together to confront Sparta, which was completely and utterly destroyed 371 years before the Christian era. At the Battle of Leuctra, the entire security architecture of Sparta collapsed. They lost all their allies. All their slaves were liberated, and Sparta was reduced to just a minor state. So the lesson for the American empire implied in the term Thucydides' trap is that fear of superpowers is a potent shaper of international affairs. But many people who abuse the term Thucydides' trap forget to mention what happened to Athens in the longer term. Athens survived the Peloponnesian War and restored its democracy and military and became a regional power. But what's fascinating is it was by the early 4th century before Christ that Athens was under immense pressure from the Persian Empire, which was many times more powerful than any Greek state. So Athens clipped its own wings and gave up on being this enormous Mediterranean superpower, the big fish in Mare Nostrum, the central lake. It decided to forego any attempt to reassert its imperial control over the many Greek states of Anatolia, allowing them again to be subjects of the Persian Empire that the Spartans stood against at the burning gates, where 300 men died that the Western world could live. Athens decided to focus more closely on the Aegean Sea and give up on fighting Persians. It recognized the constraints of its own power. So it's not as though Sparta's decision to enter war with Athens 431 years before the Messiah came led in the long run to total world domination by Athens. Here we have a mistaken lesson for today. The history of the Peloponnesian War provided specious lessons for Sino-American relations today. One is that it may be foolish for an established superpower to check the rise of an emergent one. Sparta learned that trying to do so can come at a terrible cost. Accommodating Athens would have allowed Sparta to continue as a superpower well into the 4th century. But another lesson, mistaken as it be, is that an established superpower, such as these United States, can cut back its ambitions and focus on regions closer to home. Exactly what Xi Jinping instructed Donald Trump to do. Conquer your Western Hemisphere, and I'll take the rest of the world. This is exactly the opposite of what democratic Athens did after the Peloponnesian War. In restraining itself, it allowed itself to flourish culturally and politically and keep enemies well away until the teens of the 3rd century before Christ. 310s BCE, before the Christian era. In other words, don't buy into the misuse of Thucydides' trap arguments, which are only aimed in a fallacious direction. You keep to your hemisphere and leave China to its own. Because you have to ask yourself, what if the Communist Chinese Empire of the East succeeds? Beijing's success spells doom for everyone else on Earth. Ŋŋgo, Red China's long-term success means a major blow to American imperial military power and credibility, and a major war in Asia. Simply ask yourselves how the CCP, Chinese Communist Party itself, defines success. The CCP's success would only result in a more dangerous, impoverished, and tyrannical world for everyone else on Earth. Because Beijing's priorities, such as maintaining political control, suppressing dissent, and prioritizing state-led economic growth over liberal democratic norms, would only lead to, well, greater global instability. A more assertive and less constrained mainland China would challenge the international order, especially in areas like trade, technology, and security. It would lead to economic inequality and stagnation. While People's China's economy may grow, its model would only produce concentrated wealth and limited opportunities for everybody else, undermining any potential for shared prosperity. And it would undermine freedom everywhere. The expansion of authoritarian governance and state control abroad would erode democratic norms and human rights protections worldwide. Rather than bringing any peaceful and prosperous era at all, a Communist-Chinese-dominated world order would be defined by global tyranny, economic coercion, and international conflict. To reiterate, the consequences of a successful commu-capitalist China crosses three primary domains: geopolitical conflict. Chi-Com hegemony would immediately result in a major war in Asia. By overtaking the United States as the premier global power, Beijing would force the United States military to withdraw from the Indo-Pacific, leaving allies like the Empire of Japan, South Korea, Australia, and the Philippines wide open to military coercion. It would compromise the global economy. The success of the CCP, Chinese Communist Party, would spell the end of the open global trading system. Rather than a level playing field, the global economy would fracture into competing economic blocks, what are termed autarkies, with empires forced to align within hegemonic sphere. Minor satellite states being forced to align with Beijing's trade rules and technology standards. Not to mention a democratic retreat the world over. A victorious Ŋŋgo, a Red China, would establish a world disorder safe for autocracy. Beijing would actively export its authoritarian governance model, digital surveillance tools, and censorship methodologies, leading to a massive rollback of democracy and human rights worldwide. It would be a new dark age. The Sino-American competition brings us back onto the subject of superpower suicide and the recovery of justice. Because this side of the Pacific, the United States has just spent billions of dollars to lose a war that enriches our oligarchs, impoverishes our citizenry, sabotages our alliances, and strengthens our enemies. As rationalization for the autodestructive mindlessness, the White House gestures towards Jesus and genocide. Our utterly unethical war is also utterly self-destructive. The war, a catastrophe in itself, proves that the guiding principle of Trump imperial policy is superpower suicide. Empires have risen and failed before, but to my knowledge, no state has ever chosen to kill its own power and succeeded with such rapidity. It is hard to see this clearly. Even as we oppose individual Trump misadventures, we hope that in some way they are based on some misunderstanding of the national interest. They are not. To get the perspective, we need to see the nature of this anti-strategic self-slaughter. It will help to consider 13 traditional bases of state power. 1. Statehood itself. A superpower must, at a minimum, be a modern state. This means that it must be an arrangement that includes, via law and other institutions, a larger body of citizens within a common endeavor. There be no sign that the Trump maladministration regards the United States of America as a state. It treats the existence of these United States as a commercial opportunity for a select few people. Some American, but mostly otherwise. Trump is a traitor, an enemy, both foreign and domestic, that every military man has sworn to fight against in defense of our republic. 2. National interest. Another minimal requirement of superpower status would be a sense of why that power must be used. The Trump maladministration exhibits no interest in the good of the people. Theorists of international relations have differed as to how leaders understand national interests. We are intellectually unprepared, however, for a situation in which the leader simply does not care about either the state or the nation. 3. The principle of secession. Again, for a state to maintain itself as a superpower, it must maintain itself over time. The basic requirement of such continuity is a secession principle, a means by which authority is transferred from some people to other people while institutions continue to function in perpetuity, or at least continuity. In these United States, democracy enables secession. Historically, there be means of secession, for example, by dynasty or dynastic adoption, as in 2nd century Roma, or by the decision of a Politburo, as in the Union of Soviet Socialistic Republics, or the monolithic communist Chinese superstate. In these United States, we now suffer under a capitalist Politburo, the sort of oligarchical coven that got us J.D. Vance. Getting from democracy to such different arrangements will end the American Republic itself, because Trump aspires to stay in power indefinitely and says so. By putting the vote itself in question, he puts America itself in question, and thus American power. 4. We come to the question of our elites. For states to thrive and to accumulate and maintain power, the right people have to be in charge. There be no perfect means to achieve this, and there be the inevitable tension, as the Roman Stoics and others have noted, between the skills needed to rise to the top and those suited to serving some general interest. And those who rise to a position of authority will try to pass it on to their children. The Roman Catholic Church went to the extreme of insisting on priestly celibacy to block this tendency. Historically, Powerful states seek ways to enable qualified people to serve in positions of authority, regardless of birth. Ancient China had an examination system. Napoleon Bonaparte established the principle of merit in both civilian and military life. The United States had a civil service that was the envy of the world, as well as a military that was, well, propagandized as our most meritocratic institution, albeit it was functionally anything but. The Trump maladministration has chosen to disable our civil service and to purge our military command of any people of quality, most of whom were blacks and women. This process has been carried out by people who are themselves wildly unqualified to hold any sort of office, let alone cabinet positions. To see where we are, we must understand that people such as Tulsi Gabbard, Kash Patel, and Pete Hegseth, about whom one might raise other objections, had no business accepting their own nominations, since they lack any qualifications. The fact that such people could even be considered, let alone appointed, is a marker of superpower suicide. At number 5, education. In a deeper sense, a superpower must have a mechanism to refresh its society, and thus its politics and administration, by preparing its population to understand the challenges of our world. This maladministration has done the contrary. University students are forbidden to gather and to speak their minds. University administrations are threatened with retaliation if they allow their faculty to teach freely. Libraries around our country, including in military academies, are purged of useful books. Public education generally is replaced with scams whereby tax money is transferred from the poorer to the richer, while schools themselves are starved. An unregulated internet is allowed, and indeed encouraged, to transform our public sphere into a realm of emotions and recriminations. At number 6, we have science. The rise of great powers often involving an alliance between politics and science. The ancient Mesopotamians were astronomers whose systems of describing the heavens still mark our ways of thought. So were the Mayans. And in the case of both, we have inherited astrology, by which they predicted the future to the point where their empires lasted, in the case of the Mesopotamians, almost a millennium, and in the case of the Mayans, to the point whereas time vampires, they vanished from history of their own accord, disappeared, transcending, ascending to a plane, a dimension, beyond our realm of the senses. The Romans managed to operationalize Greek science to build, defend, and cure. The Renaissance, the rebirth, was, by no coincidence, also the age of exploration. Modern imperial powers built state institutions to fund science and attract students, scientists. The United States, from the 1940s, was the outstanding example of this trend. And science, more often than not, almost exclusively as practiced by immigrants, was the most important basis of American superpower. Current American policy is to fund science on the basis of primitive ideological taboos, and to discourage young scientists, students, from ever even considering immigrating to these United States. Senior scientists are also leaving. A colleague in a central position in American science just told an engineering friend of mine that he is leaving our country in part because the overall environment is simply so much better in other places. It is also American imperial policy to cast doubt on basic scientific observations, such as that of anthro-casual or human-caused climate catastrophe. That brings us immediately to number 7, energy. Human groups that pioneer new forms of energy technology rise. Those that do not fall. This might be the most profound truth of our recorded history, as a magnificent forthcoming book demonstrates the significance of energy transitions at the most profound level, that of the history of life on Earth itself. Humans who mastered fire could consume more energy themselves. Every animal has an element. The birds inherited the skies, the fish inherited the seas. The subterranean creatures, such as the moles, or even what we consider more lower life forms that convert energy at the basest level. You find them in your recycling pits. Such carrion creatures, they inherited the earth. Man, if of any element, is a creature of fire. Without fire, humanity is nothing. We could never exist without fire. We are born of fire. There is no fire found anywhere else in the known universe. When we see lava erupting on other worlds, that's magma, that's superheated earth. It is molten metal. It is not fire. It's simply melted minerals. Fire is organic. There can be no fire without life, without trees, without primary energy producers. It has plants. There is no fire found anywhere else in the universe that we have yet discovered. Humanity is born of fire. It is our element. And just as humans who mastered fire could consume more energy themselves by heating food that they could finally digest more efficiently, more effectively than they ever had before, humans who domesticated dogs could use their energy to hunt mammoths. We cannot exist without man's best friends. And humans who domesticated plants could turn solar energy, the very energy of the sun, digested by plants through photosynthesis, to their own purposes. And humans who understood weather and climate could turn wind energy, the energy of the air, to the purpose of exploration and conquest via the sails that propelled their ships across the seas, as did the Vikings. The United States was established on the cusp of a transition to hydrocarbon energy, coal, oil, natural gas. These forms of energy are now becoming obsolete, not only in ecological, but also in economic terms. And yet this maladministration has chosen to cancel America's energy transition and subsidize technologies that have no future. This is superpower suicide in perhaps the most basic form. And nothing could benefit America's chief rival, the Communist Chinese Empire of the East, more than this singular choice. That brings us to number 8, technology. It requires little effort to associate technology with the rise of great powers. Military achievement is associated intimately with innovation, from the spur to the machine gun. The casual relationship is not really contestable. While the United States spends astronomical amounts of money on weaponry, the Trump maladministration has chosen to focus on weapons from the past rather than of the future. Trump's idea is super battleships named after himself, based on what he remembers of a movie. The plans for Trump-class battleships are a mixture of the fictional and the vulnerable, which does not, well, I guess it does reflect the man himself. The notion being to invest untold amounts of money into a
He might be
kind...
watching too much space. He might be watching too much Space Battleship Yamato, the anime.
He doesn't even know of that series' existence. That would present a mature perspective on the use of the battleship. But thank you for your input in that. Yeah.
Another one that's a really fantastic one is the Legend of the Galactic Heroes. It's a masterpiece. Anime.
Okay, thank you for that suggestion.
But anyway, go ahead. Yeah.
That more or less to me represents almost a Napoleonic or World War I level of stratagem, where enormous masses of ships are literally blocking themselves into formations from which they fire upon each other, like old squares, battle squares of troops, firing head on. That's what I think of with Legend of the Galactic Heroes. Am I wrong on that? That's what you see, right? I mean, it's visually interesting, but not necessarily militarily sustainable or even producible. Think of all the resources that would go into that. That is cosmic level waste. But thank you for that input. It's still, yes, it's still visually stunning. Still visually stunning.
Well, I mean, it's the same with Gundam too. And I'm talking about the Universal Century timeline.
Yes.
Original timeline, anyway.
Yes.
But
Gundam.
yeah.
What was it again? It's not Battlesuit Gundam. It's what do they call it? It's but it's the Gundam is Mobile Suit Gundam. So Mobile Suit Gundam actually shows a transition from one form of war-making technology, which is basically battleships in space, to the point where mobile suits, meaning giant fucking robot exoskeletons controlled by a human within the cockpit through neurological interface, wipe the comparatively motionless battleships out within a Pearl Harbor strike that renders them instantaneously obsolete. That is a...
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
And they did a fantastic miniseries. I mean, they call it a visual video animation of the beginning of that war, which was around the Red. What's the fucking name again? But anyway, it's a prequel, and it does fill a lot of gaps.
Excellent. I really want to thank you for that. And
The
thank
Red Comet. The Red Comet.
Ah, yes, the Red Comet.
Char Azabanal.
Yes.
Which which his family was killed by Xeno, the family.
Yes.
And actually, it's interesting. I think about that. The family does remind me a lot of the Trump dynasty, if you want to call it that.
Oh, God, don't insult the Xeon dynasty by comparing them to the Trump crime family, please.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Please. At any rate, a wonderful model here of space battleship Yamato. For those of you who do not know, the premise of the story is that America is under assault from alien forces, and a large concentrated projection of battle power must be immediately thrust into action. The largest battleship ever made in human experience, the battleship Yamato, is raised from the sea and essentially re-equipped for vacuum, hard vacuum, where once refitted with postmodern weapons, it serves the new form of warfare, which in this case makes sense, wherein the spacecraft carriers are essentially relegated to support roles, and the importance of the mega dreadnought to project massive amounts of energy in the most immediate and concentrated sense thrusts it to the vanguard of warfare. Within the logic of that universe, this makes sense. Within the universe as we currently experience it, Trump's battleship idea does not. Now, the notion here, in this case, being to invest untold amounts of money into a kind of weapon that has been understood to be obsolete since 1943, and which, if somehow built, would be highly vulnerable to weapons other countries now have. This strategic atavism draws our United States away from national security in its most basic sense. The shape of postmodern warfare is revealed by the high techno war between Russia and the Ukraine, especially in Ukraine's successful self-defense. The Trump maladministration chooses to ignore.
Douglas, to ask you,
Yes.
I interrupt you, but I thought you don't. I thought you like battleships. You don't like aircraft carriers.
No. I've argued before for the production of battleships in a totally different sense from Trump's conception. Trump's misconception is the concept of battleships as basically a hybrid weapon, basically a laser platform that is combined with a missile carrier platform without a single fucking gun. Other than
the nuclear-powered battleship is designed to provide the fleet with a significant increase in combat power by longer endurance, higher speed, and accommodating advanced weapon systems required for modern warfare. Yeah, this is foolish.
Yes. You see, whereas before what I have pointed out with the use of aircraft carriers off of Vietnam, wherein we lost entire air wings of aircraft over Vietnam. This is a case of how stupid American carriers are, the whole concept and misuse of carriers are. This is something that when it comes to warfare, I pointed out that in World War II itself, which everyone misunderstands, and you hear all the idiots, the simplistic mental toads, the mental midgets that...
Like Midway?
All of that is based on a bullshit misinterpretation of carrier warfare and what carriers are all about. Understand that Sikorsky, the man who invented the Sikorsky helicopter, a Russian of the Tsarist Imperial Air Force of the Russian Empire, a Orthodox Christian before the Judeo Bolsheviks took over. This was a man who argued against the manufacture of aircraft carriers because there are enormous concentrations of air power into a single concentrated point, where when one aircraft carrier sinks, it takes down, well, all the trained air crews, all the trained pilots, all the logistical support goes down with it. It's an enormous concentration of too many assets into one area. And so here's the stupid Americans talking constantly about Midway, about how we destroyed Japan's ability to wage war in the Pacific with the loss of all those carriers. Look at them. Those Japanese.
We broke the code before they even knew it.
Well, I mean, aside from that, takes us into other areas. We're not going to go down these other areas right now. The point being,
okay,
from Americans.
I understand.
But I understand. I appreciate your point. But it's in the more immediate sense. What Americans are saying is, This is when battleships were proven to be obsolete, even though no battleships participated in the fucking battle. I can assure you, if any battleship cruised up next to an American aircraft carrier and unloaded its fucking guns, that carrier would disintegrate. It would fucking vaporize as if it never existed. So this is how stupid Americans are. Again, there was more battleship-to-battleship battles in World War II than there were carrier-to-carrier battles. But the point was they misapplied them in the sense that they're sending battle wagons to do battle with other battle wagons, rather than deploying them against aircraft carriers where they would have had their effect. And it would have changed the nature of warfare as we understand it. But the Americans said, oh, well, the Japanese lost all their ability to wage offensive warfare in the Pacific because we sank the majority of their carriers. What do we do now? Let's build more carriers of our own. Does that make sense? Does that statement I just articulated make any fucking goddamn sense? Oh, then
No.
because carriers are so vulnerable and they concentrate all that power so that Japan got wiped out and couldn't project its power anymore, let's compound their felony ourselves by orders of magnitude and base our entire strategic offensive concept on carriers. Which word
No,
in
should
this
have-
sentence does not belong?
Where are the submarines?
Well, that takes us into another dimension. But
I understand. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
here's what happened
but
with
yeah,
America,
yeah,
and this is why
yeah.
I argued against carriers and for battleships as dependent on the situation. U.S. aircraft from carriers, Thai bases, Guam, strike in deep into North Vietnam with cruisers, destroyers, and full-flag battleships, all too few of them, conducting offshore bombardment deep into the hinterland. Well, half the total combat missions of aircraft into North Vietnam were flown by naval aircraft off of carriers. And over 550 of those naval aviators, over half a fucking thousand and another 500 more carrier planes, along with highly trained pilots, were shot down, with combat losses of over 40 squadrons of aircraft. That would be the equivalent of America's fucking Midway. You might as well have every carrier in the fleet fucking sunk. Do you understand the enormity of what I've just articulated? Whereas if the Americans had stayed safely offshore by building supermassive battleships and bombarded the hinterlands from offshore, they would have just as effectively waged their campaign, even more so, without losing a single pilot. Not to mention multi-million-dollar aircraft. Yes, I've always argued for the reproduction of battleships. Mega dreadnoughts, unlike what Trump is positing, which is a high technology farce. You're going to take a bevel-watt laser, cool, put it on a smaller platform. You don't put it on a vulnerable big-ass platform that is a bigger target for such an expensive weapon. You want to put out missile cruisers, put out fucking missile cruisers. Let's look this up. Okay, missile boats. Okay. And I'll show you what they should look like. Give me a second here to look this dynamic up. All right. And let's take a look at some images here. Here we go. Let's take a look. So, let me do a screen share. So, if you can see the screen share here. Now, there we are. Look at these
Yeah,
babies.
I see it.
Look at these babies. Here we are. Let's take a look at this. Look at that. If you want to build a battle cruiser, this is what you fucking need. It's got one anti-submarine warfare helicopter on a helicopter pad on the poop deck side, the ass end. And it's got command control center on the bow. The rest of it is just a missile firing platform. This is an efficient use of space. Whereas what Trump is trying to do is combine that with bevel-watt lasers and then put together a bunch of anti-aircraft guns. Why the fuck would you do this? Somewhere along the line, a cheap-ass drone or missile is going to get through. And you've sunk billions of dollars into this shit. Now, you take a look at this beauty. This is what you want, is to produce a number of these cruisers. These would be cruisers. They're small in comparison. Look at the size of the helicopter pad. If that's a single helicopter, you've got what? A few dozen men on this baby. It's roboticized, except for a few dozen men, like on a merchant ship. That's the beauty of it. You lose a few men if it's taken down. It's hard as hell to take down. It's practically in line with the water line. In other words, there's no real high infrastructure to hit. Compare that to the size of this profile target. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get it.
Build a bunch of these babies if you want a missile strike force at sea. There's no way the Chinese could take that down. I mean, it's just too much. But no, he wants big, big, big. You get what I'm saying, right? Now, you see what I'm arguing against. It's not the battleship concept, it's his misconception thereof. He wants Trump ships. Trump ships, which is like saying dump ship. But it's a different, yeah. It's like, please. You're like, it's just, you've got these smart guided cannons throwing out multiple rounds, but think of the ammunition expenditure. That can't stay up forever.
That fires like 1,000 per minute or something like that. It's insane.
And it runs out really quick. You don't have enough bullets to hit all the. Yeah, thank you. Go on. Yeah, tell them.
It takes a long time. It takes a long time to rearm it anyway.
Yes. Now, what would make
it's only used for limited.
Yes.
Yeah,
so what would make more sense would be what China is developing, and we'll see if we can access this at all. Here we are. An arsenal ship. This is what's called an arsenal ship. Look at that low profile. And so there we are. This is capable of firing hundreds of missiles. So this would increase firepower without any investment in large numbers of expensive aircraft carriers, cruisers, and destroyers. Now, look at the economic sense.
Them following Russia with the PLN Shandong.
Oh, you mean that farce of an aircraft carrier? Yes.
Yeah.
What a joke. Thank
God.
Yeah.
Thermal Electric.
Under Xi Jinping, they're pulling a Trump. So you've got two retards. You got two retards.
Exactly.
That
Dumb and Dumber.
This is like going back to Biggest Dickus from what was that British thing? That comedy show. They had
or Red Dwarf. Ever seen Red Dwarf?
Yeah. Well, Red Dwarf's a science fiction show, right? I believe. You can tell us.
Yes. It's a comedy, but yeah.
There you go. But what's the
I didn't
Monty
like it
Python? They're both.
Yeah. That's a good.
Biggest Dickus from Monty Python. Now, such being said, thank you for that, forcing me into that discursion so people understand where I stand on this.
Yes.
Trump's notion is to invest untold amounts of money into a kind of weapon that has been understood to be obsolete since 1943, with all the qualifications and caveats that I've presented in argument against presumption, but which, if it were somehow built to Trump standards by his specifications, it would be highly vulnerable to weapons other countries already have. And this strategic atavism draws the United States away from national security in its most basic sense, because the shape of postmodern warfare is revealed by the high-techno war between Russia and Ukraine, especially in the Ukraine's successful self-defense. The Trump maladministration chooses to ignore the lessons of that war, which is still ongoing, and instead demean and defund America's Ukrainian ally, to the detriment of American imperial interests and American warfighting. Which brings us to, if you can't make war, make peace. And that brings us to number 9, diplomacy. This art, celebrated by the great powers, has been trashed by the United States. It cannot be practiced without understanding other countries, as the most focused American diplomats have ever stressed. Exempli gratiae, Henry Kissinger, who can hardly be accused of, well, he can never be excused of soft-heartedness, and he can hardly be accused of humanitarianism. In other words, even the most hardcore asshole understands the need for soft power. It has rested, in the American and other cases, on the deliberate construction of a diplomatic corps where people train in languages and trade in knowledge. Under the Trump maladministration, the Foreign Service has been trashed. The principle of diplomacy, such as it is that other countries will do what we want because we are big and bad. This has not worked at all. The bizarre notion that the president can make himself, or in and of himself, make deals, is the sign of a religious cult. And like most cults, its activity is the generation of ever more creative excuses for the lack of performance. An engineer will tell you that form follows function, whereas a cultist will tell you that function follows form. I see birds fly. Birds have feathers. Ergo, we tar and feather an automobile, and I can drive it off a cliff. It's not going to fly. This is where function does not follow form. There be no evidence that Trump knows how to negotiate, and abundant evidence that he does not. Exempli gratiae, defeat, total defeat in trade wars with the monolithic communist Chinese superstate. Personal vulnerability to the preferences of Russian dictators, and the disaster of Iranian nuclear enrichment, of which Trump himself is the chief sponsor. In practice, critical negotiations with Iran and elsewhere have been put in the hands of two people, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, whose close personal relationships with the president and obvious economic stakes in the relevant conflicts disqualify them as compromised, what the Russians call compromat. The diplomacy of the Huns was far more sophisticated than this. It is impossible to overstate how primitive the current American approach is, and how much joy it bringeth to America's enemies. Number 10, alliances. Great powers have allies. To be sure, they might change these alliances rapidly for reasons of interest, as the East Roman, the Byzantine Empire, famously did. The whole history of the Roman Empire, for that matter, was one of active diplomacy with neighboring barbarians, well, as the Romans saw matters. Archaeology bearing witness to the arrangements that were made. The history of modern European empires was also one considered alliances, as the architects of American superpower understood. Under the Trump maladministration, useful allies are mocked and marginalized for no reason other than personal whimsy and a sense of grievance. Because there be no sense of state or national interest, there can be no understanding that alliances are of service. Trump feels annoyed because he is losing a war and removes American troops from dy51726, the new United Germany. Those troops are there to enable the United States to win wars. I personally cannot think of any other example in which the leaders of a great power misbehaved in this manner, presumably because these kinds of choices are inconsistent with the maintenance of power itself. The United States now seeming to be treating as allies Middle Eastern countries that have nothing to offer except their own interests in the abuse of American armed forces in their own region, permanent engagement in the disastrous politics of oil, and financial opportunities for people personally close to Donald Trump. Which brings us to point number 11, the international system. Post-war America did something far more impressive than build a system of alliances. It essentially created a set of laws, rules, and norms that allowed American imperial power to maintain itself and to expand. The European Union and NATO, so abused by the Trump cultists today, were indirect and direct results of American policies intelligently designed to maximize American trade and security interests. But the achievement was far broader than that, and indeed historically unprecedented. The construction of laws and conventions that kept one empire in the center of the world. Today, the Trump cultists make themselves at the World Economic Forum, the Munich Security Conference, and similar gatherings, and complaining that the rules are against them. The exact opposite was the case, because America made those rules in deliberately destroying its own international system. This American misgovernment is improving the position of our rivals of the Sino-Slavic synaxis, the Russian and Communist Chinese empires, who have been calling for exactly this to happen, but who lacked the ability to make it happen until they hacked Trump into power. Finally, number 12, the very idea of victory. A superpower wins in confrontations, at least some of the time. This maladministration loses again and again, and is seen to lose by others. Trump announced that his main weapon of influence would be tariffs, but then lost his trade war with the Communist Chinese, leaving Beijing more powerful and more emboldened than ever before. The Russo-Ukrainian War is a curious case. It would serve the interests of these United States in prosperity and stability for Ukraine to win, but under Trump and Biden before him, the United States has switched its policy to one of support for Ukraine to support for the revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire. So it has lost in that way. But since the United States has made that pivot, Ukraine has performed even better in the war, and Russia has performed much the worse. And so the United States, amazingly, has managed to be the loser in the same war in a double sense, by failing to see its own interests, and then by failing to fail. The Iranian war is an obvious strategic self-defeat in every traditional sense. Insofar as there were any American imperial objectives, they were never achieved. Trump's malpolicies have left Iran with more enriched uranium in the hands of a more radical regime, which holds new sources of economic power in the world. In the current situation, in which military options have been self-humiliatingly exhausted, the useful instruments would be those that involved communicating with the Iranian people or influencing Iranian society. Those institutions existed until very recently. They were willfully demolished, to great fanfare no less, in early 2026. The United States is now misgoverned by people who celebrate defeat in symbolic terms characteristic of states in disastrous decline. Consider Defense Secretary Hegseth's description of the rescue of an American pilot as the resurrection of Jesus. The screaming blasphemy of this might distract us from its strategic helplessness. Christological images of this sort are abused as propaganda to transform defeat in the real world into victory in some imaginary one. The United States lost the war in Iran. Among other things, it was never able to sustain an aero campaign. The downing of an American fighter meant that an individual mission failed. It is happy news, of course, that the pilot survived, but the notion that this was a literal miracle, as Hegseth claimed, brings the United States, sadly, into the tradition of losers who abuse Jesus to claim to be winners. The most preeminent historical example of this was Polish Romanticism, with its idea that the collapse of its republic, chiefly due to wealth inequality, made of Poland the Christ of nations. Donald Trump's own self-deification has to be seen in similar terms. A president who could assert power in this world would not have to claim that his real authority cometh from another. His fantasies of the total destruction of the Iranian civilization, at least they have a civilization to destroy, unlike these United States, are but part of an apocalyptic panorama that is inconsistent with decent politic. And finally, number 13, finances. Though not the most interesting historical subject, budget disaster stands behind many of the most notable collapses of state power, ancient and modern. Under Trump, our national debt now approaches $40 trillion at the most conservative estimate. National debt is higher than gross domestic product of our empire for the first time since the end of the Second World War. That is a notable point of comparison, it being normal to run astronomical deficits when facing the challenge of the scale of a world war. We are running cosmic deficits for an entirely different reason, because we declined to tax wealthy individuals and mega corporations. That is not an approach that is consistent with fighting and winning wars, nor with maintaining the social services that allow a modern society to function. More profoundly, it reflects an approach to politik, government as customer service to the ultra-wealthy that leads us from power to ethics. The war can lead us to a diagnosis of superpower suicide. Wars cannot be won by people who have no idea what they are doing, because they have no frame of reference, such as the nation or the state, beyond their own feelings. They cannot be fought well when the wrong people are making the daily decisions and the wrong weapons are being deployed. They cannot be reasonably brought to any end when there be no practice of diplomacy and no notion of the value of alliances and no concern about corruption. Because, as the Russians would observe, we are compromat. We have a conflict of interests at every level of the game. But even a strict focus on sheer, raw, brute power, well, that will do nothing, because that's what brought us into the pit. A strict focus on pure power will lead us back to justice. Just as the war is only a symptom of superpower suicide, superpower suicide is only a symptom of a still deeper condition, the one that must be addressed. Because even if all we cared about were American power, monofocally, we would have to ask ourselves how to undo the distortions of democracy and the drastic inequalities that enabled world historical levels of strategic asininity. After but a year of Trump malfeasance, we face a situation where reform and repair are not even the relevant categories anymore. And in a certain sense, this is useful. The fact that we reached this point, the fact that just a single fucking year of Donald Trump could bring superpower suicide, shows us that the prior status quo was unsustainable. The systems that made these United States a superpower can never be rebuilt as they were, nor should they be. They involved structural injustices that made the present attempt at self-annihilation possible. From where we stand now, there be 12 ways forward. One is the self-induced downfall of the American constitutional republic. The other is to reconsider American ideals and to restructure American politik so as to bring the people greater power over a more just future. Because Trump wants to build a global empire by brute force alone. The White House Deputy Chief of Staff, Stephen Miller, having dismissed national sovereignty and self-determination as international niceties, the president's manifest destiny, would see our American empire take over the entire Western Hemisphere, leaving Russia to Eurasia, Eurasia, and China to the world. Now, taking time off from the Iran war this week, Donald Trump posted a picture of Venezuela as the 51st state in union. The map of the country covered in the stars and stripes. This was the American Presidente's usual trolling, but as his former personal attorney, Michael Cohen, once said, Trump jokes, but he never really jokes. In characteristic fashion, Trump doubled down on his meme. He told Fox News he was seriously considering a move to make Venezuela the 51st state. Venezuela has almost 29 million people. It would be the third most populous state in these United States, after mine own Golden State Nation of California and the Grand Ole Republic of Texas, both of which were formerly independent republics ourselves. It does not seem to have occurred to Trump that Venezuelans might object to being annexed. He told an American journalist, Cheryl Atkinson, quite accurately, that the American empire was already helping to run the place. Trump saying, Venezuela is very happy country right now. They were miserable. Now they happy. It being well run. In threatening to seize Venezuela, Trump is not merely being his usual transgressive self. There is a long tradition of American presidents looking beyond America's borders and grabbing the nearest piece of territory the way they would grab the nearest piece of ass. It is how the American empire came to assume its present shape, with Florida as the penis of America. But Trump is reaching further than any American president before him, which reminds me of Cape Canaveral, now Cape Kennedy, or is it back to Canaveral again? I guess it's Cape Trump now, where America shot its sperm loads into space from the penile peninsula of America. now that we've sunk to that low as we close the show, Venezuela is 1,400 miles from the continental United States, meaning Trump is reaching out. The Penal Peninsula of Florida getting ready to fuck farther than it could stretch. In his first midterm, Trump was an America First isolationist. Now he is an America First imperialist. This is Trump's version, his perversion of manifest destiny, the 19th century misbelief that Americans were divinely ordained to expand west across the continent. Trump's manifest destiny would see the American empire take over the entire Western Hemisphere. His former consigliere, Steve Bannon, said, "How can you get more America first than Manifest Destiny 2.0? As well as Venezuela, Trump has his eye on Cuba, as broached by Holly KEIFER in the opening of our show. Early in May, Trump said that the United States would be taking over Cuba almost immediately. The aircraft carrier USS Abraham Lincoln heads to Cuba from Iran and parks 100 yards offshore. Quote, "And they'll say, 'Thank you very much. We give up,'" unquote. This may be more than just bloviation. You might think that Trump would have his hands full at the moment, but swiftly moving on to the next crises has always been Trump's method of getting out of the current crises. A CNN investigation finding that the number of intelligence-gathering flights off the coast of Cuba has been increasing. There have been 250 such flights since February by manned aircraft and drones. Before that, they were very rare. There were similar, albeit more dramatic, increases in surveillance flights ahead of United States military operations in Venezuela and Iran earlier this year. Taken together with Trump's remarks, the Cubano regime should be worried, to say the least. If Trump does manage to seize Cuba, he would succeed where his hero, Andrew Jackson, whose portrait he has placed on the Oval Office wall, didst fail. Before he was president, Jackson was the general commanding the Southern Division of the United States Army. According to Paul Johnson's opus titled A History of the American People, Jackson promised President James Monroe he'd seize Cuba if given a frigate, declaring, "I will ensure you Cuba in a few days." Monroe turned him down. Jackson had already invaded Florida, which was under Spanish control. He waged his own undeclared war, ignoring the Constitution itself, which, as today, says only Congress can declare war or make peace. The Congress of 1819 declined to censure Jackson, backing Florida's seizure after the fact, because without it, America has no penis. This has been Trump's playbook too, in Venezuela and in Iran. Act first, dare Congress to object, and bet they won't, because past is prelude. Could this be how he acquires Cuba? Trump now has his own version of the Monroe Doctrine, which he calls the Donroe Doctrine. Monroe told European powers to stop colonizing the Americas. He said that the Western Hemisphere was an American imperial sphere of influence, so stay out of our backyard. The Donroe Doctrine is a more aggressive perversion of this, and America's backyard apparently extends as far as Greenland. Stephen Miller, one of Trump's most trusted aides, he set out this rationale in a now notorious interview. He spraketh to CNN just after Trump had ordered the abduction of the Venezuelan Presidente Nicolás Maduro. Miller dismissed national sovereignty and self-determination as international niceties, himself so saying, "We live in a world, in the real world, that is governed by strength, that is governed by force, that is governed by power. These are the iron laws of the world." Grönland had already caught Trump's roving eye and was the crisis of that moment in that same CNN interview. Miller said the Trump maladministration could easily strong-arm Denmark into handing it over, simply giving it up. Because, in his words, "Nobody's gonna fight the United States militarily over the future of Greenland." The Danish politician Rasmus Jarlov accused Miller of having the mentality of a rapist. But Miller was expressing nothing more or less than the Weltanschauung, the worldview of a 19th century colonizer. In the 19th century, the United States added Florida, Texas, California, New Mexico, Nevada, Utah, Arizona, and parts of Colorado and Wyoming, all taken by force. Hamilton dreamed of marching into all of Spanish America, and in the 20th century, Wilson invaded Mexico twice, making it the American front, along with Haiti, of World War I. This, though, is the 21st century. Things have moved on. The United Nations Charter places self-determination at the heart of international law. But Donald Trump knows little and cares less about international law. He made his fortune in New York real estate. He talks about buying Greenland or making it worth Canada's while to join the Union. All nice and legal, with a signed contract, otherwise known as a treaty in civil terms as opposed to business. Negotiations go so much easier when you have the United States military behind you. This is the "we'll make you an offer you can't refuse" school of diplomacy. Trump once said it would be a good idea to put his face on Mount Rushmore. Adding another state or two to the Union might even accomplish this. And if Venezuela, Cuba, Greenland, Canada, Panama, and others do not want to be new stars on the American flag, Trump's gaze is lifted to yet more distant horizons. For his second inaugural address, Trump's speechwriters gave him a line about manifest destiny, coming right before a promise to plant the stars and stripes on Mars, himself proclaiming, "We will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars." To infinity and beyond, a lack of ambition has never been Trump's problem, but Americans must call Trump's misgovernment what it really is. Because words matter. When describing a government, they inevitably carry moral weight. Over the last 16 months, Trump and his appointees have so profoundly undermined the United States government that we must use different words to describe these people than we've ever used to describe all previous administrations. To begin with, they shouldn't never even be called an administration at all. They should be referred to as a regime. The Trump regime has flagrantly defied court orders. In February of 2026, a federal judge appointed by President George H.W. Bush identified approximately 200 orders from the District of Minnesota alone that ICE had ignored since the start of the year, concluding that ICE had likely violated more court orders in January of 2026 than some federal agencies have violated in their entire existence. The regime also, well, having also vilified judges who rule against it, and has demands, well, in every case, demands their impeachment. The regime, having usurped Congress's powers to declare war, issue tariffs, and appropriate public funds. Well, appropriate as in seize public funds. It is abusing tariffs as cudgels for Trump's political aims. The regime is seeking to stifle speech and silence criticism in universities, law firms, and the media. Secondly, this regime is not headed by any president, as the Constitution of the United States and our laws and history have designated the head of the executive branch of the United States government. To put the term president before Trump's name defiles our Constitution. He is an authoritarian. Trump has illegally fired more than 300,000 career civil servants. He has mass fired inspectors general who are charged with upholding political appointees, well, holding political appointees accountable. Trump punishes whistleblowers, what I call public informants, who protest abuses. Trump attacks marginalized groups and foments bigotry. Trump is openly persecuting political opponents, en masse or individually. Trump has given out mass pardons to convicted felons who are political supporters or financial contributors, including nursing home fraudsters, a Honduran presidente who smuggled 400 tons of cocaine into these United States, burying us under a mountain of snow, and January 6th seditionists en masse. Trump has dispatched federale troops into states and cities headed by Democratic officials for no other reason than they are led by Democrats. It's a civil war, an invasion of the blue states by the red. Thirdly, Trump has no interest in governing. He wants only to impose his will and make money from his office. His criminal regime's disregard for law is so monumental that it negates what we have come to understand as a government of laws. A better word for it is lawless. During the first 16 months of Trump's lawless regime, immigration agents have shot or killed 16 people, including 3 United States citizens, all of them white. More people died last year in the custody of Immigration and Customs Enforcement, a total of 32 we know of, than in the preceding 20 fucking years. People only suspected of being in these United States illegally have been detained or deported by masked and armed immigration agents without a hearing. People only suspected of smuggling drugs have been massacred, mass murdered by the United States military in international waters in violation of international law, an act of piracy. Meanwhile, Trump is accepting gifts from foreign powers. He blatantly promotes his family's crypto business and implements policies favorable thereunto. He has sued the Internal Revenue Service for $10 billion, as broached as a topic by our in-state engineer, our in-house engineer, Aristides Ioannas. and is now in settlement negotiations with his own Justice Department, which has offered to drop any future IRS audits of Trump, his familial crime dynasty, or his criminal enterprises under the facade of businesses. Finally, to close tonight's transmission, the true test of any successful president of the United States, and his, eventually hers, administration, is not how much power they accumulate or how much they get done. The real test is how much better off the American people are, and how much stronger our democracy is. By these measures, Trump and his criminal regime are not just lawless, they are a catastrophe. Literally an extinction level event. And that is how America has lost its leverage over the communist Chinese empire of the East. Xi and Trump have cemented Beijing's advantage for years to come. And with that, we close tonight's transmission. Oh, yes, Aristides is with us. Please, dear sir, join us in saying good morning. Of course, you have to come off mute first.
Yeah, if I can find that mute button. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, good. I'm not going to hang on too much, nor am I in much of a state to, but yep, we've got the fresh link in the chat, PayPal, Douglas D. Dietrich at PayPal. That's where you send your money. And the rest we will talk about again next time. Now, help keep him going with your contribution.
Thank you, kind sir. Love you dearly. And Realtek, by all means, if you would be so kind as to join us in saying good morning to our listeners. Again, you would have to come off mute as well. See if Realtek is still with us. And if not, I'll be happy to close transmission.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, by all means.
It takes a moment to mute and to find it's a pain in the ass
Yes.
sometimes.
Your message to our listeners?
Yeah, so
Yeah.
support Douglas Dietrich, folks. Invest into him. There's so much from him. He is our national treasure. He is a wealth of information. He has a lot of wisdom, always beyond his years.
That was beautiful. Thank you so much. Well, we love you both dearly. Both of you have a peaceful, gentle night or morning, and most blessed be thy slumber, and sweet be thy dreams. All right. Now, kisses to the ladies out there, and hugs to the guys. We'll be back on Wednesday night, which will be here before you know it. Same Dietrich time, same Dietrich channel, Dietrich being the Teuto-Slavonic for dragon. So, same dragon time, same dragon channel. Everybody rejoin us, bring your friends, and even more importantly, bring an enemy. They need to hear this more than anyone. And by all means, just fucking be here.
And support Douglas Dietrich.
Thank you. That above and beyond all else, of course. Without that, we can't even come back. For now, we promise to be back to the best of our ability, but we can't do it without your help. And with that, we're ending stream. Okay. Triple redundancy proof.